morning. Good morning and welcome. Tech Week 2025. We're gathered here at the crossroads of continents. It's a very common thing to say, but it's the crossroads of not only continents, but ideas, technologies, where finance meets innovation and tradition meets transformation. And nowhere is this fusion more dynamic than in Turkey. Let's be real. Fintech isn't just buzzwords and blockchain. It's about making money move smarter, faster, and I think more importantly, more fairly. It's changing how people bank, invest, and do business in Turkey. Fintech isn't ultimately about access. It is the access to capital, to opportunity, to systems that actually work for people using them. In a world moving at mind-blowing speeds, it gives us the tools not just to keep pace, but shape the direction that we're going. Over the next couple of days, today and tomorrow, you'll hear from regulators, builders, big thinkers, and disruptors. Some of what they say will challenge your assumptions, make sure, and some of it might spark your next big idea, so keep an open mind. And yes, you could have followed all of this online, but being here in person is a lot more different, so thank you for all being here. Being here in person is different, but it's the side conversations, it is the serendipitous meetings that spark not only what happens when minds of the people who meet without a screen in between them. So, settle in, make questions, make notes, challenge assumptions, and most of all, connect with each other. Today and tomorrow will be all about the connection. The connection that we have with our mics and our cables. I am Arkan Çelik, your host for Fintech Week 2025, where we redefine the future of finance with AI and Web3. So the sessions on stage will be here in English and in Turkish. So if you need any kind of translation in both languages, please pick up a headset to follow the simultaneous translation, and this goes both ways, of course. İngilizce konuşulan oturumları Türkçe takip edebilmek için girişte kulaklığınızı almanızı öneriyorum. Böylece hem Türkçe hem İngilizce olarak bütün oturumları takip edebileceksiniz. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's begin with someone who's helped shape the figurative terrain that we're walking on. He is someone who both builds and governs the fintech ecosystem, serving on the front lines of both as an architect and as a regulator. Ali İhsan Güngör is the executive vice chairman of Turkey's Capital Markets Board, the agency tasked with overseeing market integrity, investor protection, and regulations governing digital assets. His dual perspective means he doesn't just talk about the future of finance, he's actively shaping it. Ali İhsan Güngör, on the stage.
The esteemed executive, colleagues, and our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for joining us at Fintech Week in Istanbul. I would also like to thank the organization committee of this valuable meeting. Today I have the privilege to make a keynote speech about the regulatory experience of Turkey regarding the crypto assets. As Arkan said, financial technologies, with no doubt, is reshaping the landscape of the financial markets. Of course, this also reshapes how we conduct transactions, manage investments, and engage in the financial ecosystem. As we welcome these innovations, it's also important to address the regulatory aspects that govern the financial ecosystem. The integration of fintech into the capital markets represent both opportunities and challenges. On the one hand, technologies such as blockchain, artificial intelligence, and automated trading platforms have the potential to increase efficiency, reduce costs, and democratize the access to the financial services. On the other hand, they also introduce new risks: market volatility, cybersecurity threats, and concerns over consumer protection. All those must be carefully managed in the financial ecosystem. As we witness the rapid growth of the blockchain technology, as the regulations, especially for the last 8 years, we have been facing the challenge of crypto assets. Crypto assets are reshaping the traditional finance. However, with this potential, there comes the need for greater understanding, regulation, and responsibility. When we come to Turkey, Turkey's first significant encounter with crypto assets occurred toward the end of 2017, during the Bitcoin price rally. At that time, the intense public interest for the trading of crypto assets made it clear that the developments in that area could not be ignored. Subsequently, institutions such as Capital Markets Board, Central Bank of Turkey, the Banking Authority, and the Anti-Money Laundering Authority, MASAK, and the Revenue Administration convened under the leadership of the Ministry of Finance. As you know, at the early of 2018, there was no global clarity on how the crypto assets should be regulated. Furthermore, there was not even a uniform definition of the crypto assets. As a result of the initial tasks, it was decided to closely monitor the market, the developments, and to warn the investors about the uncertainties surrounding the crypto assets and their trading. Accordingly, in January 2018, an official announcement was issued setting out formal stance of the matter. In the meantime, global developments in the field were closely followed. I don't want to go too long, but I have to mention the studies of Financial Stability Board, the ISCO, the International Securities Regulator, the FATF, and the European Union. These studies made our mission legal framework based on the specific characteristics of each asset. Should the capital movements be subject to some limitations? Considering that the crypto assets are easily transferable, should certain restrictions be introduced for the trading platforms? And how should the taxation be approached? These were just some of the various points that we discussed. Throughout the discussions, the European Union's MiCA draft served as a significant point of reference for us. Moreover, the ISCO's technology-independent approach and its same risk, same regulation motto greatly contributed to clarify our perspective. In this context, the first legislative regulation at the statutory level was enacted on 2024. Rather than enacting a separate dedicated law specific to crypto assets, the regulation was introduced in the form of an amendment to the capital market law. Because the main goal of the law was to regulate the trading platforms and other virtual asset service providers. I will call VASPs from now on for the virtual asset service providers. Although referred to as an amendment, it actually involved the addition of many new articles in the existing law. You can see the basic structure of the law on the next slide, if you can. What did the law bring? First of all, the definitions of crypto assets and other related terms were made. This marked the first time crypto assets were defined under a statutory law in Turkey. There were also other definitions, such as crypto asset service provider, crypto assets custody service, trading platform, and wallets. But the definitions were limited to this. Because at the statutory level, we kept them limited because this is an evolving field, while it would be possible to include more detailed and deterministic definitions in the law. We could have translated from the MiCA or anywhere else, but doing so could have constrain us in the future. More detailed definitions were introduced through the secondary legislation. Then it comes to the main body. The main body of the law covers the virtual asset service providers' licensing and operating conditions. These include, but not limited to, establishment of and operational requirements, information technology infrastructure, internal audit units, listing principles, and requirements for fair price formation. When we look at the IPO side, the law does not explicitly regulate the issuance of crypto assets. Instead, the law regulates the issuance of the capital market instruments. In other words, crypto assets that provide rights specific or similar to the capital market instruments are subject to the capital market law. Besides, authority granted to the Capital Markets Board for the issuance of Layer 1 coins, that we call them as the technology coins. Other crypto assets are excluded from the scope of the law. They are excluded, but can be listed if they fit in the listing criteria of the platforms and the listing criteria, the general listing criteria that we determine in the secondary legislations. If the issued asset falls in the scope of another regulatory authority, for example, e-money, a crypto asset, you issued a crypto asset representing e-money, the issuer is responsible to the other authority and the other related authority and the proper law and regulations. The law also defines the custody business. Banks and other institutions to be authorized may offer custodian services. According to our secondary regulation, which I will explain briefly later, we are trying to separate the entities for trading and custody. In other words, trading platforms should work with a separate custodian to keep their customers' assets. Finally, but absolutely essential, the law also includes cautionary powers, administrative fines, and criminal sentences. In the next slide, I have also mentioned what the law does not regulate. We don't regulate all types of blockchain-related work and activities, but as long as it's not offered to the public, offered or sold to the public, and not subject to trading on the trading platforms. Also, mining, personal wallets, NFTs, and capital flows are excluded from the regulation. The law introduced a transitional period for currently operating virtual asset service providers. As of today, there are 88 VASPs listed currently operating, while the number of companies that were declared the intention to liquidate stands at 17. The secondary regulations under the law were developed and finalized in cooperation with all relevant stakeholders, including the Banking Authority, TÜBİTAK, the Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey. We work very closely with TÜBİTAK, and the Financial Crimes Investigation Board, MASAK. There are 2 communiques as the secondary regulations, which was issued by the Capital Markets Board on March 2025. The communique on the establishment and operation principles of VASPs, and the communique on the procedures and principles of VASPs activities and capital adequacy. The CNBC's information system communique was also revised considering the VASPs. Basically, these regulations can be interpreted as the application of basic traditional finance principles to the VASPs. For the blockchain-related matters and issues, TÜBİTAK, the Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey, has declared the standards. These standards include even hardware, software, case ceremony standards, and etc. During all those processes, we work very closely with TÜBİTAK. I would like to briefly mention the topics you can find in the secondary regulations. First, the principles for the safekeeping of client cash and crypto assets, and customer asset segregation. The recording of client orders, handling of customer orders, and maintenance of their logs. The circumstances under which crypto assets fall within the scope of the law, as I explained previously. Rules on advertising and promotional campaigns, data transfer requirements to the Central Securities Depository, the prohibition of the leverage and margin trading, the control and management of valid private keys, the personal employment requirements, the principles of outsourcing, document and record keeping systems, listing principles. Actually, listing is mainly on the authority of the relevant platform. Capital adequacy requirements, we also drafted in the regulation. Audit for proof of reserves. And there are many other issues that we have drafted in the regulation that I would like to, I don't want to mention it to keep it short here. By adapting traditional finance principles to VASPs, as I said previously, investors will be given the confidence for the new market. The regulators will have the opportunity to monitor and supervise the markets more closely. End of June is an important day for the Turkish regulation because it's the deadline for the VASPs to fulfill the license application to the Capital Markets Board of Turkey. Any company who could not apply with the necessary conditions in the communique, for example, the minimum capital requirements, which is 150 million Turkish liras, should quit its activities. At the end of December, the trading platforms should sign an agreement with a custodian to keep their customers' assets. Finally, at the end of June 26, the licensing period for the existing virtual asset service providers is supposed to be terminated. During this period, of course, new applications to the capital markets boards can also be made. The thing that I said was for the existing virtual asset service providers. For a future perspective, the new regulatory environment is expected to constitute a more predictable and safe market for all stakeholders. Regulating crypto assets is a critical step toward ensuring their sustainable growth and integration into the global financial system. Thoughtful regulation can provide clarity, protect investors, and mitigate risk without hindering innovation. Striking this balance requires close collaboration between policymakers, regulators, industry participants, and technologists. As the crypto landscape continues to evolve, adaptive and forward-thinking approaches will be key to addressing emerging challenges. Our aim is to create a regulatory framework that fosters trust, innovation, and long-term value. Lastly, I would like to thank for your listening and participation to Istanbul Fintech Week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Güngör, for setting the tone and anchoring Istanbul Fintech Week 2025. I hope you can all hear me by now. I hope you can hear me by now. Yes, I can see it in your eyes. Yes, you can hear me. Thank you. Let's now turn our focus to a very critical question. Can Turkey emerge as a true global hub for digital assets? It's a timely discussion. From crypto regulation to blockchain adoption, this country is right on the edge of major fintech transformation. Globally, digital assets are gaining momentum. Through institutional backing, central bank experimentation, and growing user bases. Regionally, Turkey is uniquely positioned with a tech-savvy population, strong developer talent, and this is no joke, we have really world-class talent here, and a growing crypto economy, but challenges remain, of course. Global uncertainty in legislation, regulatory gaps, and integration with traditional financial systems. Moderating this conversation is going to be Cem Tutar, board member and assistant general manager at Matrix Finansal Teknolojiler. He has a deep understanding of fintech infrastructure and is a trusted figure with Turkey's evolving capital markets. Joining him on a panel is Cemil Şinasi Türün, co-founder of AHL Crypto and a blockchain educator since the year 2017. He's been a pioneer in Turkish tech, credited with developing the first 3D game in the country and one of its earliest web platforms. Mücahit Dönmez will be on the stage as well, general manager of Binance Turkey, a Harvard alumni. He's overseen a dramatic increase in crypto adoption in Turkey and is a leading advocate for bringing traditional finance and crypto closer together. With that, let's dive into what Turkey needs to claim its place on the global digital assets stage. This session will be in Turkish, so let me remind you once again, should you need any kind of translation, please pick up the headsets you can get at the entrance. Unutmayın, kulaklıklarınızı aldığınızda bütün konuşmaları İngilizce, Türkçe çeviriyle dinleyebileceksiniz. Yeni panelimiz için konuşmacılarımızı sahneye davet ediyorum. Hepinize iyi eğlenceler.
Nasıl oturuyoruz? Evet, tamam. Peki. Tekrar hoş geldiniz. Burada bulunmak gerçekten çok değerli. Teşekkür ederiz gösterdiğiniz ilgi için. Değerli başkanın ufuk açıcı konuşmasından sonra biz de biraz daha teknoloji tarafından veya sanayi tarafından Türkiye'nin önündeki fırsatlar açısından bir değerlendirme yapacağız. Çok değerli iki konuşmacıyla birlikte. Cemil Şinasi Türün, Boğaziçi Üniversitesi öğretim üyesi ve Mücahit Dönmez, Binance Türkiye Genel Müdürü. Hoş geldiniz.
Hoş bulduk.
Şimdi Türkiye'nin bir dijital hub olarak fırsatlarını, risklerini, çalışmamız gereken alanları hep beraber konuşmaya çalışacağız ama biz bu konuyu neden konuşuyoruz? Yani bunun altındaki stratejik altyapı nedir? Fırsatlar nedir? Cemil Hocam sizden başlayalım.
Bu konuyu şu anda konuşmamızın en önemli nedenlerinden bir tanesi bankacılık sektöründe çok büyük oyuncu olan JP Morgan, Citibank gibi bankaların bundan 2-3 yıl önce bir varlık tokenizasyonu, yani Türkçe olarak tam nasıl söylemek gerekir bilmiyorum ama gerçek dünya varlıklarının tokenizasyonu diye bir alana girmeleri ve bu alanda bir inisiyatif başlatmış olmalarıdır. Bu başlattıkları inisiyatifle beraber bir anda geçtiğimiz 2 sene bütün dünyada kripto para camiasında da, Fintech camiasında da finansal varlıklardan başlamak üzere bunların tokenizasyonu konusu öne çıkan bir konu oldu. Ne demek tokenizasyon? Yani bu varlıkların blok zincir tarafında token haline ya da coin haline çevrilerek dijital formda başka bir sisteme aktarılması. Yani bankacılık sisteminden veya gerçek dünya varlıkların olduğu yerden alınarak blok zincir üzerinde yeniden tanımlanması anlamına geliyordu. O yüzden biz şu anda bunu konuşuyoruz.
Peki Üstad, kaçırmamamız gereken ne var burada? Oradan bir bakabilir miyiz? Fırsat penceresinden, yani Türkiye'nin bu hub olma meselesinden.
Şimdi hocam çok güzel bir noktadan başladı aslında. Bu gerçek dünya varlıklarının tokenizasyonu Türkiye için çok önemli fırsatlar barındırdığını düşünüyorum ben de. Adı üzerinde bütün varlıkların, aklınıza gelebilecek bütün varlıkların, likit olan ya da olmayan, tamamının blok zincir üzerinde temsil edilebildiği, daha fazla likitte sağlanabildiği, daha fazla kişinin, gerçek ya da tüzel kişi, daha kolay bir şekilde erişebilmesine imkan tanınan bir teknolojiden bahsediyoruz. Bugün çok güncel olmayabilir rakam ama birkaç ay öncesinin bir verisi, toplam büyüklüğünün yaklaşık 20 milyar dolar olduğu söyleniyor. 2030 için sadece likit olmayan varlıklar üzerinde bu piyasanın büyüklüğünün de 16 trilyon dolara, kusura bakmayın, 16 trilyon dolara yaklaşacağı söyleniyor. Kişisel öngörüm bunun biraz daha üzerine dahi çıkabileceği yönünde açıkçası. Türkiye'nin de bu fırsatı kaçırmaması gerektiğini düşünüyorum. Bu yönde atılan adımlar olduğunu da biliyorum. Umutla bekliyor olacağız.
İnşallah. Peki yani bu esasında yine hani hep geldiğimiz yer Türkiye'nin konumu, uluslararası ticaret, bu kavramlar nasıl etkiliyor bu dijital hub olma meselesi?
Bu konuda ilk başta demin dediğim gibi finansal varlıkların tokenizasyonuyla başlanmış olmakla beraber hemen arkasından gerçek dünya varlıklarının yani onun dışında finansal varlıklar dışında gerçek dünya varlıklarının tokenlaştırması hemen arkasından gündeme geldi. Özellikle de ticari konularda, ticaret konularında, yani uluslararası ticarete konu olan emtia dediğimiz, yani metalların İngilizcesi commodity, bunların tokenlaştırılması da hemen gündeme geldi. Örnek vereyim, büyük miktarda ticareti yapılan buğday gibi, işte arpa gibi emtianın, fındık gibi emtianın tokenlaştırması özellikle bizim bölgemizde gündeme geldi. Zira işte malumunuzdur, bizim bölgemizde en büyük satıcı buğdayda Rusya, arkasından gelen Kazakistan ve Ukrayna, en büyük alıcılar da Türkiye, Mısır ve ardından diğer ülkeler sıralanıyor. Ve bu ülkelerden Rusya'nın önüne çıkmış olan bu finansal sıkıntı, yani ne denir, yaptırımlar, finansal yaptırımlar neticesinde bu ülkeler bu ticaretlerini banka dışında nasıl settle ederiz, nasıl karşılığını alırız diye arayışlara girdiler. Bunu kamuoyunda BRICS parası olarak duyduk en fazla. Aslında BRICS parasının tartışmalarının ciddi bir bölümü ticari olarak bunu nasıl settle edeceğimiz, nasıl karşılığını bulacağımız noktasındaydı. Onun dışında bir de ticari alan dışında gayrimenkullerin tokenlaştırması da son derece gündemde. Dünyanın her tarafında bu konu konuşuluyor. Dubai bu alanda bazı öncülükler yaptı ya da yapmakta. Gene arkasından değerli metallerin tokenlaştırması da gene sırada. Yine burada Dubai öncül hareketler yaptı ama Türkiye'de de bu konuda büyük bir potansiyel var. Herhalde birazdan daha açarız bu konuyu.
Evet. Yani
Ben hocama birkaç ekleme yapabilir miyim?
Tabii, buyurun,
Özür dilerim. Bankacılık içinden birkaç örnekle desteklemek istiyorum. BlackRock fonlarını tokenize etti ve Barclays grubuna iletti bunu. Bunu da JP Morgan aracılığıyla yaptı. Belki daha güncel bir örnek, Citigroup mevduat tokenizasyonu yaptı. Kurumsal müşterileri için bunu sundu. HSBC fiziki altını tokenize etti. Dijital külçe alım satımı yapıyor. HSBC Evolve platformu aracılığıyla yine kurumsal müşterilerine. Bankacılık belki her zamanki gibi, ben eski bir bankacı olarak da bundan duyduğum memnuniyeti de ifade söyleyeyim. Daha hızlı reaksiyon vererek burada yine öncü kimliğiyle yer aldı.
Burada aslında yani ürün ihtisas borsaları, sermaye piyasaları, değil mi? Aslında hepsi altın ticareti vesaire gittikçe daha fazla etkileşebilen, daha belki likitte, daha büyük bir likitte ulaşabilecek, daha büyük fırsatlara ulaşabilecek bir alan vaat ediyor.
Kesinlikle,
değil mi?
kesinlikle.
Ama peki burada yapmamız gerekenler de var herhalde. Sadece hani regülasyon meselesi de değil bütün konu, değil mi? Yani o çok önemli. İşin anayasası ama burada herkesin üstüne düşen işler var. Teknoloji tarafında, insan kaynağı tarafında veya yatırımlar tarafında. Oralarda ne söylemek istersiniz?
Bizim bir kere her şeyden önce kripto varlık platformları olarak üzerimize düşen en büyük görev, burada devlet üzerine düşeni fazlasıyla yaptı, kanunu çıkardı, regülasyonları çıkardı, ikinci düzenlemeler çıktı. Bu sektör, bu alan bir lisansa tabi olacak. Bu lisansı almaya hak kazananlar devam edecek, almayacaklar devam etmeyecek. Borsalara ya da platformlara diyelim, düşen görev ise burada lisans almanın yanı sıra sektörün hem ülkemizde hem yurt dışında global anlamda da genel bir güven sorunu var. Benim bir numaralı sorun olarak gördüğüm alan bu. Bir kere bu güven sorununun ortadan kaldırılması ya da minimize edilmesi gerekiyor. Güven vermesi gerekiyor bu platformların. Daha belki basit bir ifadeyle. Burada alınacak lisanslar çok önemli bir destek sağlayacaktır. Bu güveni telkin etmekte ama yeterli olmaz. Finansal okuryazarlığın aynı düzeyde artması lazım. Bu da belki bu alana gönül veren, yatırımcı olarak yer alan kullanıcılara düşen görevlerdir. Mesela Chain Analysis'in 2024 verilerine baktığımızda hemen hemen her veri ülkemiz insanının çok ciddi bir ilgisi olduğunu destekliyor. Ham işlem hacmi açısından örneğin dünyada 4.'yüz. 2024 geneline baktığımızda. İşte Amerika, Hindistan, Birleşik Krallık, ardından Türkiye geliyor. AAA'nın verilerine göre kripto varlık sahiplik açısından yine dünyada 3.'yüz. Neredeyse bir %20, %19.3'lük bir veriden bahsediliyor. Bizim de yaptığımız bir araştırma var Binance Türkiye olarak. Katılımcıların %62'si ciddi bir şekilde bu alana güvendiğini ve geleceğin finansal teknolojisi olarak gördüğünü ifade ediyor.
Çok önemli.
İlgi çok güzel düzeyde ama burada bir belki ekleme yapmam lazım. Hani başlığımızda dijital hub Türkiye olabilir mi, nasıl olur diye girmişken açıkçası kripto varlıklara ilgi duyuyor olmak, yüksek kazanç beklentisiyle yatırım yapıyor olmak tamam olabilir ama bu sizi dijital hub ya da işte bölgede bir lider haline getirmez. Burada bilinçli yatırımcı olmanız lazım. İyi araştırmanız lazım. Kendi araştırmanızı kendinizin yapıyor olması lazım. Ve her şeyden önemlisi kripto varlıkla sınırlı kalmamanız lazım. Onun da üzerinde daha büyük resimde blok zincir teknolojisine odaklanmamız gerektiğini, şu ana kadar ağırlıklı olarak tüketici konumunda kaldık açıkçası. Evet. Küçük bir eleştiri olarak ona ekleyeyim. 2024 başından beri gerçi biraz değişmeye başladı olumlu anlamda. Proje sayılarımız artmaya başladı. Daha da artacağını düşünüyorum. Akıllı kontrat çalışan mesela pek çok gencimiz olduğunu biliyorum. Hem teknik anlamda hem de hukuki boyutu açısından ciddi emek sarf eden insanlar var. Ama bizim daha fazla artık üretici tarafına geçmemiz, dümene geçmemiz gerektiğini düşünüyorum.
Belki yapay zeka çağında hani kullanıcı mı, kullanılan mı
Evet.
olacağız konusu biraz yeni bir sınama olacak hepimiz için. Bir ekosisteme de değinsek beraberce. Yani Türkiye'de çünkü birlikte çalışma kültürü konusunda da eğer bir hub olacaksak atmak zorunda olduğumuz ciddi adımlar olduğunu düşünüyorum.
Evet.
Bu konularda neler söylersiniz? Birçok tecrübeniz oldu farklı alanlarda.
Evet, Türkiye'de şimdi Türkiye'de hub olması bir kere gerçekten hem coğrafi konumumuz açısından çok gerçek bir durum. Hem de öğrencilerimizin, üniversitelerde öğrencilerimizin de bu konulara ilgi duyması açısından da gelecek vaat eden bir konumumuz var. Ben de bir üniversitede, Boğaziçi Üniversitesi'nde ders veriyorum ve kripto paralar ve blok zincir üzerine ders vermekteyim. 2017'den beri bu ders sürüyor. Öğrencilerimiz gerçekten yani üniversitenin en kaliteli, en iyi öğrencileri bu alana girip Mücahit Bey'in de bahsettiği gibi gerek akıllı kontrat yazmak üzerine olsun, gerek yeni startuplar başlatmak olsun. Bunlarda çok istekliler. Birçok üniversitemizde kulüpler var. Bu konularda çalışılıyor. Ama dediğiniz gibi bir birlikte çalışma konusu söz konusu olunca biraz daha öğrenmemiz gereken, atmamız gereken adımlar var orada. Çünkü işbirlikleri burada gerçekten geleceğimiz açısından özellikle dijital varlıklar konusunda da çok büyük vaatler içeriyor. Yeni startuplardan bunu bekleyebiliriz. Bir de tabii konuştuğumuz konu B2B bir konu aynı zamanda. Yani demin de ilk başta bahsettiğim gibi ticaret konusu B2B bir konu. Ticaret konusu ise ülkeler arasında işbirliğini öne çıkartan bir konu. Yani dolayısıyla hem yurt içinde bu işle çalışan ekiplerimizin, insanlarımızın işbirliği önemliyken bir de uluslararası alanda da ülkelerin, ticaret yapan ülkelerin kendi aralarında standartlar belirlemesi. Bu standartlar üzerinden alım satımını gerçekleştirmesi çok önemli. Şimdi burada önemli bir gelişme oldu geçtiğimiz aylarda. Herkes takip etmiştir. Trump yönetimi 2.0, Trump 2.0 yönetimi ticaret hadlerinde, tarif diye geçiyor bunlar. Önemli değişiklikler ortaya koydu. Bu değişikliklerin arkasında yatan önemli gerekçelerden bir tanesi Amerikan doları üzerinden olan devlet borçlarının çok yüksek seviyelere çıkmış olmasıydı. Bunu düşürmek, aynı zamanda doları değersizleştirmek, yani diğer paralar açısından değersizleştirmek ve alternatif bir global rezerv para ortaya çıkmasını sağlamak, bir çeşit arkadan itmek amacına gidiyordu. Böyle bir ortamın içinde Türkiye özellikle çok değerli bir pozisyon kazanmış oldu. Çünkü bu yeni rezerv paraya doğru gidişte birkaç aday var. Bunlardan bir tanesi Bitcoin olabilir. Bir tanesi altın olabilir. Tabii altın derken klasik manada altını, fiziksel altını bir tek kastetmiyoruz. Altının token formundan bahsediyoruz. Dolayısıyla bugüne kadar Mücahit Bey'in de bahsettiği borsalarda alınıp satılan varlığa endeksli tokenlar, yani altın olsun, başka şeyler olsun, kripto paralar olsun, Bunlar ticari amaçla alınıp satılan veya el değiştiren varlıklar değildi. Daha çok yatırım, birikim amacıyla alınan varlıklardı. Bundan sonra ise altına endeksli tokenların uluslararası ticarette kullanılabilmesi ihtimali ortaya çıkıyor. O açıdan da gene ülkemizin bu hub olma konusunun yeniden değerlendirilmesi ve regülasyonlarımızın da belki bunları gözeterek tekrardan düşünülmesi de bence fayda olacaktır.
Aynı fikirdeyim. Bir de şey konusunda, yani şimdi mevcut durumu konuştuk, ilgiyi konuştuk, yoğun ilgiyi konuştuk, yapılacak çok iş var dedik ama bir ufuk turu da yapalım beraberce. Yani bir işte evimizi, arsayı, buğdayımızı, altını, kripto varlıkları, belki şirketlerin varlıklarını vesaire aynı bir bütün içerisinde tek bir cüzdan hayaliyle işte, değil mi? Satın almaya doğru giden bir hayal kuruluyor. Bunun içinde zorluklar var, riskler var, fırsatlar var. Bir gelecekle ilgili öngörüler ve bunlarla ilgili neler yapmak lazım, bizim üzerimize düşen vazifeler nelerdir diye bir soruyla isterseniz toparlayalım.
Tabii. Başta da ifade ettiğim gibi bu alan geleceğin finansal teknolojisi. Yani ben de bu görüşe katılan, inanan, destek veren insanlardan biriyim. Bunu yaparken yıkıcı olmayacağını tabii ki düşünüyorum. Yıkıcı yenilik diye tanımlandı en başta. Bu tanımı da çok doğru bulmuyorum. Daha çok kullanmayı tercih ettiğim tabir dönüştürücü. Belki dönüştürüyor. İşte shape ediyor diye de tanımlanıyor başka ortamlarda sunulurken ama yani geleneksel finansal sektöre bir nevi bu dönüşümde de aslında destek olarak, bu arada geleneksel finansal sistem de bizim alanı dönüştürüyor.
Doğru.
İki tarafta birbirine...
Belki yeni köprüler oluşuyor.
Aynen öyle. İki tarafta birbirine ihtiyacı olan, destek duyan alanlar ve birlikte hareket etmek zorundalar. Ufuk açısından ağırlıklı olarak belki biz gerçek dünya varlıklarını konuştuk ama mesela bundan 5 sene sonrası için dünya genelinde belki biraz daha zor yorumda bulunmam. Türkiye için zaten yüksek olan adaptasyonun daha da yüksek olacağını düşündüğümü söyleyebilirim. Blok zincire olan ilginin de artacağını ve üretici tarafında yer alacağımıza, yerli projelerimizin artacağına inandığımı söyleyebilirim. Allah uzun ömür verirse, burada olursak yine bir 5 sene sonra yine bu etkinlikte konuşuyorsak çok farklı şeyler konuşacağımızı, şunu da yapalım, bunu niye yapmıyoruz diyeceğimizi, zaten pek çok şeyin yapılmış olacağını düşünüyorum.
Yani inşallah öyle görünüyor çünkü hani böyle yaşlılardan biri olarak ben sektörde hani tahtalardan geldiğimiz yeri düşünürsek, hatta sandıklardan geldiğimiz yeri düşünürsek fevkalade umut verici bir yerdeyiz. Bulunduğumuz yer itibariyle, değil mi? Oksijensiz sistem odalarını, yapay zekayı konuşabildiğimiz bir çağda. Hocam sizin gelecekle ilgili görüşlerinizi
benim
merak ediyorum.
Özellikle bu konuda dijital asetler, dijital varlıklar konusuyla da bağlantılı olarak çok önemli bir noktada durduğumuzu düşünüyorum ülke olarak. Onu şöyle bir açıklayayım. Türkiye fert başına altın tutmakta, yastık altın diye tabir ettiğimiz altında dünya birincisi. Burada çeşitli veriler var. Genel olarak 4500-5000 ton yastık altı altınımız olduğu söylenir. Yakın zamanda edindiğim sağlam kaynaktan bir veri, bunun %50-60 daha yüksek olduğu yolunda. Eğer bu gerçekse, yani 7500-8000 tonlarda olabileceği, bu değer gerçekse ki kaynağımız çok sağlam, fert başına 100 gram altınla
müthiş ekonomik.
Türkiye hem Hindistan hem Çin, ki bu iki ülke fert başına altında yüksek değerlere sahiptir. Diğer ülkeler ise merkez bankalarında barındırırlar altınlarını, yani merkezi sisteme kayıtlıdır. Bizde ise gayri merkezi, yani distributed ya da desentralize dediğimiz şekilde tutuluyor bunlar. Eğer blok zincirle beraber bunu düşünürsek ne kadar potansiyel olduğunu hissedebiliyor musunuz? İnsanımızın merkezde bunların tutulmasından ziyade yastık altında tutulmasına devam ederek, ama belki kayıt altına alarak, belki blok zincir üzerinden bunları ekonomiye dahil ederek, finansal sisteme de belki dahil ederek, ticarete, başka ekonomik faaliyetlere konu ederek çok önemli bir pozisyon tutabileceğini iddia edebiliriz. Çünkü 8.000 ton, belki bilenler bilir, Amerika'nın hani elinde bulundurduğu toplam devlet altın rekoltesinin karşılığı hemen hemen aynı şey. Bir tanesi bu söylemek istediklerimden bir tanesi bu. İkincisi de Türkiye'nin insan kaynakları ve potansiyeliyle beraber Mücahit Bey'in de değindiği gibi hep ilk 3'te 4'te olmuş, kripto para sahipliğinde de ticaretinde de ileride olmuşuz. Hep ilk 5'te olmuşuz. Ama bu altının tekrardan varlıkların ya da diğer dijital varlıklarla beraber altının da gündeme gelmesiyle Türkiye'de yeni bir 10 milyon nüfus belki kripto para sektörüne giriş yapacak. Bugün 9-10 milyon olarak tahmin ediyoruz. Yeni bir 10 milyonun da bunun içerisine katılması. Yani burada teyzelerimiz, annelerimiz diyeceğim. Hani biraz amiyane tabirle anlatmak gerekirse onların da bu ekonomiye, kripto ekonomisine dahil olabileceklerini ben hissediyorum. Özellikle bu iki konuyu vurgulamak istedim.
Yani hem yeni varlık sınıfları,
evet,
hem varlık sınıflarına yeni ulaşım biçimlerinden
evet,
söz ediyoruz o halde, değil mi?
mesela kuyumcular bugün bizim ekosistemimize dahil değil, kripto ekosistemine, ama ileride belki dahil olabilir.
Evet, dolayısıyla yeni ön yüzler, belki gerçek hayattan yeni ön yüzler sektöre yeni fırsatlar katacaklar. Evet. Peki sadece bir fırsat meselesi değil, bir yandan da önümüzde değişimden kaynaklanan belki kaygılar, işte geçmişten gelen alışkanlıklarla, işte bu piyasayla ilgili güven meseleleriyle ilgili de burada da yapılması gereken şeyler var diye düşünüyoruz. Bahsettiniz zaten. Orayı biraz daha açmak ister misiniz?
Tabii, yani güven sorunu var. Bütün dünyada var. Bizim sektör üzerinde. Türkiye'de de var ve bu güven sorunu durup dururken oluşmadı. Biz bir TODEX faciası yaşadık biliyorsunuz 2021 yılında. Global anlamda da yaşanan örnekler var. FTX olayı yaşandı. Şimdi bütün bu olaylar insanlarda endişe yaratıyor ister istemez. Özellikle regüle olmayan bir ortam söz konusu iken insanlar güvenerek size varlıklarını emanet etmez, ediyorsa da etmeyi bırakır. Bu soruna çözümüne önemli katkı sağlayacağını düşündüğüm, az önce de ifade ettiğim gibi regülasyonların gelmesi, bir yasal çerçevenin belirlenmesi ve ciddi bir şekilde bu konuda devam etmek isteyen ya da faaliyetine başlamak isteyenlerin lisans almak zorunda kalması. Lisans almak da kolay bir süreç değil. Yani o lisansı almaya layık görülmek baştan sona uzun bir yolculuk. Layıksanız, aldıysanız bu başlı başına bir güven telkin edecektir tabii ki. Sonrası da var. Lisans almakla da bitmiyor tabii ki. Lisansı, varlığını devam ettirebilmeniz de önemli. Sürdürülebilirlik kısmı kesinlikle önemli. Hocamın bahsettiği gibi 10 milyon desek yaklaşık tahmin edilen. Yapılmış çok kapsamlı çalışmalar yok ülkemizde bununla ilgili ama genelde 8-10 milyon ya da 10-12 milyon gibi rakamlar veriliyor hep. En az bir kripto varlığa sahip olduğu tahmin edilen insan sayısı diyelim. İlgi aslında çok daha yüksek düzeyde. Demek ki ilgilendiği halde güvenmeyip girmemiş çok sayıda insan var. Bunlar için ekstra adımlar atılması gerekiyor. İşte özellikle de burada sorumluluk, hep söylediğim gibi bize düşüyor. Çünkü bu güven sorununun oluşmasına da sektör olarak yani sektörün kendisi yol açtı. Dolayısıyla çözüm de orada yatıyor aslında.
Peki hocam, şimdi burada regülasyon, gelişmeler, işte işbirlikleri konuşuyoruz. Yurt dışından belki Türkiye'ye doğru gelmek isteyen, teknoloji transferi yapmak isteyen şirketler görüyoruz. Aynı şekilde Türkiye'den yurt dışına giden ve orada bir şeyler başarmaya çalışan şirketler görüyoruz. Bütün bu ortam, yani yurt dışındaki yatırımcılara hem üretici anlamında, teknoloji üreten, hem de yatırımcı anlamında bir şey vaat ediyor mu sizce, o ticaret anlamında, onları buraya çekmek anlamında?
Bizim ülkemiz regülasyon açısından aslında öncü ülkelerden bir tanesi oldu. Bu sene başlarında kanunumuz ortaya çıktı. İkinci düzenlemeler hızla geliyor. TÜBİTAK çalışmalarını hızla devam ettiriyor. Arada bir doküman yayınlıyor. Onlara bakıyoruz. Saklama konusunda çalışıyor. Bunların hepsi esasında dünya çapında ileri hareketler diyebiliriz. Yani bizden daha önce bu regülasyonları yapmış ülkeler var ama Türkiye kadar bunu yaşama geçirmeye de yani yaşama geçirme endişesini de beraber hisseden belki çok az ülke var. O açıdan biz şanslı bir konumdayız. Bulunduğumuz coğrafi konum açısından da önemli bir yerdeyiz. Esasında şu anda belki Dubai ile bu alanda yarışma noktasına geldik. Zannediyorum yabancı yatırımcıların da Türkiye'ye bakışı bu şekilde, bu perspektifleri göze alarak insan sayımızı, özellikle kriptoya girmiş olan Fintech konusunda zaten Türkiye büyük bir lider. Yani bunu burada olan kimseye söylememe gerek yok. Bildiğiniz gibi finansal teknolojilerde Türkiye çok öncüdür. 25-30 senedir bu alanda çok ileri ürünler geliştirdik. Arkadaşlarımız geliştirdi. Dolayısıyla bunları görebilecek yabancı yatırımcılar vardır. Eminim bugün de tahmin ediyorum burada onların temsilcileri vardır.
Bir yandan da piyasaların bir anlamda birleşmesi veya ortaklaşabilir hale gelmesi her alandaki likiditeye belki de yurt dışından ülkemize yönelik fayda sağlayabilecek bir adım olabilir diye düşünüyorum. Ağzınıza sağlık. Çok teşekkür ederim. Umarım herkes için faydalı olmuştur. Kulak verdiğiniz için çok teşekkür ederiz. Sağ olun.
Turn our attention to a powerful use of the blockchain that has the potential to redefine capital markets. It's called tokenization. This is where real-world assets, real estate, bonds, commodities, even carbon credits are represented as digital tokens that can be traded, fractionalized, and verified upon unprecedented ease. Globally, this could unlock trillions in liquid asset value, but what about Turkey? That is the question. Here, tokenization offers new access paths for retail investors, opens up novel investment vehicles for institutional players, and may finally crack the liquidity conundrum, plaguing local real estate and SME equity markets. Moderating this session is Celal Cündoğlu, Global CTO at CPay with over 3 decades in financial services, including roles at Visa and BKM. Mr. Gündoğdu now leads innovation at CPay while advising on payments, blockchain, and AI integrations. Joining him are Kylie Poole, Global Partnerships Lead for Capital Markets at Chainlink Labs. She brings 17 years of capital markets experience and now leads Chainlink's go-to-market initiatives for institutional tokenization infrastructure across EMEA. Yiğit Akkoyunlu, Managing Partner at BT Guru. Mr. Akkoyunlu has spearheaded some of Turkey's real-world asset tokenization projects and works at the intersection of regulatory compliance and blockchain deployment for financial institutions. Tokenization isn't just a trend, it's the infrastructure for a more inclusive and efficient financial future. Enjoy.
Hello everyone, and I'd like to say hello to our guests as well. The previous session was a very good setup for our talk. I really cannot keep my excitement down, being as a technologist and implementer, being in the 21st century and really experiencing what we're going through. If you would believe, double entry bookkeeping was a big innovation in 14th century, 700 years ago. Now we're in 21st century, and after 700 years, now we're going into distributed ledger technology, and we will be the ones who would be doing that. The introduction was great, but Again, I have Kylie from Chainlink and Yiğit from BT Guru. Both of them are implementers globally as well as locally here in Turkey. So we will be talking a little bit about hows and whats of tokenization, mostly from a technology and implementation standpoint. Listen, we have a very good captive audience here, consisting of regulators, bankers, fintech players, academicians. They're all pretty smart, they're knowledgeable about their area, but we're now entering into a new world. So from your perspective, I would really like to hear from you one more time, what's this craze about tokenization? Can you bring it up in explain it in some layman's terms, what it is and why are we excited? Kylie, I'd like to start out with you if possible.
Sure. So when we think about tokenization, one of the most exciting topics is around collateral mobility. So when you're able to take an asset that is conventionally or traditionally illiquid and is relatively immobile, we can think about real estate potentially. When you tokenize it, you then have the capacity to actually use it in other contexts, to use it as collateral in loans. So this is very expansive. You actually have the potential to vastly expand the global collateral pool. I think the panel previously was talking about the amount of gold in reserve that lots of people in Turkey have. And so imagine the power of that being able to be put to use and how, from like a money multiplier perspective, how much that can filter down. To give another real-world example, if we think for a minute about money market funds. So these are, a money market fund is obviously a very, very popular investment asset from the perspective of it has a lot of liquidity, it's relatively stable, it has a yield, of course, but if you wanted to, and obviously therefore there are lots of different corporations and institutions that use money market funds as a store of cash and value. But if you wanted to then use that as collateral, you would have to go through you'd have to transpose and redeem that investment into cash, which is a pretty cumbersome process. It's operationally inefficient. And whilst you're holding that asset in cash for the purposes of using it as collateral, you're also not earning any return on it whatsoever. Whereas if you were to tokenize that fund, you can keep it in its form and start to use it as collateral without having to lose any of the yield and without having to go through a really heavy operational process. So alongside potentially widening the collateral pool by tokenizing, you also have the capacity to vastly improve the efficiency of how securities that are already used as collateral are actually are used. So you can, for example, stand to benefit from being able to move your collateral around and settle it on a 24-hour, 7 days a week schedule, as opposed to having to wait for very kind of regional specific windows of when you can settle a transaction, which obviously causes information asymmetries. And I think another really important aspect of this is to think about the potential for settlement compression. In the banking community, the cost of funding and the cost of liquidity has increased, has kept on increasing for quite a few years. And so when you have a security that is tied up in a 2-day or 3-day settlement window, it's very expensive, it's not being used. If you can compress that, there's a potential huge cost saving across the entire banking industry. And you have the potential also to reduce all of the types of risks that you face when you are settling. So market risk, volatility risk, counterparty risk. So again, the potential to be able to move collateral around with a settlement of, I mean, we talk about atomically, close to atomically, so maybe within minutes. Within minutes is still like a huge improvement, of course, on the day cycle that we're used to. And then lastly on this, I think I've touched upon areas where existing structures can be made more efficient. When you're tokenizing real-world assets and securities, you also have the capacity to open up completely new business lines. So when I've been talking a bit about collateral and lending, if you look at repo, this is a traditionally, of course, overnight product. When you are able to tokenize it, we're starting to be able to look at intraday repo, which is, again, very powerful, a completely new, potentially completely new business line.
Okay, I mean, it all makes sense. So to sum it up, we talked about collateral mobility, increased liquidity, settlement compression, and on top of that, taking the capability to be able to take some of the existing products and transform them to be used 7/24. It all makes sense. What do you think, Yiğit? Are there other areas that we can, talk about? RWA, tokenization?
I'm going to be covering from a broader perspective. Like Kylie mentioned, it's about liquidity, accessibility, transparency and security, along with speed and efficiency. But, for example, liquidity is a really important point here. You need buyers and sellers to form a marketplace, and that marketplace needs players. Okay, the higher the players, the pure the liquidity is. So liquidity is the key, and it's really important. But it is easier with the tokenized assets to reach out to a pure good amount of liquidity. When you compare it to the traditional finance, because it takes time for the traditional finance, convince the buyers and the sellers about the assets, how they're going to benefit over those, and then they're going to start buying and selling and trading, and then you're actually going to be reaching out to a point that, okay, this is a good marketplace. So you can actually achieve this goal really fast and quick with the tokenization. That's why it's really important. So the next thing is accessibility. So it's 24/7, no more waiting for T+2, T+4 days. And it's a global market. You can actually create this token, and somebody else across the world can actually buy it. So you don't need to be, within your jurisdiction, your region, or in your country. It's really easy to reach out to those assets. And also there is the, painful paperwork. If, for example, as a Turkish citizen, if I wanted to buy Tesla stock, it's going to be really hard for me to, get in the US, find the, appropriate company who's going to be advising me, asset management company, etc., whatever. Then I'm going to be, dealing with the paperwork. Then I'm going to be asked to, buy a really huge amount of, Tesla stock, because you can actually not buy it with smaller, caps, all right? That's actually bringing us to another point, that it's a kind of a, democratic way to, have those assets like that.
Okay.
So, and the speed and the efficiency, we actually mentioned that. It's 24/7, no more waiting. Okay. So it's like that.
Again, so besides the liquidity, you talked about ease of access, 7/24, and the capability to fractionalize an asset really democratizes, actually increases the participation of the whole population as well. Okay, I think, again, with the addition of the previous session and with these two discussions, we have established the need for, the explanation for excitement to tokenize. But let's talk a little bit about how it is to be done, because, now that we're excited, we need to take action, right? So where do we start? Chainlink, for example, is very well positioned because globally they partner with the largest players, the financial institutions, networks such as SWIFT and others, to go about to start the revolution, actually. So I'd really like to understand who is going to go first. You know, what assets are going to start to be tokenized? Where will we be seeing these? It will be great to hear from you, Kylie, what you guys are doing globally, and maybe inspire us to take the actions over here.
Sure. So we are seeing a lot of demand for, like, as I mentioned previously, a money market fund tokenization because of the obvious utility. But I think we need to talk a little bit about how this is going to come about and what we need to think about to make sure that this movement is successful. And so another topic that was touched upon in the earlier discussion was trust. So if you're tokenizing an asset, you need to ensure that that asset has utility and as much an equal utility as the conventional asset, otherwise people aren't going to utilize it. And for that, you need to be able to enrich that asset with data from the real world, and that data needs to be trustworthy. Otherwise, like I said, there can't be any asymmetry. That asset on blockchain needs to be the source of truth. So let me give you some examples of the type of data that needs to be that we need to be thinking about when we're tokenizing assets. Again, with the money market fund example. For that money market fund to appropriately be valued, you need to get a net asset value, a NAV price point from the real world and bring it on chain, embed it into the token. Actually, this is something that Chainlink Labs has done with DTCC last year, as well as with Sygnum Bank and Fidelity International. Another very good example when you're talking about what types of data we need within a tokenized asset, we can talk about stablecoins. I mean, stablecoins are, in effect, a tokenization of whatever the underlying security is that backs that stablecoin. We have at Chainlink a product called Proof of Reserve, which is a data feed, excuse me, that can check and look and read the quantity of, for example, gold that is backing a gold-backed stablecoin, and ensure that the tokens that are being minted on chain are commensurate with what are in custody. In fact, we can even embed that feed into the tokenization smart contract, which is something called securement. A real-world example or a live example of the utility of that product that we worked on, again, I think it was last year, is Bancolombia and Buenia launched a Colombian peso-backed stablecoin, and our proof of reserve technology is being used to ensure, like I said, that there are commensurate reserves with what is on chain. So just to reiterate, the tokenization will be useful as long as those tokens have utility. We need information to be able to make sure they are enriched with what makes them useful, and it's really important that the way that that data is disseminated is trustworthy. The technology that we use at Chainlink Labs is all based around oracles, which are a decentralized oracle structure for sourcing data, coming to consensus on that data, and disseminating it on-chain in a super reliable way. So I think that this is a very important focus for how tokenization is going to happen.
Okay, so I'm a employee of a traditional finance company, and I want to, develop tokenized products, digital assets. So one of the things I will start thinking about is, okay, if I'm going to go create a token, it needs to have utility, just like you have said. So utility means it needs to present the real world. So how do we get the information about that? Oracles are going to help us. So again, as an implementer, I know that now I need an oracle. I need to go out to the world and find the real value of that asset. And then, of course, I need to be able to show everyone, make them trust on the product. So proof of reserve is another way of showing that that asset is really under the custody of the custodian, right? So these are the components we have to start putting around to make this happen. Now, Yiğit, you guys are really in the trenches implementing these solutions from end to end. What is your experience? How will this happen? when I say how will this happen, I'm talking about how traditional finance world will start transforming itself into decentralized finance.
Yeah, I mean, first we need a paradigm shift, right?
Okay.
So, in the traditional finance, we get used to doing, things in a way that we are actually doing them for the last 20, 30 years. So this is the Web3 space and the blockchain environment, the tokens, the coins, everything else it's a new thing. So it starts with the paradigm shift. The financial institutions, the business units, the professionals, they need to, first forget about what they know. They need to, embrace it like it's a new material, new information coming in, and they need to build the knowledge, and then they can actually check for the resemblance, what they have been doing for the past 20, 30 years on the, traditional finance side, so they can actually connect the dots afterwards. So it starts with the paradigm shift. And then when we look at our market, Turkey, we talked about the liquidity. For example, we have 26 million users who have wallets, etc., like that. About $200 billion of trading volume per year. So, good, talents over there who are capable of bringing out new, products, etc. And the market structure and the players are ready, and it's there. So I believe we're just going to be needing, brave financial institutions to come out and start, experimenting this. And I believe we're going to see it soon.
Well, okay, makes sense. I mean, you said the transformation will be done by the people who have been around in this industry 20 to 30 years. I brought it up, I brought the experience back up 700 years, but you're right. I mean, we will be doing this with the people who have been around, and that requires a paradigm shift. But you feel that it is ready, the ecosystem is ready now to take the steps, and we're needing some courageous and curious minds to make this happen. Okay, that I understand, but I'd like to dig one more level deeper, right? So again, we have the traditional finance professionals here. What kind of banking systems or what kind of components that already exist can be utilized to make this happen? I mean, do we have to scrap out and throw out everything, or are there things that we can rely on? What do you see, Kylie, globally?
I would say definitely not.
Yeah.
And actually, at Chainlink Labs, we don't believe that the world is going to suddenly flip to being everything's tokenized tomorrow. I mean, obviously not. And there are traditional and existing financial market infrastructures that are extremely sticky and extremely embedded into many different processes that the entire financial industry is running on. So you can't just switch those off or hope to be able to eradicate them, and we don't actually intend to or expect that that will happen, and we don't think that that is a sensible approach. And one of the partners that Chainlink Labs works with very closely is actually Swift. We have been working and partnering with them for the last 6 years. And last year we worked on a DVP proof of concept with Swift, where we integrated with the Swift messaging protocol. We integrated, a blockchain infrastructure with the Swift messaging protocol. We were able to process a DVP where the delivery of the asset was done on chain, but where the payment was processed via Swift messages.
Okay.
So that entire holistic transaction was a interconnectivity of existing and new infrastructure. So we think this is very, very important, and integration is, and enabling integration with existing systems, I think, is a strong enabler for the movement forward of this market, as of course is interoperability. I mean, we're talking about a form of interoperability when we talk about integration, but all of the benefits that we've been discussing on this panel so far don't really come to fruition if you're operating in silos, by definition. So the unlock, of course, is interop. And even when you think about what would encourage, if you put the hat on of somebody who's thinking about tokenizing, what would encourage them to do so, having to worry about finding a protocol that has the most liquidity or the most volume is a blocker. Whereas if you are aware that you can tokenize natively cross-chain via using some kind of interop solution, then that is lesser of a concern. I think we are moving in the right direction when it comes to evolving existing infrastructures for tokenization.
Well, if you pause a minute and think just about it, every single bank or financial institution has its own database, right? So these are islands. And now we're talking about interoperability. You know, you see this happening, right? That's what I wanted to just ensure. I mean, let's that sinking, guys. I mean, Kylie has exemplified interoperability through a decades-old messaging platform, Swift. If Swift is a part of this, for example, other banking components, finance components can be used as well. So it is doable, right? So we can have our audience trust this and, you know, go into this with a little bit of courage and, you know, yeah. So it is doable. You're seeing this happen, right? Okay, I mean, so do you have some examples that you see from the implementations you are being a part of?
Software tools and systems. So you need a kind of a layer which needs to sit on top of those, you know, infrastructures, so that everything is going to be really, you know, well designed, and it needs to, you know, each and every bit and piece of data needs to flow between those, you know, systems in a kind of a way that it's not going to, you know, create any friction. And it can actually then start, you know, getting interacted with the real data outside of the, you know, Web3 ecosystem or the universe, so to speak. So those systems and those integrations are really important and needs to be taken care of. But this is something else that, you know, we're actually missing about. That's a piece of detail which is really crucial. Those systems are there, they can be used, they can be combined, and it's going to be really easy for us, for the financial institutions, to run their operations like that, but that needs to be taken care of really well. So that's also kind of a point that needs to be spoken.
Okay. You basically discussing with you really added to my confidence to jump into this. I hope we have also conveyed the message to our audience as well. Folks, both Kylie and Yiğit are pretty experienced alongside with their companies. I would encourage you to reach out to them through LinkedIn or maybe outside, having a chat over coffee, and, you know, present your questions. Thank you for listening to us. We're on time now.
Yep. Thank you.
Take care.
One of the best things about a panel is when it finishes on time. So, we've been deep in tokenization, regulation, and infrastructure. Now let's pivot briefly to something even more essential: caffeine and conversation. Time to give your brain and your coffee the attention it deserves. I'll be expecting you back here by 11:15, 11:15 itibariyle sizi salona geri bekliyorum. Bu arada kahve makinesinin etrafında çay sohbeti yapmak yok. Çay içerken de kahve sohbeti yapmak yok. Şimdiden iyi eğlenceler. 11:15'te yeniden görüşeceğiz.
at the
for quite a few years.
daha da kafa açıcı bir şekilde.
The people who
Daha da kafa açıcı.
Chain via using
1.15 itibariyle sizi salona geri bekliyorum.
inside every day and every night. Girl, this is the soul of which you've taken control. But you see, I'm trying to show love is right. Oh, show and tell, just a game I play when I wanna say I love you. Girl, so show me and tell me when you feel the same way. Say it, you say it, you baby. Oh, show and tell, just a game I play when I wanna say I love you. Girl, so show me and tell me that you feel the same way. Say it, you baby. These are the hands that can't help reaching for you if you're anywhere inside. And these are the lips that can't help calling your name in the middle of the night. Oh, and here is the man who needs to know where you stand. But you know I've done all I can, so decide. Oh, show and tell, just a game I play when I wanna say I love you. Girl, so show me and tell me if you feel the same way. Say it, do, baby, baby, baby. Here's the soul of which you've taken control. And you see, I'm trying to show love is right. Ooh, girl, show and tell, just a game I play when I wanna say I love you. Girl, so show me and tell me when you feel the same way. Say it, do, baby. Oh, show and tell, just a game I play when I wanna say I love you. Girl, so show me and tell me when you feel the same way. Say it, do, baby. Oh, show and tell, just a game I play when I wanna say I love you. It gets so hard. I sit and watch the rain that falls in my backyard. Sometimes, baby, it seems to me our situation ain't the way it used to be. Everywhere I'm hearing people talking about you, baby, and they don't mention me. I feel I'm out of your life now, girl. I'm so far out of touch. I feel I'm out of your life now, girl, and it's hurting me so much.
the music is energetic enough, are you energized? Welcome back. This is the main stage of Istanbul Fintech Week 2025, and I'm your host for this and next day, Arkan Çelik. Nice to see you. I hope you're all settled well, because this next session will really check your foundations. Regulatory clarity isn't just bureaucracy. It's the scaffolding that supports innovation. Where you can feel safe, you can innovate. Around the world, we're seeing regulators transition from wait and see to frame and protect, enabling safer, broader adoption of digital assets. And here in Turkey, that shift is happening fast, maybe faster than the rest of the world. And it's critical for attracting global capital and trust. In the next half hour, we'll explore how reforms can turn ambiguity into opportunity. Moderating today's conversation is, again, Ali İhsan Güngör, the man at the heartbeat of Turkey's digital asset regulation. He'll be coming back on the stage, and joining him are Christina Abu Asali, partner at RAG Legal Consultancy Policy and Regulations Lead at the MENA Fintech Association. What a title. A dual qualified senior lawyer with over 14 years of experience in global institutions like Goldman Sachs and Crédit Agricole. She now advises on AI, fintech, and digital asset regulation across MENA region. And Sinem Cantürk, fintech and digital finance leader and partner at KPMG Turkey. A veteran of both international IT audits and Turkish regulatory systems, she also founded and is the vice president of FinTR, where she advises on digital asset compliance and strategy. Together, they'll unpack how to rebuild regulation for the age of tokenization, turning uncertainty into clarity, risk into confidence, and regulation into a competitive advantage. I welcome on the stage the next panelists.
Thank you for the great introduction. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 6th annual Istanbul Fintech Week. It's always a pleasure to have you all here again at the 6th time. It is truly inspiring to see how far we have come in exploring the dynamic world of the digital assets. Over the past few years, digital assets have rapidly gained traction globally, with innovations such as tokenization, modernizing the way we think about investment and, of course, asset management. This evolution is now opening up new avenues for growth, making digital assets a cornerstone of the future financial landscape. As we look ahead, the potential for financial assets, I think, has no limits, has no boundaries. With institutional investments increasing and new regulatory frameworks emerging to ensure security and trust as well on the other side. And it is crucial that we understand how these regulations can pave the way for continued innovation and growth, creating a more secure and robust financial ecosystem. Today, we have the privilege of hearing from our experts who are at the forefront of all these developments. As our speaker mentioned, our esteemed panelists are Ali İhsan Güngör, who is very famous in Turkey nowadays, Executive Vice Chairman of Capital Markets Board of Turkey, and Christine Abu Asil. She is the Policy and Regulations Lead at MENA Fintech Association and a partner at RAG Legal Consultancy. Both of you, welcome.
Thank you very much.
They will provide invaluable insights into the challenges as well as the opportunities that lie ahead in this exciting field. So thank you all for joining us today, and let's get started with our first question, if it is okay with you. I'm gonna ask 3 questions to both of you, but I'm sure that Ali İhsan Bey will answer with his regulatory perspective. And Christine, I'm sure that you have a huge global experience, as we talked earlier, with the EU perspective and a MENA perspective. So you're going to answer with the global perspective. So my first question is, what is a fundamental principle or an unseen challenge that you believe is mainly influencing the way regulators are currently approaching to the digital asset regulatory? Something the industry might be underestimating. So maybe we can start with you this time.
Thank you. Here I am as a regulator, so I will do the boring part of the speech. Actually, 3 to 5 years ago, it was not easy to talk about regulating the crypto assets. But as we consider the digital asset or the crypto asset regulations have taken a long way, and we have already a more descriptive, more seeable sign when we look. So the challenge is visible enough, I think. We have reports that I mentioned previously, the Financial Stability Report, the ISCO, when we looked at the European Union, we see MiCA. So as a regulator, it's easier now to talk about compared to 3 to 5 years ago. 3 to 5 years ago, the regulators were very suspicious. There was a new instrument, and there were people buying and selling crypto assets. So we were responsible of the customer protection, investor protection. We were calling actually customers, not investors in those days, but nowadays we call them as investors. We have responsibilities to protect them. We had to do something, but our reflex, the usual way of doing business was going back to the traditional finance. But when we go back to the traditional finance and try to apply the rules of the traditional finance to the new industry, we were struggling with the sector, you know. That's why I say that we are the ugly face at that time. Somebody is saying innovation, climate, new climate, and as the regulators, we are saying, no, we are going to take you to the borders of the traditional finance. So, but thanks God, now we came to a clearer point. Actually, your question was the unseen challenge. Nowadays, the crypto asset trading platforms and other virtual asset providers clearly see the challenge. So the coming steps are very seeable and very predictable. ISCO, thanks to ISCO, they say the motto. In the morning session, I also told that same risk, same regulation. So being a regulator, if you have the necessary love and power, it became easier. Our motto is same risk, same regulation. So actually, the MiCA also has the same logic.
Exactly.
And actually, transforming the crypto asset sector to the traditional finance, but of course not. This works both, not only one way. This works in both ways. Nowadays, when we are talking with traditional financial firms, we are talking more about technology with them, and when we are talking with crypto asset sector companies, we are trying to take them to the financial, the basics of the finance. You know, it's not a choice, but it's a must. So if you are responsible to regulate this area, and if someone is behaving as a stock exchange or an intermediary institution, a brokerage house, so it's very usual and acceptable to be in the side of the traditional finance. For this moment, I think it's...
Thank you very much, Lisan Bey. After all the developments, after all the firstly and secondary regulations, now you can say that in Turkey we have identified the risks as EU did, as the other countries did, and now we can see the risk, and now we can try to regulate them, or we said that we regulated them, but we will see what will bring in the future. So, Christine, the same question to you, but maybe from other perspective, MENA perspective can be very insightful for us.
Of course, and thank you for having me, and thank you for introduction, Senem, and pleasure to be sharing the panel with you, Ali. Thank you. So I think now the challenge, I don't want to say if it's unseen, but we tend to think of regulators thinking of, as an industry, I would say, will I get my license? They're there to stop fraud. And while all this is correct, the regulators' role now is, I think, is quite momentous, and I'm sure you're very busy, is bringing digital economy and tokenized economy into traditional economy. And this integration, which I think was mentioned before from the industry perspective, is really a very large task, because what the regulators do not want is to have regulatory arbitrage and have basically institutions act like banks and carry out activities like banks, but not be regulated. And this is where market stability will evaporate, and all what the regulators have done would evaporate. So what we see happening is that there is this work by the regulators to integrate structurally the fintech institutions and the digital assets providers vast into the traditional with players, with custodians, with all the life cycle of traditional finance. What also we have is that, for example, in Abu Dhabi, in the UAE, we have various regulators. We have one regulator for the Abu Dhabi global markets, which is a financial free zone, and it's called FSRA. And FSRA has embedded the rules for digital securities and digital assets within its existing financial services regulatory financial services markets regulations, meaning that if you are a multilateral trading facility or you are a custodian of fiat assets or other assets, and you are one for virtual assets, you are subject to the same framework, of course, with changes that are pertaining to one or the other. And that way, like, you have the rules on margining and capital requirements also apply to you. There's also another challenge, which I think, like within that integration, is not talked about a lot. Is also institutional readiness. So if the regulators is ready, but the judiciary is not ready, how do you enforce against? How do you get your assets recovered in a real estate tokenization, for example? So these are things that the regulators are having to grapple with, yes. As well. I'm conscious of time. I will stop for now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. As I understand from your answer, you say that different types of regulations and different types of regulators brings extra types of challenges on the table, so it can be another challenge, and the maturity level of the institutions different from each other. So, I mean, a challenge can be a big challenge for one institution, but maybe not for the other one. So, thank you very much. When we move to the second question, it's one of my favorite questions, I always ask it. There is generally a notion of constant tension between fostering innovation and ensuring investor protection and digital asset regulation, which I call smart regulation. Smart is a very smart word, so I use it, smart regulation or smart balance. So how do you think these two things, innovation and investor protection, these two things should be balanced in a smart way? Maybe this time we can start with you, Christine.
Sure. Thank you, and I also like the question, and the way I see it is that it's not a zero-sum game. So it's not having either investor protection or innovation, and this is where I think that the conversation has evolved since, as you said, 3-4 years ago. Is that now we have. You want them to reinforce each other, because if you have innovation without trust, this innovation cannot flourish, cannot be sustainable. So this is basically the thinking behind it. So what regulators are doing is what we're seeing is the word used is smart regulation. Rather than over-regulating, they are regulating more smartly. And that is basically having a principle-based approach to regulation, so that if the technology evolves, the regulation can still apply. So there's probably fewer loopholes, but also for innovators, if their innovation is slightly different, it doesn't automatically become non-compliant because the regulator has not thought of it. Also, another thing within smart regulation is a risk-weighted approach. What we see, for example, in FSR, in the UAE and other jurisdictions, is if you are a digital wallet provider and you and the assets are held on self-custody, you are subject to different rules than if you are a digital wallet provider and you offer custody. When you offer custody, you clearly have a higher threshold that you need to comply with. And so the regulators are thinking in that terms, in terms of what is riskier, and that's, regulate for it in that smart way, rather than have a blanket approach that applies to all in the same way, overburden some and stifle innovation. Another thing that we're seeing a lot in the UAE is regulatory sandboxes. And for example, in Dubai, there's something called Innovation Testing License. And in Abu Dhabi, we have ADGM Reg Labs. And these are basically, they're really to foster innovation and to create a control environment for innovators to test their products in a controlled manner. So probably the amounts at play are not that high. And the regulator is there also, it's a two-way approach, also feeding into the regulations as well. Finally, I would say collaboration between regulators and the industry, and this, today is a prime example of having regulator with the industry. And what we're seeing a lot is, like, for example, last week in Abu Dhabi, the Securities and Commodities Authority, we have a lot of regulators in the UAE. That's good for us lawyers. The SCA has published consultation paper asking questions to the industry, and so this is an opportunity for the industry to come at the table and discuss with the regulator, and not just go there when they need licensing. And regulators want that. They're also hiring technology personnel so that the regulator is also understands that language. So it's a two-way dialogue. I see it.
Thank you very much. It was a very insightful answer for us, and mainly the sandbox approach is maybe a little different. So maybe I'm very curious about Ali Sanbey's answer also on this side.
Thank you. It's interesting to talk about your questions. You mean the tensions between the regulators and the innovators. And I want to refer to the previous sections, Cembey, an industry professional, an old-fashioned professional. He talked about the old-fashioned trading board, the order book that we write with chalks. Now, in the same industry, I'll say the old faces here, we are talking Web3. We are discussing Web3 with the old-fashioned trading board that we write on chalk. That's why the tension is normal. But of course, as in your previous questions, when we talk about investor protection, the concept is very clear. First, when you issue a product, when you sell a product to someone, you need to have a prospectus. You need to explain to the public that what you are selling, what the rights are, what are your responsibilities. So, following the prospectus, you need to make the continuous public disclosure. Even you are selling a share, a certificate share, a dematerialized, say it in a custodian, or you issue a token, you need to make this prospectus and continuous public disclosure. These are the musts. So then this is the primary market things that you have to consider about the customer protection. When we come to the secondary market, what should be done? Customer onboarding. Of course, if you are dealing with customers, you have to onboard the customers with the related know your customer rules, anti-money laundering regulations. After you onboard the customers, you will receive orders. You transmit these orders to the market, or you internalize these orders. What you have to do, you have to have the right order handling rules. It doesn't matter if you are trading a token or if you are trading a physical certificate. You have to have proper order handling rules, and you have to do your best for the best execution of the customer orders. You have that obligations. And you have to prevent the market abusive activities, and you have to surveil them. You have to report them to the regulator. When you come to the custody side, you have to safekeep the customer assets. You have to segregate them from your own assets. So actually we have seen many examples of that. MTGOX in Japan in early years, TODEX in Turkey, and FTX in US. So here comes the proof of reserve requirements. If you do custody business, you have to do the proof of reserve to your customers. So to sum up, actually there was some tensions, but from now on I don't think that there will be more tensions.
Exactly.
You are intermediating a financial product. Actually, the innovation, we are talking about the innovation, tension between the innovators and the regulators, but here the innovation is not related with the trading. Of course, the trading is more speed, you have more applications, it's easier, but there is not much innovation in the trading. The product itself, the products you produce using the blockchain, the innovation should be at that side. The other side, the trading on the trading platforms, is not only 10, 20 years ago. It was the same 200 years ago. You know, the stock exchange business is not a new thing. So rather than talking about the price movements, we need to hear solutions related with the Tier 1, Layer 1 coins and their paper, the proper use of their tokens. If you consider Terra Luna as an innovative instrument, that's not an innovation. It's the same thing, abusive things we have seen 20 years ago, 40 years ago. So the basic things relating to the issuance and the primary market or the secondary market are the same, and the tension that you mentioned between the innovators and regulations will find a way and get smoother inside.
Exactly. Thank you very much. As you mentioned, there should be a tension between innovators and investors, but at the end it will reach a smooth environment. And because as you all mentioned, and both of you as mentioned, there are so many parameters that we need to consider when we are doing regulations or when we are trying to be in line with the regulations. So at the end, everything will find a way for a smooth jump. So for the last 5 minutes, I'd like to jump to my last and third question. It's going to be about the future, of course, your future perspective, your strategies, your considerations. So from now on, looking forward, what single regulatory development in the next years, let's say 1 year, 2 years time, do you believe will be the most transformative subject for the digital asset industry? And what actionable advice will you give to the business preparing for it? Is it going to be tokenization? Is it going to be CBDCs or something else that we don't know right now? Maybe again this time we can start with you, Christine.
Sure, thank you. Yes, I think actually tokenization and stable coins, although they're already out there, but we're seeing a growing number of regulators enacting regulations for stable coins and tokenization. Tokenization and stable coins anyway have similarity, which both of them are basically tokenization of an asset, and the asset could be fiat currency, or it could be real estate, or could be a commodity or equity. And this is and we're seeing that across in the US. They're starting now in MiCA, in the UAE. We have last week, we have actually, all our regulators have already issued full stable coin. We have the Securities and Commodities Authority issuing consultation on tokenizing of bonds and sukuk, and VARA, which is a dedicated actually regulator in Dubai called Virtual Asset Regulatory Authority, has issued 2 weeks ago a revised framework for including chapters for stablecoins and real-world asset tokenization, signaling basically the growing importance of this. But why it's just transformative is because, as you mentioned, Ali, is that these are actually not new concepts. They are new in the sense that they embed the technology, the blockchain technology in them, but they're not new because these are securities after all. So the having the regulations there is really helpful for the industry because it explains how this process would work, and it embeds tokenization in the core backbone, like legal and operational, basically fabric of financial markets. And in terms of what advice really to give is, I just want to say one more thing. It's transformational also not just for digital asset players, but also for existing traditional institutions, because existing traditional institutions now have other counterparts, which are in the digital asset space. They also have competition in some ways because they may also take more of an interest in this space, because we're talking about, earlier I mentioned the settlement being in minutes rather than in days. You have a wider inclusion for certain currencies that maybe in other jurisdictions certain individuals don't have access to via stable coins. You maybe have more liquidity in a real estate, or you can access a real estate that you wouldn't have been able to buy via the tokenization. So that's a transformation there. I mean, the advice to give to the industry would be maybe think what is your role in that life cycle of tokenization of stablecoin, and upgrade your legal and regulatory infrastructure, because the regulators are viewing these as existing financial market and capital markets product. If you are issuing a token on a bond, fixed income rules will have to apply. And finally, engage with the regulators early, and good luck.
We are talking about the future, but the future is now. So
yes. It's just basically enlarging the future.
Thank you, Christine. Please.
Thanks, Christine has mentioned the tokenization in a comprehensive view. That was one of my answers also. Tokenization is the future, so I will not give more details. Actually, the institutional investors should be mentioned here, and it has been mentioned in the previous sectors, because each day we see many famous banks entering in this industry, fund managers like BlackRock. They are very important for price stability, and they will contribute to the legal and operational structure, because they will demand, they are professional, and they will demand more clarity and force the implementation of the current law and the structures. Institutional investors will pave an important way for future. And last thing that I would like to mention is that as a regulator, I would really curious about and wondering the US regulation, because US generally dominates the international organizations such as FSP, ISCO. MiCA was very predictable. It was conservative in the European type, and was very predictable. But I really wonder the U.S. regulation, and for the world also, U.S. is a keystone that to follow. Actually, the ETF approval of the SEC was a keystone for the maturity of the crypto assets. When SEC approved the Bitcoin crypto ETFs and Ethereum ETFs, we understood that the connectivity between the traditional finance and the crypto asset sector is on the way, and no one will going to change it back. And the US regulation, which is underway, if had some issues and it's some different topics other than MiCA, that would change the way for the future. And our time is limited, so.
Okay, thank you, Elisan Bey. Yes, institutional investors and US, I think, will shape the will play a major factor in the shaping of the future. I totally agree with both of you, of course. Thank you, Elisan Bey. Thank you, Christine, for sharing your valuable insights today. And of course, a big thank you to all of you in the audience for joining us and contributing to this important discussion. We hope that you find this session enlightening and inspiring as we all did. Please enjoy the rest of Istanbul Fintech Week, and please do not miss the Pioneers of Digital Finance Award program. Thank you.
One of the most beautiful phrases in Turkish, ağzınıza sağlık. Kolay gelsin doesn't exist in another language. Because kolaylık is not that good if it comes that easy. Well, the event's name suggests we're redefining the future of finance with AI and Web3. Well, Web3 may have started in the hands of disruptors, but it's increasingly being piloted, adopted, and adapted by traditional financial institutions. Today's next discussion brings together the people building the bridge between conventional banking and a decentralized future. Well, let's invite the speakers then. Elçin Karatay, Managing Partner at Solak & Partners, where she leads the technology and fintech legal practice, recognized by Chambers and Partners and active in cross-border licensing and compliance. Kürşat Öz, Deputy Executive Director at the Central Bank of the Republic of Turkey, where he heads the Payment System and Financial Technologies Division and contributes to Turkey's digital lira R&D. Onur Güven, let me give you the stage. CEO of Garanti BBVA Digital Assets, formerly with Crypto.com and BTC Türk, with extensive experience across institutional trading, crypto banking and token issuance. He's now building one of Turkey's first bank-backed crypto ventures, and Rees Merrick, Managing Director for the Middle East and Africa at Ripple. He's led Ripple's market entries in Dubai and London and worked on building blockchain-based payment rails for emerging markets. This session will be about integration, how legacy finance is adapting to decentralized technologies without losing the trust, scale, and security it was built on. Let's see what happens when old money meets new tech. Enjoy.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us here in Istanbul, the lovely city, and in Istanbul Fintech Week. Unfortunately, Onur will not be able to join us, but we will be here with Kürşat and Rees today, and hopefully give you some great information about where the Web3 and blockchain practices are going on. And this is Elçin from Solak & Partners. We had a brief introduction from the team, but please, if you want to say something about yourselves, go on. If not, we can also start with the questions as well.
You can just go ahead and start.
Okay, that's okay.
Sure.
That's great. Okay, so maybe with the first question that we have. So today we will talk about Web3, and that's a hard concept for a lot of us. Especially for a lawyer like me, but we want to understand, what's the internal journey and organization shifts that the institutions need to undergo when the real-world integration of Web3 is on the line. So what we understand from Web3 and what do you think about it? If it's okay, we may start with Rees.
Sure. Firstly, amazing to be here. So I'm coming over from Dubai, so it was a pleasant surprise to walk out and experience a nicer climate. Look, I think we are going through a pace of change within Web3 as it relates to financial services, which is kind of unprecedented at the moment. And I think what that we're seeing at Ripple, we've been 12 plus years kind of building for large FIs. So we provide crypto infrastructure, blockchain technology to move funds in real time as it relates to cross-border payments. We also offer custody solutions, and we've recently launched our own stablecoin, USD-backed stablecoin as well. So, you know, what I would say, if you're an institution, is first and foremost, they're seeking the comfort from the regulators before they enter into this space. And I would say that the Capital Markets Board, TÜBİTAK, Central Bank have, you know, been forthcoming with providing, you know, a framework in this region, which, as a result, we're seeing a ton of growth and development there. But what then comes with that? And I think what's important is that you have some, you know, large FIs who have legacy systems. They need to partner with enterprise infrastructure providers who understand both the Web3 space and also the traditional finance world. And we went through our own journey when we launched our custody product, because should we buy, should we build, and we saw Metaco, who are a Swiss-based enterprise custody solution, that, you know, they had technology that fit within the bank's requirements. So they had governance, they had cold storage, they had HSM. So when you are bridging that gap between new technology and legacy technology, you really need to have technology that can basically mesh them together. And that's what we're finding is a lot of interest in this region for that. So partnerships, collaboration, in order to take that step into the new phase.
That was a great answer. Actually, you know, I think a lot of the people here will also acknowledge, you know, when you're trying to add a new technology to your financial institution, your startup, anything, especially when they're regulated, is really hard to find those like connections, as you have mentioned, and to integrate something new to an already working system. And that also requires a lot of thought around it, a lot of regulation around it, and sometimes the ongoing regulations will not fit in that place. So it's really important to have like a lot of partnerships who understands the struggle of working in a regulated environment. And maybe I can move to Kürşad and ask, you know, what central bank is doing to adopt these like new Web3 technologies in our life, and his opinions also about Web3 and how it will be affecting our lives in general.
Thank you. I mean, when you consider that Web3 is actually more like decentralization, but actually shifting the trust paradigm to a more technology-oriented landscape. So when you consider that central bank is actually a public authority, I mean, institutional approach could be maybe could be treated as in different ways. So one version could be that as a regulator, we could be basically building a platform or a regulatory environment that enables these solutions to go forward. But obviously, Web3 has a lot of domain that falls outside of the central bank's domain. So there are all the different regulatory bodies there. And for us, as in the payments domain, we are considering in some aspects CBDC falls within Web3, and these are if you consider peer-to-peer payments, but non-proximity offline payments. Those payments kind of fall within the Web3 domain because in those payments, the ownership stays with the user. It's different than the current bank deposits approach. So how do you actually implement that the user has this sole ownership of their money? So it's more similar like having a banknote, and in that sense, achieving that can be done with, you know, digitally verifiable credentials, and these credentials basically shift the trust from more centralized single entity operators to more decentralized trust fabric, let's say. So that's one way Web3 has, has some occurrence. Another way could be that we are actually trying to build a programmable payment platform. In that, I think there will be a lot more participants than a single, like a system operator participantship. Basically, in a programmable payment platform, in a programmable ecosystem, there will be the users, the programmable template developers, the issuers, the verifiers, the holders, they all can contribute to basically building these programmable solutions. And in that sense, basically the innovation is also spread. I mean, the participation base is widened, and Web3, I think, has a similar idea in the sense the CBRT in payments domain thinks that maybe the retail ownership and the programmable payments platform could basically be in line with the Web3 ideology.
That's really interesting, and thank you very much for this insight as well. And maybe for, if that's fine, participants who may not be very accustomed with Turkish regulation and Turkish law, just to give you an idea of what's happening, the Capital Markets Board, which we just listened, has a regulation on crypto assets and the licensing of the platforms. And, you know, as explained in the first session as well, they have a very broad regulatory authority around, you know, crypto assets and everything coming with it. But they also noted very carefully that the other regulators also have their spaces. And in Turkey, payment institutions are regulated by central bank, and accordingly, there can be a lot of interplay between the crypto asset service providers, as we understand it, like trading authorities, custody providers, but also there is a payment side, which everyone is excited to see, you know, what the future will bring. And maybe I can ask this second question to you following Dan Kürşat. So how do you see the payment sector and will develop, and will there be any Web3 implications around it?
I mean, I think we really should, you know, separate the crypto assets and maybe like the idea of Web3. So, but regarding your question as for the crypto assets, I mean, payments with crypto assets was not actually, well, there is like a shift in the world towards the stable coins right now, and there are some countries that are actually treating stable coins as electronic money tokens, payment tokens, which basically means that the technology is not really that important, the underlying blockchain. I mean, for the regulator's perspective, it still is treated like an e-money instrument, and the responsibility stays with the issuer. But of course, there are some operational resilience and operational risks to consider. But this is some approach that the stable coins can be treated as electronic money. But of course, I mean, you probably know better, but there are a lot of different acts, like in US and in European Union as well, that treat stable coins different than existing instruments. So, I mean, there are some considering it to be e-money, there are some considering it to be money market funds, bank deposit, likened to these kinds of instruments. But I think time will tell. Central bank is also working towards, I mean, we are clearly researching and doing our best to adapt to the evolving changes.
Thank you very much for this answer. And maybe I'll go to a different path of questions, Therese. And, you know, when Web3 is adopted by traditional FIs, you sometimes see a swing between, you know, some enthusiastic embrace of it, or sometimes very deep skepticism, thinking, you know, it will not work together. What are your thoughts about it? What should be the financial institutions look at these new Web3 products?
I would say, look, I understand there's a lot of skepticism as it relates to, you know, financial services offering, you know, Web3 technology, you know, when trust, compliance are, you know, a non-negotiable. What I would say is that I've been working for Ripple at 7 years now. I can say I was based in London originally. Going into a bank 7 years ago and mentioning the word crypto, honestly, like, people used to get very uncomfortable in their seats. You know, they're going to be escorting me off the building by security here. Now, I can say, you know, fast forward certainly 5 years, the last couple of years, those same financial institutions are inviting us back in to provide them with what their strategy looks like as it relates to implementing, you know, this technology. And I think so. I would say that, you know, there is still going to be skepticism, but I think there's definitely more embrace, tons of enthusiasm, and the market has evolved significantly. And I think there's a few reasons why. I would say there's probably been some, big validation, the likes of, BlackRock, Franklin Templeton, Standard Chartered, these big guys coming in and almost validating the space. Certainly helps validate, but also enforce crypto regulation, right? Which I think is needed. We mentioned, Ripple are a US company, headquartered company. I can tell you it's not been fun in the US from a regulatory standpoint. I'm fortunate enough that I reside in the UAE where there is regulation. I think Turkey is certainly in a position where they are building a framework which again allows that innovation. So, it's consumer demand, it's the validation, and it's regulation. And I think that is forcing, these large FIs to step into the space. It's table stakes as it stands.
That's really interesting. And do you also think that, a lot of maybe innovative financial institutions will be involved in the place? And what do you think will be the forefronts of it? Will it be the banks? Will it be the credit institutions? Do you have any idea around what will happen in the future?
Look, I think it's going to be a combination of all of the above. I think that people are viewing the first movers. They're seeing kind of, how they're stepping into the space. I would say it's quite vast in terms of globally. We see very different use cases. I think that certainly across the Middle East, Africa, and Turkey, we're seeing custody as the entry point. So banks, want to be able to implement something that can give their board comfort where there is regulation and what they are familiar with, right? So banks custody assets for a long time. People trust them, and that's where we're seeing a lot of growth on our side as it relates to our product, Ripple Custody. But yeah, I think we'll continue to see a convergence, but yeah, the big players will move and the rest will follow in suit, I would say.
No, that's great to learn. And just to keep, the participants updated on that front, for the Turkish side, the regulation, as summarized in the morning, suggests that every crypto asset service provider agree with a custodian service provider by December. And the way the regulation is created, it seems as giving a very big part to the banks in Turkey. And for anyone who is not aware, Turkey has a very strong banking space, where, as you have mentioned, they're very experienced on custody part, but they're also very experienced with the technological part of it as well. So I think that they will do a great job of having that. Yeah.
Just I guess a quick plug here. So Ripple, as an institution, we have part of our business which is UBRI, which is University Blockchain Research Initiative. And what we do is we go with universities globally and we fund projects and education and courses for kind of the next generation of entrepreneurs, builders, developers. And we've recently just partnered with Istanbul Technology University to kind of bring that here, because when you look at innovation globally and where it's happening, there's so much happening in this space, in this country, and we certainly want to be part of that there. So just as it relates to education, I just wanted to add that.
No, that's great. Thank you very much. And I believe, when these regulations push us to do great and more, and the Turkish regulation also have like a very strong technological requirement base. So I think a lot of the financial institutions will be required to invest on this, learn more about it, and create like really great technologies going ahead. And maybe I'll follow up with the third question just to connect it. So what will you recommend for smaller financial institutions, for example, fintechs and startups, and how do you think they will have an effect on Web3? Maybe we can start with Kürşat, if that's okay.
When we look at like the Web3, I don't know, it has probably like 30,000, 40,000 developers around the world. So that total may be based on, summing up the distinct blockchain developers. So this space is not quite really unified. So I think a lot of firms the basic thing would be to entice more developers to the space, right? So the second thing would be to go for more let's say, some domains that are not just, payments maybe, because fintech or, Web3 is not just about payments. So maybe there could be a lot of different, there are a lot of different areas in like decentralized physical infrastructures, networks. There are a lot of different domains in Web3 that needs much more attention, but probably most of the attention goes to the payments domain. So, but I think the main shift, the main difference maker would be around, the approach to document everything using cryptography, and these documents could then be used for, financial applications like, maybe collaterals or other proofs. But that first part for cryptography and, having those verifiable cryptographically provable documents with the user is a valuable idea, and I don't think it gets some traction within European Union, but not that much, I think, around the world. So maybe look for these kinds of domains, but also to entice the developers. I think we actually need another abstraction, because these blockchains, it doesn't look like it, but basically this is an interoperability problem, and to basically overcome it, maybe another level of indirection that the developers basically need to understand that their time that they put into that their work could translate to other opportunities. So I think that is what's missing currently, because even if the number looks high, it's not really enough when you look at a worldwide scale. So yeah, those two would be my approach.
Thank you very much for this. And you have mentioned that the central bank also have a programmable platform that will be happening. Do you think that will open new working grounds for financial institutions?
Yeah, obviously. Well, what the financial institutions could do is to look for project participation calls, because they might get a lot of visibility in that sense. And our programmability payment platform is in incubation, let's say, but it would still be on a national level. So it would make it easier to participate in this system, because like if you just run a system, then the operator is basically responsible of it, and the innovation is basically done by one single operator. So we do not really want that. We actually want the users to actually contribute to have it like a kind of a marketplace. But since it would be a digital public infrastructure, it would still be on a national level. So for Web3 to actually succeed, we need open standards and common standards to work through. The Web2, well, it is evolving to Web3, but it still has open protocol. So it's still decentralized in the sense that it doesn't really depend on a single operator. So there are some ideas that still works, and we actually need to build on those to basically really solve this interoperability problem.
Yeah, that's a really big problem. That's correct. But I think, a lot of the financial institutions and new fintechs will still be very lucky to, be involved in these kind of projects, with government authorities. And it is very kind and great that, you are making it and collaborating. That's really nice. And Reese, what would you suggest to smaller financial institutions? What should they do? How they look into the market?
I think my advice would be start small, but start fast in terms of smart as well. In a world where there's so much access for infrastructure providers who have that bridge between Web3 and also TradFi, look to partner. You don't always have to build stuff. Partnerships are often a good entry point, because you are working with infrastructure that exists and looking how that can implement. So essentially taking out the heavy lifting, it reduces the amount, certainly the burden in terms of dev costs and build, and it allows you to validate the space. And we're seeing that a lot at the moment. And when I say start small, what I mean by that is, we'll often sit in front of a fintech who are trying to do 10 different projects at the same time. which is great and honourable in terms of their, innovation they're trying to create. But at the same time, find an entry point, look to get something, look to validate, and then look to grow and into phase 2, phase 3, and certainly that's kind of our approach. And here, certainly, we're seeing custody as that entry point, but with future tokenization kind of discussions taking place as well.
That's, I think, really good advice to focus on some things. And, as a lawyer, I think I also meet with a lot of projects where there is a lot of points, but it is tricky to even understand one product and, implement it to a system where there is already a regulation, try to fit everything in. So I think that's a really, really great advice on that part, that they should be looking into, what's happening, looking into partnerships, and you have mentioned, 7 years in Ripple.
Yes.
So that adds to the experience, and there is a lot of experience, for example, for a lot of FIs to gather from this kind of knowledge. It's a really, young market, but it's also growing very fast, and so that kind of, I think, partnerships and experiences are really, really important.
I think there's a saying which is, you're either at the table or on the menu. And I think that certainly in some regions, FIs are moving fast. They're looking at ways to kind of enter. In others, they're well behind the curve. So, kudos to Turkey in terms of building out a framework that is allowing that innovation. So, yeah, very, very great stuff happening here.
No, that's great to hear. We always think about that within here, but also, hearing this from foreign guests is always great. But, wherever you look, I think even in this conference, in this area, you'll see how Turkish people already embraced, a lot of the technology we're very technically capable, both on the, I think, development side and both on the user side, and we have been very lucky to be able to use a lot of great products. So I think it also makes things hard for Web3 because our Web2 applications are also great, but there's a lot of ways of moving forward, and both Turkey's approach to it and Turkish people's approach to it is, I think, very positive on that regard, and I also believe that. So as we're coming to the last minutes, maybe I'll ask, if you have any final notes, final comments to any of the participants or financial institutions in total. Kürşat, would you have some final remarks?
Yeah, I mean, basically Web2 have a successful journey for Web3. We need to overcome the trust issues. I mean, it wants to evolve trust, but there is also some trust issue in the way that people approach to Web3. And I think the way to do it maybe is to, like jointly developing these open standards, open protocols that are basically the foundation of the internet today. And instead of a divergence, we really should work for a convergence, and hopefully then it will get adopted quickly, and I think afterwards the institutions will follow as well.
Yeah, I think so. So a global conformity, having some standards to work on is really important, as you have suggested, and what I took note from here. So thank you very much. And Reese, would you have some final remarks?
Look, absolutely so grateful to be here, and so grateful to sit in a conference room with a completely packed room. It's quite a rare find. What that shows is the level of interest, the level of innovation, and certainly, things are getting done here. So very grateful to be here, and we're around the next couple of days, so it'd be good to connect with many of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And maybe, as a final remarks today, it has been talked a lot, but because we're thinking about Web3, we are facing this important deadline on June 30th with a lot of the CASPs, and I think after that application, what we see in the crypto market will also be more open to how the Turkish market will look, and we also have additional deadlines coming in December. We also expect a lot of new regulations coming in, and there is, I think, a lot of opportunities in the Turkish market. Web3 is really hard to regulate and maybe should not be regulated in some instances. But I think this, regulations coming into standardized financial institutions will also open up a lot of pathway because they have the resources, they have the users, and they have all these experience in behind. So as a lawyer, I'm very excited to see what will happen, and it's really great to hear your thoughts and have you here as well. And thank you for all the participants for bearing with us.
Thank you. Thank you. Cheers.
Can we have you in the middle so that we can have a better frame? There she comes. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our photographer. The panel was mind-opening, and I believe we will have much more of those, so keep your wits about. Thank you. We continue to broaden our minds with a keynote that grounds us in both perspective and purpose. In an era of rapid transformation, what does it mean to build a digital financial future that is resilient, inclusive, and strategic? I hope I nailed it. Professor Hatice Karahan, Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of the Republic of Turkey, joins us to reflect on that very question. As a leading economist and policy architect, her work spans financial technologies, payment systems, data governance, and monetary policy. She's here to challenge us to think bigger about where Turkey and the world are headed in the fintech era. Please welcome Professor Karahan.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Let me begin by expressing my gratitude to Demet Hanım and the organizers for creating this remarkable event in Istanbul. Last year I had to participate virtually from the overseas, and today I'm very happy to be here in person, feeling the energy that defines this gathering. And I hope to contribute by sharing a central banker's perspective on the evolving global financial landscape. In this regard, today I'll briefly touch upon our efforts at the CBRT under 4 headings: the current payments ecosystem, and followed by our perspectives on tokenization, artificial intelligence, and quantum computing. When we think about payments today, many of us take them for granted simply because they feel effortless. But behind this simplicity lies a world of complexity, various technologies weaving together to move money securely and swiftly, as you know. And as the Central Bank of the Republic of Turkey, through robust infrastructure and sound regulatory frameworks, we keep the financial system open to innovation. As many of you know, we play a multifaceted role in the country's payment ecosystem, not only as a regulator and supervisor, but also as an operator and a catalyst. And in line with this role at the CBRT, in addition to the securities transfer system, we have developed and operated for decades the RTGS systems in the country, which include the interbank payment system and the end-user payments system, enabling real-time transfer and gross settlement in Turkish lira. And in 2021, following extensive work using in-house resources, we launched Turkey's instant payment system known as FAST. And FAST is now widely used, processing approximately 15 million transactions per day as of May 2025. And fast capabilities have been further enhanced through overlay services such as the easy addressing service or proxy addressing service, the request to pay service, and the escrow overlay service. Additional enhancements are also on the way with efforts to explore new overlay functionalities that can support a more seamless and enriched payment experience. So it's with pride that I say, and many of you would surely agree, that our payments ecosystem in Turkey is a global standout, remarkably advanced, having leapfrogged many traditional steps, and this very foundation actually sets the stage for exciting new possibilities. Then let me now invite you to imagine a future, not in decades, but just a few years from now, a future of payments shaped by emerging technologies and thoughtful innovation, redefining how we connect, how we transact, and how we thrive. And in this future, the way we exchange value becomes faster, more intelligent, and seamlessly integrated into many aspects of our lives. And this future is possible. In many ways, it's already taking shape. Of course, it will not happen automatically. It will be shaped by choices, regulatory choices, or design choices. And as central bankers, our role is to help build it responsibly. So today, I want to share with you 3 key advancements that are defining the contours of this emerging world: tokenization, artificial intelligence, and quantum computing. Each holds extraordinary promise, and each demands that we think beyond the technical to the ethical, the economic, and the institutional. First, envision tokenization as a transformative force in this new landscape. As discussed in earlier sessions today, tokenization is a new digital asset ownership model, turning assets into secure, cryptographically protected tokens. And this certainly unlocks new capabilities for value exchange. Although still in its early stages, the scale and diversity of tokenization initiatives are growing, as you know, and most notable cases are asset issuance, such as tokenized bonds, and securities financing, as we see with elevating tokenized repo transactions. I guess at this point, it's important to discuss the efficiency gains from tokenization. While the gains would depend heavily on both the nature of the asset and the structure of the platform. For highly liquid and standardized assets that are already traded in automated systems, the added value may be limited. However, for illiquid, non-standardized, or tangible assets where manual post-trade processes are prevalent, tokenization can offer significant improvements in efficiency, transparency, and settlement speed. Of course, platform design also matters. Siloed systems tailored to single issuers or assets often constrain scalability and interoperability. In contrast, programmable platforms that support multiple issuers within a unified environment can foster broader innovation and network effects. Of course, nothing is free. These benefits come with potential costs. Developing and operating flexible, high-functioning platforms, especially for complex assets, requires significant investment and sound governance. Tokenization is therefore most valuable where existing frictions are high and programmable infrastructure offers a clear solution. And all this tells us that realizing the promise of tokenization requires careful design, coordinated governance, and proactive risk management. And accordingly, the growing relevance of tokenized financial systems requires central banks to evaluate how these developments intersect with their mandates, our mandates. After all, the emergence of programmable platforms and digital assets introduces new operational and policy considerations, particularly when applied through programmable platforms. Tokenization intersects with several tasks of central banks, including payment systems, financial stability, regulatory oversight, and even monetary policy implementation. And these changes may influence how central banks design, implement, and coordinate the tools and infrastructures necessary in a tokenized environment. In this framework, one area of consideration is the provision of a reliable settlement asset within tokenized systems. There is no doubt that central bank money remains the most secure and liquid form of settlement. Therefore, a key policy question is whether it will be or it should be made available in tokenized form either through CBDC or through interoperability mechanisms that link tokenized platforms with existing RTGS systems. And the second one is financial stability. From a financial stability perspective, integrating multiple financial functions such as trading and settlement within a single programmable infrastructure may introduce new concentration and operational risks. This calls for robust governance frameworks and careful monitoring of systemic implications. Regulatory adaptation is equally important. Central banks may monitor tokenization developments and assess whether token arrangements that are within their scope, of course, align with the broader payment ecosystem. And where necessary, cooperation among authorities is essential to maintain effective oversight in this evolving landscape. And lastly, tokenization may influence monetary policy implementation, particularly if programmable platforms begin to affect liquidity, demand, or transmission mechanism. And these implications, while still emerging, require continued analytical attention. And at the CBRT, we actively monitor developments in the space and carefully assess their potential policy implications. Our work on financial innovations, including the digital Turkish lira, sits precisely at the intersection of these issues. And as we move forward, we remain committed to ensuring that any future financial architecture continues to support price stability, financial stability, and public trust. And in parallel, the increasing complexity of today's financial landscape and the growing volume of real data have made artificial intelligence tools not only useful, but also essential for modern central banking. From enhancing risk assessments to supporting faster data-driven responses, artificial intelligence is becoming an integral part of how central banks operate. AI's ability to detect anomalies, learn from behavioral patterns, and respond dynamically to evolving threats is particularly well suited to strengthening the integrity of digital payment ecosystems. So, for central banks, AI enhances cybersecurity defenses and operational resilience, reducing vulnerabilities that could otherwise threaten financial stability. When integrated responsibly, AI also supports regulatory supervision by providing insights enabling more proactive oversight. Accordingly, at the CBRT, we are actively integrating artificial intelligence and machine learning to support our mandates. Of course, as we advance these capabilities, we remain conscious of the challenges because AI is not infallible. It requires vast amounts of data and transparency to avoid biases and errors, as you all know. An important issue here is the need to balance accuracy with interpretability. Equally critical issues are algorithmic biases, or fairness, structured data, and data privacy. In this sense, transparency, fairness, and privacy must remain priorities as AI takes on bigger roles in financial ecosystems. And looking further ahead, quantum computing emerges as a revolutionary technology by using the principles of quantum mechanics to perform super computations. And as the slide indicates, the early 1990s actually witnessed the introduction of experimental quantum computers, but we still do not know when we'll be able to see practical applications. Yet, we must be ready for quantum computing, considering its potentially large impacts on the financial system. What we know so far is that with its unparalleled computational power, quantum computing can offer significantly faster calculations and solutions in certain areas, of course, extending from financial modeling to fraud detection and to optimization processes. These are undeniably some benefits central banks anticipate to better understand and manage risks. However, the same power also presents challenges by endangering the cryptographic algorithms that protect the payment systems, and hence it might pose a threat to financial stability. And in this sense, quantum readiness is very critical for central banks and the financial system to be aware of the potential risks and act proactively. And this means that we should intensify our work on the research and development of quantum-safe cryptography, new encryption standards that are robust against quantum attacks. And in other words, we need a quantum readiness roadmap, which includes a plan for transition to post-quantum cryptography. And the research initiatives in this area, particularly those conducted by the BIS Innovation Hub, are highly valuable in this sense, because this proactive approach is essential to safeguarding the confidentiality, integrity, and trustworthiness of payments as technology evolves. And I see it as a strategic imperative for preserving trust and securing a competitive edge in an increasingly complex financial landscape. Well, all this reveals that progress comes with risks, but as the saying goes, everything you've ever wanted is on the other side of fear. So to move forward, we must push beyond hesitation and, of course, with caution and vigilant leadership. In this respect, the success of future payments ecosystem depends on the thoughtful integration of innovation and risk management, where every technological advancement and each regulatory measure works in concert to uphold stability, trust, and efficiency. And our role as central bankers is to guide this evolution responsibly. Balancing speed with security, innovation with stability, and accessibility with resilience. I believe by carefully orchestrating the adoption of tokenized assets, CBDCs, AI-driven oversight, and quantum-safe defenses, we can build a solid future payments infrastructure. And this vision is within our reach. We just need to work on it in a determined way. As Herbert Simon, a Nobel laureate in economics and one of the founding fathers of AI, once said, "One finds limits by pushing them." And I truly believe in this. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Professor Karahan, for your insights and wisdom. From tokenization to regulation, from traditional finance to decentralized reinvention, we've just surfed the first wave of what fintech in Turkey and what the world looks like when it's unboxed. This morning was no warm-up. It was a cross-section of where the future of finance is already unfolding. Not hypotheticals, real projects, real platforms, and real regulation. Before I let you off the hook, a brief detour. It's awards time. We love panels, but who does hate being recognized, right? And I will make you applaud a little so that you can earn your lunches. Dijital Finans'ın Öncüleri Ödül Programı ve değerlendirme süreci hakkında bilgi vermesi için öncelikle sahneye KPMG Türkiye Fintech ve Dijital Finans lideri Sinem Cantürk'ü davet ediyorum. Yeniden hoş geldiniz.
Çok mersi.
Konuşmanızdan sonra sahneden inmemenizi rica edeceğim.
Memnun olurum diyeyim. Çok teşekkürler. Tekrardan herkese merhaba diyorum. Öncelikle tabii tüm katılımcılarımıza tekrardan da hoş geldiniz diyorum. Bu yıl üçüncüsünü gerçekleştirdik biz. Dijital Finans'ın Öncüleri Ödül Programımızın. Gene çok yoğun bir katılım vardı, çok yoğun bir ilgi vardı. Çok da memnun oluyoruz biz her sene bu kadar yoğun bir ilgi ve alakanın olduğunu görmekten. Gene böyle son günlerimizi biraz daha uzattık, biraz daha başvuruları aldık. O da biraz jüri değerlendirmesini ve bizlerin değerlendirmesini zorlaştırıyor. Ama tabii çok keyifli zorlaştırmalar bunlar, hiç problem değil. Yeter ki gerçekten sektörden bu tarz ilgi ve de katılım görebilelim istiyoruz. Biz dijital finansın öncülerine ilk defa 2023 senesinde, yani işte 2 sene önce, 3 sene önce başladığımızda bir motto ile yola çıkmıştık. Her sene bir adım daha ileri götürelim ve her sene üzerine bir şey daha ekleyelim istemiştik. 2023'te ilkini gerçekleştirdik. 2024'te geçen sene yaparken hatırlarsınız eminim, anketimize, araştırmamıza ya da ödül programımıza katılanların da izniyle birlikte çok daha detaylı bilgiler toparladık. Ve bu bilgilerle birlikte Fintech araştırma raporunu, Türkiye'nin Fintech araştırma raporunu 2025'in ilk aylarında sizlerin karşısına çıkarttık. Bir Fintech araştırması oldu böylece Türkiye'nin. 2025 senesine geldiğimizde peki bu sefer nasıl bir yenilik yapalım, neler ekleyelim diye düşündük. Bu sefer de dedik ki biraz daha böyle omuz omuza, biraz daha sektörle iç içe bir değerlendirme süreci inşa edelim dedik. Daha önce de jürimiz vardı, çok kıymetli jüri üyeleriyle birlikte aslında değerlendirmemizi yapıyorduk ama bu seneki değerlendirmemizde jüri üyelerimizi biraz daha hem bankacılık sektöründen hem fintech sektöründen hem teknoloji şirketlerinin üst düzey yöneticilerinin katılımıyla biraz daha zenginleştirelim istedik. Ve de o zenginleşmiş jüriyle birlikte daha omuz omuza onların fikirlerini, görüşlerini gerçekten bir masanın etrafında alabileceğimiz bir değerlendirme yapalım istedik. Benim açımdan da çok kıymetli bir süreç oldu bu. 2 gün dolu dolu 2 seans dolu dolu bir jüri değerlendirmesi yaptık. Bilmiyorum ekrana yansıyabildim ama değerli jüri üyelerimize ben çok çok teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Çünkü gerçekten her biri konusunda uzman, Türkiye'nin önde gelen dijital finansına yön veren kıymetli yöneticiler ve vakit ayırdılar. Bizlerle birlikte kafa yordular. Hatta bundan sonrası için yenilik ya da böyle biraz daha farklılık önerileri yaptılar. Çok keyif aldığım seanslar oldu. Her birine buradan çok teşekkür ediyorum. Değerli vakitleri ve de katma değerli geri bildirimleri, fikirleri için. Hatta yarın böyle çok ufak bir teşekkürümüz de kendilerine iletilmiş olacak diyeyim. Tabii bu jüri değerlendirmesinden sonra bu program bizim için, yani özellikle KPMG için sadece bir etkinlik değil, aynı zamanda bir sektörle buluşma günü gibi değerlendiriyoruz. Çünkü sektörde yeni olan, inovasyona gerçekten yatırım yapan, küresel trendleri ya da onların Türkiye'deki bacağını temsil eden herkesle bir araya gelebilmeyi fırsatı yakalamamıza vesile oluyor dijital finansın öncüleri. Ve bu programın bir parçası olmaktan, 3.'sünü gerçekleştiriyor olmaktan da son derece memnunuz. Ama tabii bir diğer taraftan da dijital finansın öncüleri programı Demet'le inşa ederken de hep bu vizyonla yola çıkmıştık. Sadece mevcut başarıları takdir ettiğimiz bir program olmasın. Aslında Türkiye'nin dijital finansına da yön vermeye çalışsın. Bugün geldiğimiz noktada Türkiye'nin inovasyonu ne aşamada, teknolojiyi biz gerçekten süreçlerimizin içine nasıl harmanlayabiliyoruz, nasıl bir başarı hikayesi yaratabiliyoruz ve Türkiye'nin rakipleri açısından ya da yakın coğrafyalarda farklı bir noktaya gitmesi açısından da böyle yön gösterici ve ilham verici bir program olsun diye yola çıkmıştık. Umuyoruz ki böyle bir programa da dönüşebilmiş durumdayızdır diyeyim. Ben bu önemli günde bizleri yalnız bırakmadığınız, bizlerle birlikte olduğunuz için çok teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Bütün katılımcılara, ödül programımıza katılımcılara, jürimize ve bugün burada bizlerle birlikte olan herkese. Ve tabii ki demin de söylediğimiz gibi hazır sahneye çıkmışken ilk ödülü de takdim ederek ben sahnedeki vazifemi tamamlayayım istiyorum. Fintech'lerle başlayalım diyorum. Böyle geçen sene bankalarla başlamıştık. Bu sene fintech'lerle başlayalım. Fintech kategorisinde The Pioneer ödülünü vermek istiyorum. İsmini çok duyduğumuz bir fintech aslında. 3 senedir de bizim ödül programımıza başvuran bir fintech. Bugüne kadar ödül almamıştı. Her seferinde de sonradan böyle sohbet ederdik. Bu sene de bize ödül çıkmadı. Ne zaman bize bir ödül vereceksiniz diye. Demek ki o sene bu seneymiş. Gerçekten jüriyle birlikte de yaptığımız değerlendirmede jüri üyelerimiz de gerçekten bu senenin bu fintech için doğru sene olduğunu, hem aldığı yatırımlarla hem müşteriye temas etmesi, yarattığı yenilikçi ürünlerle gerçekten The Pioneer adının hakkını verdiği bir sene olduğunu söylediler. Ben de bu vesileyle bu ödülü kendilerine takdim edeceğim. Bu sene The Pioneer Fintech 2025'in kazananı CPay. Kendilerini çok tebrik ediyorum ve ödülünü alması için de ürün yönetiminden sorumlu Genel Müdür Yardımcısı sevgili Burak Sargut'u sahneye davet ediyorum.
The Pioneer ödülünün sahibi CPay. Ürün yönetiminden sorumlu Genel Müdür Yardımcımız Burak Sargut.
Tamam, pardon, görmüyorum.
Ödül sunanlar ve ödül alanlar lütfen sahnede kalsınlar. Bir sonraki kategori için The Global Fintech kategorisinde ödülü takdim edecek IFW ortağı Demet Zübeyroğlu'nu sahneye davet ediyorum. Lütfen sahnede kalın. Demet Hanım'ın sunduğu ödülü alacak Mall IQ adına CEO'su Batu Şat geliyor. The Global Fintech kategorisinde kazanan Mall IQ. Bir sonraki kategorisine geçiyoruz. The Emerging Fintech kategorisi ödülümüzü vermek üzere Maxis Girişim Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Emre Ölçer'i davet ediyorum. Ve ödülün sahibi Senoa'yı temsilen Begüm Ergin geliyor. Emerging Fintech kategorisinde kazanan Senoa. Bir sonraki kategorimiz The Innovative Fintech. Garanti Ödeme Sistemleri Genel Müdürü Kerem Orbay'ı sahneye davet ediyorum ödülü takdim etmesi için. Ödülü kazanan Ayatus Yapay Zeka Ürün Müdürü Halil Atasoy geliyor. Lütfen ortaya. The Innovative Fintech ödülünün sahibi Ayatus. Financial Inclusion Award ödülünün takdimi için Brighton Üniversitesi İşletme ve Hukuk Fakültesi öğretim üyesi Profesör Ceylan Onay Şahin geliyor. Sunacağı ödülü almak üzere UPT Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Fatih Kocauşu. Financial Inclusion Award kazananı UPT. Yeniden tebrikler. Ve jüri özel ödülünde sıra. Winning Circle 300 kurucusu Efe Bulduğu sahneye davet ediyorum. Sunacağı ödülü almak üzere Keynote kurucu ortak ve CEO'su Mine Taşkaya geliyor. Lütfen ortaya. Ödülümüz arkada. Jüri özel ödülü G-Tech'in oluyor. Bir sonraki kategorimiz The Pioneer Bank. Demet Zübeyroğlu yeniden ortaya lütfen. Ödülü alması için İş Bankası Dijital Tasarım ve Geliştirme Birim Müdürü Emine Balkesen geliyor. Lütfen ortaya doğru geçer misiniz? The Pioneer Bank ödülünün sahibi Türkiye İş Bankası. Kategorimiz The Visionary Bank. Sinem Cantürk ödülü takdim edecek. Ödülü alacak olan FIBA Bank adına Servis Bankacılığı ve Platform Entegrasyonları Yönetim Direktörü Fatih Şahin geliyor. The Visionary Bank ödülünün kazananı FIBA Banka. Yeniden tebrikler ve son kategorimiz The Collaborative Bank ödülünü takdim etmesi için CP Genel Müdür Yardımcısı Burak Sargut'u öncelikle ortaya davet ediyorum. Burak Bey'in sunacağı ödülü alacak olan Kuveyt Türk adına Architect Grup Müdürü Derviş Kanbur. The Collaborative Bank ödülünün kazananı Kuveyt Türk. Şimdi bütün ödül takdim edenler ve kazananları ortak fotoğraf için ortaya rica edeceğim. Toplu fotoğrafımız için gözler açık. En güzel olduğunuzu düşündüğünüz pozla sahnenin bana doğru biraz daha yaklaşmasını rica ediyorum. Ortalayalım. Biraz daha yaklaşırsanız, biraz daha, evet, biraz daha gelebilirsiniz. Az önce alkış alan fotoğrafçımızın yönlendirmelerini dinleyelim. Gözler açık. Pioneers of Digital Finance 2025, ladies and gentlemen. Kazananları yeniden tebrik ediyorum. And as you scatter, don't miss what's brewing across the other stages. Hall 2, I may get you off the stage, thank you. Hall 2 has the Trade Tech Summit beginning at 1:30 p.m. Hall 6 hosts the AI in Finance Summit from 2 p.m. onwards. C-Suite also offers a roundtable discussion at 2. The future of digital assets, institutional adoption and regulations. And at 2:30 p.m., Hall 3 will be the stage for startup pitches. Müziği biraz indirebilir miyiz? Konuşuyorum. When we return, we go even further. Human intelligence versus artificial. Mass adoption versus infrastructure bottlenecks. DeFi maturation and the AI asset axis. Yes, we're going there. But I will let you off the hook for lunch. We will be back here by 2 p.m. sharp. I will be back here on the stage. And I will count the names who are late. Mark my words. I do what I say. Bon appétit, afiyet olsun. Birazdan görüşeceğiz. Saat 2'de buradayız.
What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man down over there. He's telling me I've got to be away. It's time we stop. What's that sound? Everybody look, what's going down? What's going down? Battle lines being drawn. Nobody's right, everybody's wrong. Young people speaking their mind. They're getting so much resistance from behind. It's time we stop, children. What's that sign? Everybody look, what's going down? Down and down and down. What's going down? What a field day for to eat. There's 1,000 people in the streets singing songs, carrying signs. They mostly say, "Great for our side." It's time we stop now. What's that sound? Everybody look, what's going down? Yeah, what's going down? all your stripes deep into your life. It starts when you're always afraid. Get out of line, the man comes and he'll take you away. It's time you stop it. What's that sound? Everybody look, what's going down? You got to stop now, take a look. What's going down, what's going down, what's going down? You got to stop, you got to stop, you got to stop, you got to look around, you got to stop and look around, what's going down?
Every time you look my way, I'm shaking. I can feel my heart beating on the floor. There's no second chances you'll be taken. I'm leaving with you when you walk through that door. 'Cause girl, you're so fine. You're blowing my mind, baby. Girl, you're so fine. Blowing my mind, baby. Dancing on the floor, getting closer. I can feel your heart beating next to mine. You got me wanting more, but it's not over. I think it's getting close to being that time. Girl, you're so fine. You're blowing my mind, baby. Girl, you're so fine. You're blowing my mind, baby. Darling, you gotta be my sunshine, love. Want to kiss and hold. Be my sunshine, girl, you're so fine. You're blowing my mind, baby. Girl, you're so fine. Blowing my mind, baby. Darling, you gotta be my sunshine. Want to kiss and sunshine, love. So won't you come shower? This is a song about me, and a song about to becoming free. This is a song about love. This is a song about me, and a song about to becoming free. This is a song about love. Naturally, I cannot stop to think about the changes that my life will see. I'm not afraid of things to come. Is it a daughter or a son? I hope the baby's healthy. I know it's a beautiful one. We'll be 3 instead of 2. Wonders of a truth, a blessing brought to me. Pressure I see from everybody, but I just do what I feel is right in my heart. This is a song about me, and a song about to becoming free. This is a song about love. This is a song about me, and a song about to becoming free. This is a song about love. We're gonna wake you, face you, smell you, and touch your soft baby skin, and then go back to bed. We're gonna hold you, face you, smell you, and touch your soft baby skin, and then try to go back to bed. This is a song about me, and a song about to becoming free. This is a song about love. This is a song about me, and a song about to becoming free. This is a song about love. I'm gonna sing lullabies to you, tell you goodnight stories. Go outside and play, have picnics. In the summertime, go roller skating. In wintertime, go ice skating. And go swimming on our ice. I love to go swimming. We go swimming in the summertime. We can even go horseback riding. 'Cause I know some people have horses. We can go horse riding. Bicycle. I get your bicycle. You can learn how to ride your bike without the training wheels. Because training wheels are stupid. You have to ride the bike, without the training wheels. And I'll tell you stories, we'll make up stories and draw pictures and, just play around in the sand, make a little boat, make sand castles, go to the beach. We will definitely go to the beach. I like eating popsicles and snow cones. And when the ice cream man come around, just all the ice cream man. And you won't get hand-me-downs. The reason, oh yes you will, you get a few hand-me-downs. I'm not, no, actually, this is a song about me, and a song about to becoming free. This is a song about love.
Welcome back. Istanbul Fintech Week 2025, second half of the day. How's it going so far? How do you feel? Great, perfect. And how are you? That's the best kind of an answer. How did you decide that you were great? Great conversations, great people, great networking, a lot of information, insights and wisdom. Perfect. So, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the main stage for Istanbul Fintech Week 2025. Meanwhile, there are parallel stages hosting intriguing subjects and captivating speakers, not to send you off or anything, but just in case, do check your timetables so that you won't miss out on anything that you might want to catch. Well, if this morning was about what fintech can do, this afternoon begins with a question of who we are within it. But please remind yourself if you cannot follow the conversations in Turkish, there's always simultaneous translation that you can listen to on headphones, the headsets that you can get at the intro. Eğer konuşmaları İngilizce olarak takip etmede zorlanıyorsanız lütfen girişteki çeviri kulaklıklarından alın. Böylece rahatlıkla takip edebilirsiniz. There are startup pitches, roundtable events, everything is going on at the same time, and second half of the day is a lot busier than we would imagine, so we had to bring in the heavy artillery. Heavy not in the weight. Well, our keynote, Human Operations Manual, rediscovering our natural balance and bringing it into the future, cuts through the noise of the high-speed world that we live in. We'll explore how our factory settings, meaning biological, cognitive, emotional, this can be thought of not as limitations, but as the foundational software for human tech harmony. The venerable Sinan Canan doesn't just analyze cognition, he composes it, as in music. From mental fatigue to creative renewal, he invites us to see poetry, music, and art, not as luxuries, but as core functions of the human operating system. In a world of artificial intelligence, this is what we expect from the machines anyway. These might be just the final frontiers of what real, authentic, and natural intelligence can be called. Please welcome Professor Sinan Canan.
Merhabalar. Hello everyone. How about the sound? And pictures are good. I cannot do anything about the pictures, but if sound is good, that's okay. I am Sinan Canan. I am a biologist and a neuroscientist originally. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about what is a human, because whatever you talk about here in terms of tech or finance is directly related to us. But we are a quite bizarre creature that forgets what they are throughout their lives. I don't know if you experienced this, but as I was, the days from my childhood, I always asked the same question. Why am I like this? Why others like that? And why am I not like that person or this person? So that was the main question to, identify ourselves. Probably I begin my journey with such kind of questions. And today's subject is about that. What is a human? Do you know what it is? We do everything for humans, by humans, but strangely we don't know what it is. It's not easy to describe what a human being is. There are a lot of different descriptions, some of them, technical, some of them cultural, some of them religious, but they're all stating about the same thing. What are we? I don't know if you're certain about yourself. I'm not yet. I'm not certain. I'm still trying to understand myself. But luckily, I'm a biologist. They taught me biology in my very early years, so that I consider as a gift in my life. So if you start to look at yourself and your life and your environment from the window of biology, you'll see a very different and stunning stuff. And if I can do it in this less than half an hour, I will do my best to summarize what I saw so far about human beings. I don't know which one do you prefer among these descriptions, but I don't prefer any of them. I have a new description for you. Human beings, as the evidence suggests, are here for more than 300,000 years on this earth. It's a very long time if you think about our civilization, our civil history. 300,000 years is a very, very long time. Maybe, we invented writing like 5,000 or 6,000 years before, and approximately 10 or 12,000 years ago we invented agriculture and started settlements. I'm talking about 300,000. It's a very, very long time. And if you look to the timeline, this is the age of life on this earth. 3.5 billion years life is present on this world. And if you look at this little portion, we've been here across all these timelines. We are quite new, we are quite novice, we don't know anything about what's going on. And if we look to our own history, which spans more than 300,000 years, and if you just divide it into different timelines, this is our civilization that we know of. From the Industrial Revolution, it probably 200 or 250 years just passed. And now we are constructing a new environment with new technologies and new stuff, these cities, this way of living. We are kind of confused what to do about this because we have a very long history, very long addictions and needs and setups in our body and minds, but this new state is quite unfamiliar to us. Let's put them all together. No matter if you're dealing with finance or astronomy or whatever, these numbers are too large for human beings to comprehend. These are too large. 13.8 billion years is the age of the universe, 4.5 billion years the age of the Earth, and 3.5 billion years is the age of the life forms on this world. So these are very, very long time scales, and believe me, even I cannot imagine what I'm talking about. So just feel comfortable. They're just too big. That's what we know for now. So this is our family tree, according to the modern science. We belong to this huge tree of living organisms. And if you are wondering where are we here, it begins like 3.5 billion years ago here and gives off countless branches to reach this point, for us of course. Here we are as humans among the other primates, and all human diversity is included in that single species that we call Homo sapiens sapiens. Our biological name is Homo sapiens sapiens. Homo means human. Do you know what sapiens mean? Generally, books say that it is able to think or wise, but that is not correct. I discovered it, like 10 years ago, years after graduated from biology. I looked up the etymology of the word. The sapiens is derived from a Latin word sapiare, which means able to taste life, which is a gusto. Yeah, we are like that. You don't see any giraffe when eating a grass or leaf from the tree and says, oh my God, that's delicious. No, there are no giraffes like that. We only do this, we only get the taste of life. So this is a very interesting nomenclature for humans, actually. But you probably saw such caricatures or pictures about evolution a lot of times. But one point is generally missing. Yes, we are, in terms of our body structure, are direct descendant of other living beings on this earth, but we have a difference. If we just put the thoughts on the picture, we are kind of bizarre in terms of thinking. We are wondering why are we here? We are wondering the reason of all of this. And this generally or essentially separates us from all other living beings as a fundamental problem that we have. So let's start by the most tangible thing that we can look for humans. This is our body. I don't know if you just checked your body recently carefully. Did you check your body? How is it? If you imagine yourself in your mind's eye, you generally imagine yourself with your clothes on. That's very interesting because normally we don't have clothes biologically. We are just wearing them on. But with our naked body, we cannot survive in any place on the earth. We are the only creature that cannot survive with the inborn equipment in their bodies. We don't have anything to survive in the nature. So we need to put on some clothes, we need to prepare our environment, we need to derive our food, we need to do a lot of stuff in order for basic survival. But if you look closely to our body, if you check the inside, our bones, our organs, even our brains are the same with all the others. But there is something different that we need to figure out to understand what is different between us and other animals. And it looks like that this is that organ in your heads, which we call the brain. Because if we change the liver or transplant the heart or cut any organ of the body without harming life itself, human beings are continue to exist as they are. They are not changing drastic stuff in their personality. But if you give a little bit damage to this organ, everything changes. So we decided that, we figured out that this organ may be central to our existence as human beings. So what is this organ, basically? This organ is a survival device. Its main job is to make us alive in different and ever-changing conditions in natural world. It's very easy to say today, but if you think about 100,000 years ago, it was a very hard time. It is a very hard time to do that job because the natural environment is very wild, very offensive for human beings, and it needs to generate a lot of different innovative solutions to make this naked and very weak creature alive. And it's doing this job perfectly, like more than several 100,000 years. But now, things are getting a little bit bizarre. We started to change our environment to make us more and more comfortable, but as time goes by, we just a little bit exaggerated in that job. We built, an enormously ever-changing civilization, and now we are probably feel like enslaved by our own technology. I need to offer you a kind of paradox that all of us needs to think about. This is the very existential paradox of modern humans right now. We are living in an abundance world. Everything is abundant right now, but we are always missing something. We are longing for something. I don't know why. Even I'm like that. I always want something more. We are hyper-connected, but we are very, very alone. And we are the loneliest generation, probably, across all the human generations. The major social problem in the world today is loneliness, especially in the developed countries. And we have a lot of sources of information, but we are very, very deceived by different sources or misleading information. AI, our best friend right now, as far as I can imagine, can tell us everything, but it cannot give us the meaning. We need to produce meaning, and we feel very incapable of doing that. We have endless possibilities, but no clear direction, especially for the young people right now. They are searching for a meaningful life, but they generally cannot find it. And despite the fact that our intelligence is rising, in terms of digital and biological intelligence is rising, but the ignorance is frightening. We are now misled by any kind of source that we can find. The problem, if you ask me, is generated by this single fact. We are a product of 3.5 billion years of research and development, but right now we are trying to adapt to an environment that we designed and we put ourselves into. So this is a problem. Now we are struggling to find a way out. The best solution for that, if you ask me again, we need to understand the biological or evolutionary heritage and try to live accordingly. Sounds simple, right? But it's not that simple. It's not easy to do that. It's easy to understand, but you need a very, very firm willpower to, apply these decisions to your life. So this is İnsanın Fabrika Ayarları, or as the title in English, Human Operations Manual. Almost the latest book. Actually, I wrote 2 books after that, but this is the major volume that I, wrote so far. Did anyone read this before? Anyone here? No one? Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 4 times larger than the Turkish, average. That's cool. 5 people and 6. You will. Okay. I also will. That's good. Now, this large volume only comprises 5 different items. Probably most of you know why are they important. We need to exercise. We need to control our food intake. We need to have real human relationships. We need to learn how to manage our stress, and we need to push our boundaries. These 5 items are the basic settings that I learned from biology for all of us. with no exceptions. Every human being now living on this earth, and probably every human being will be living on this earth like 10,000 years later from now. So I'm very confident about that because biology tells us our biological settings are not changing constantly. They are very slowly changing parameters. So we have a heritage from our ancestors derived from our natural settings, and now we are forced to living in a very different environment with all these inherited settings. So if you think about any health problems that you heard or you experienced, all of them, without any exception, probably is coming from evolutionary adaptation problems. Like, for example, if you like dessert, baklava, if you eat a lot of baklava for several years, you know what's going to happen. Diabetes, right? Or long-term stress without any management, stress. It will burn you out or make some ulcers or something like that. You develop some kind of illness nowadays, and most of these illnesses are grouped as preventable diseases. We can prevent them just by adjusting our lives in terms of these 5 basic items. So let's just ponder them one by one very briefly. Why we should exercise. If you think about our ancestors like 100,000 years ago, they cannot survive just by lying in their beds or backs without doing nothing. They need to work constantly. They need to produce constantly. They need to migrate. They need to do a lot of stuff in order to just for basic survival. So, right now, what is our situation? You've been sitting here for how many hours? You just can sit here. You can even travel between continents, and you just can sit on a chair, a flying chair. So that's quite new for human beings, and our bodies is not equipped for that. But if we look at the basic premise, why do we have a brain? That's a very basic question, but it's not easy to answer because they don't teach us that. Brain thinks, brain behaves, brain reacts, brain perceives, brain does all the things. But why do we have it? It's a very simple answer. There are 2 living beings on this picture. One is a monkey, one is a tree. Which one has a brain? The monkey. Even kids know that. Why the only monkey has the brain, not the tree? What's the difference? Trees are stable at a single point, but the other is wandering around. It is moving. So if you're moving and you have a large body, you need to figure out what's going on around you. You need to perceive them. You need to make some kind of computation and adjust your own movements. So brains are movement machines, movement controlling devices. So if there's a brain, there needs to be some kind of movement. And if there is a movement or displacement for the body, it needs to have a kind of brain. So brains are movement controlling devices. But right now, these devices are useless. If I make you sit here like several hours, your capacity for understanding what's been told here will be diminished almost less than half. So your cognitive potential goes down and down when you are not moving your body. And if you start very simple exercises just by walking or stretching yourself, and as you see from these pictures, these are brain scans, just sit down 20 minutes and your brain just shuts off. And if you just start to walk, it's light up. It starts to work again. So your brain just wakens up when you start moving. And that's the reason for that. This is its main job, to control the movements. So, you know the benefits. I don't have to stress all of them, but maybe we should remind us every day the physical movement is the key for a healthy life in all aspects. It has a lot of, countless number of health benefits, mental benefits, and also it also makes better our social relationships. It means everything. But, as my son says, one part of me is always want to lie down and be sleepy all the time. because one portion of human beings needs to rest all the time. We need to resist that in order to be healthy. But not think about this movement just for your body. It's not about the body. It's also about the mind. It's also about the feelings. And it's also about your spiritual life. It needs to have a kind of dynamism. And if you are concentrating on a single intellectual subject for like 20 years, your IQ will sure decrease. So you need to change subjects. You need to excite your mental or emotional life as much as possible. So, my least favorite one. We need to eat less, I'm sorry. I love eating, as most of you do, but we need to, limit it. Why? Because we are a very hungry creature, and there's a very simple reason for that. Our brain consumes too much energy, too much energy. It comprises of 2% of your body, in terms of weight, 2%, but it burns the energy like 1/4 or 1/5 of the energy that you are now burning is burned by your brain. So it's a very hungry organ. You need to feed it. But we are not in the nature anymore. If you look at the nature, these guys have 1/3 of our brains, and they need to eat 12 hours a day because they are vegetarian and generally they eat grass and green stuff. So in order to feed their brains, they need to constantly eat and then sleep. That's it. All the life is that. But if we feed ourselves with the same diet, there can be a problem because 3 times bigger brain and 24 hours, it's not going to be enough. So we need a diversity of food. And here it is. Here we are. Now we are mass producing every type of food that we can find. We have the greatest abundance of food resources ever in the human history. But now most of the people are not dying from hunger right now. We are dying because we are excessively full. We are eating too much. And as Jared Diamond said, this is the first suicide attempt of human race, inventing the agriculture, monocultural production of food. We just spent acres of areas for a single plant and make an abundant production of it, and we can consume anytime we like. So this is not good for us because we are evolved in the nature. We need to obey the rules and rhythms of the nature in order to be healthy in terms of eating. Probably most of the famous doctors in Turkey and in the world are the doctors talking about nutrition. You know all their names, right? Canan Karatay, Yavuz Dizdar, Ayşegül Çorumlu. You know all of them because we are very concerned about what we eat. And this is rightly so. You need to understand, you need to control it. But these are the basic principles in terms of biology. Don't, confuse your heads. Just, you need to stay hungry like 12 or 16 hours. That's the simplest parameter that you can check. If you are getting hungry or if you feel irresistible hunger like 5 or 6 hours after a meal, then there's a problem with your, feeding habits. So this is the normal range. So just 1 meal a day will suffice, or 2 maybe. So get rid of carbohydrates. Please get rid of them. Don't use them. They are drugs. They are not nutrients. They're just making us high. That's it. They're not feeding us. If possible, try to find and consume unprocessed food. Use diverse sources, not the same thing every day. It's not good for our body. So seasonal foods are very important because we are evolved with these plants and other food resources. This is called the coevolution, and we are kind of in a balance with them. But if you want to eat eggplant 365 days a year, then you will probably have a problem with that. And also, if you can say no, you will save yourself. This is actually the most rapidly weight-losing exercise that you can have like this. If you do like that, for example, dessert, no. One more table, no. If you just say that, you can easily get rid of this excess food intake. So this one is probably the most important, the third one, real relationships. We are now connected with everyone. We are following thousands of people. Even I had poked Barack Obama like 15 years ago over Facebook. I poked him, you know. There was a thing poking. He never poked me back. But I did it. So we're just connected. We can be in touch with everyone. But this is not what we need. Our brains are social brains. It's easy to say, but most of us don't know what does it mean to have a social brain. If you look to your brain mass, more than 90% of your brain is dedicated to your social abilities. This is why we have that that huge brain in our heads. Why? Because it's not our intellect that keeps us alive in this world. It's our ability to act together, to form social bonds, and do some collaborative stuff in our life. That's what makes us alive up to today. So this is our most precious abilities that we have, the social abilities. And according to that, not just our brains, but our bodies are also adapted to our social engagements. For example, did you think about why do you have eyebrows? Especially ladies spend too much time on their eyebrows. Why do we have them? To do this, to express our feelings. Or do you know we are the only primates that you can have a visible white of their eyes? We have a white area in our eyes. Why? Because in order for you to see where I'm gazing right now, if I just switch my gaze, you can just follow it. So this is all socially adapted bodily properties that are showing us we are very advanced social creatures. And hence, if you want to live longer, especially from your middle ages, please have some friends and family members close around you. So this is the golden formula. If you are with someone that you can trust for several years, you will not die easily, except you're hit by a truck, of course. It's not included that. But if you feel alone for a very long time, your body somehow, destructs itself. It's a self-destruction mechanism when you're alone. So be very careful about that, because especially in young ages, those social digital interactions seems like an interaction, but in later life, we see that it's not the case. And actually, this is very harmful right now, and it's the most important thing that we need to control and that develop a culture against, because it's our basic setting, so to speak. Now, the fourth one. Are you stressed? Raise your hands if you're stressed. Really that low? Kind of, not now, but in general. Do you feel life stressed? Is life stressful? Yes, right now you're very comfortable, but generally life is stressful. So that's a prize for it. This is the book. Please read this, Robert Sapolsky's book, Why Zebras Don't Get Ulcers. It's for sure. They don't get ulcers from stress, but we do. We are the only creature that is dying of stress. So what is stress? Stress is a biological defense mechanism. If you just hinder any kind of activity of an organism, if you just limit its movement, if you just cut its nutrients or whatever, it generates stress. So stress helps the creature to get out of the situation. So this is a helping thing that we have inside our body. But in humans, it is a killer. Why is that? In long term, if you have stress, your neural cells degenerate and lose their ability to connect the others. And your brain structures lose their volumes, or they are shrinking for the long-term stress. So why do we have something like that? And by the way, we don't see such a pattern in any other animal. This is peculiar to us. We can be proud of it. So this is the stress region, the red alarm region of your brain. This is the amygdala. When something goes wrong, when you are in the danger, when you are feeling anxious about something, this goes off, and the same place has, animals has the same region in their brain. When this dog is very angry, the amygdala is activated. But in humans, it's activated every time. Even in the morning, dear ladies, when you open up your cabinet and trying to figure out what you're going to wear today, okay? A lot of options, uncertainty, what should you pack? Then you have an amygdala activation. And in the traffic, and during the exam times in school, and every time this stress system is activated. Even just surfing the internet. This is what happens in the internet in the 60 seconds. Tremendous things are going on around us, and this also causes some kind of stress in our brains and our bodies. So the stress activates the brain mechanism in the center of the brain and sends a signal to your kidneys, the adrenal glands above your kidneys. And your adrenal glands secrete a hormone called cortisol. Simple, right? But this cortisol is the mother of all evil in the long term. If you do not learn to manage this mental stress and reduce the stress in your life, this is just a fraction of things that it may cause. 99% of the people living in cities are dying from stress-related disorders, one of any kind of stress-related disorder. And I am a neurophysiologist and also medical physiologist. I don't know any single disease that is not related to stress. No, any type of disease is directly related to stress. And here's a number in 2021, 2016. This is the injuries that were killed more than 5,000 people, but the work stressors killed more than 250,000 people. This is a huge number, so we need to learn how to manage it. So how to manage? Don't care that much. It's not the solution, of course. There are some methods. You can learn them from much pain from anywhere else, but there are some basic rules. Most of them are related with the other factory settings or operation manual items. Like, if you start exercise, you have less stress. If you eat less, believe me, I tried this, you have less stress. If you have real human conditions, like if you have a friend just beside you, you don't feel that much stress. And also, we generally forget to reward ourselves. We need to learn how to reward ourselves. Do you have a done list that you will check this evening before you go to bed? Done list. You have to-do lists, I know that. You have a lot of to-do. But if you have done lists, then you can reward yourself. Just, I've done this, I've done that. Oh, okay, I can go to bed right now. And also, meaning of life is very important. So this item forced me to write another book. I didn't finish it yet, but probably its name will be Human Spiritual Settings, something like that. I don't know. In Turkish, insanın manevi ayarları. I don't know when I will finish that. And the final thing, do not try to add something in your life. Just please subtract. Minimize it. Simplify it. Our lives are too complicated for us to handle. And this final one, I'm just exceeding my time, but I will give you some thoughts about this. Life itself, as an idea, as an event, as a phenomenon in this world, is a groundbreaking or boundary-pushing stuff, if you look at that. For the, 3.5 billion years, it's spread everywhere, generated trillions of different creatures on this earth. And as a part of this, as a living being, we are also equipped with such an instinct. We need to grow. We need to make something out of ourselves. But if you look to our near ancestors, like in 50,000 years, they are like ADHD individuals. They migrated every place on the earth in a couple of thousand years. They just spread all across the world, and they find a way to adapt virtually any kind of environment that they can find. So, as their descendants, we have some heritage in terms of this. We cannot sit still in our places. This is our brain's higher function control center. This is your frontal brain. And what it does is very simple. It makes us different than the other animals. When an animal had a perception, has call to action to it in kind of sensory perception, it needs to react to it. No animal can just stop and think if I should do that or that or that. They cannot do it. They just react. But if we come to humans, when we get a kind of sensory perception, we can stop, we can think about it, and we can change our strategy. We are the only creature that we can do that in this extent, and we are the only creature that can create an action. We are not bound by reaction. So if you can create an action, you are the master of your destiny. But if you are living by, you know, action, reaction stuff, then your fate will be determined by the other factors. And my last word is about this eternal dichotomy about heaven and hell. Human beings have we have just an obsession about this. We want to create heavens, but we don't know how to do that. But if you look to the human psychology and biology in a very slightly different angle, you will see that our pleasure drives us to go somewhere. Our pleasures directing us throughout life. And as old psychologists stated, we have two groups of pleasure. One group of pleasure you know very well, most of us know very well. We are advertised all the time about these. These are just eat and have fun, just numb yourself, laugh, or like, you know, feel some sexual desire or something like that. And on the other hand, deep conversations, thinking, higher human activities, they're not readily, you know, they don't sell us to all of these on the right side. On the left side, it's a very, you know, uniquely you can find in every place, in every social media, in every application that you have. And if you ask me, these are the higher pleasures that we have. And for the most of the time, for example, if you have a music tendency, you just direct it towards this area to consume music, not to produce music or use music in your life. So we are just kind of banned from the right side, but always pushed to the other side because this side is much more beneficial. So if we want to create a heaven, create a paradise for ourselves, then we need to be very careful about what we are chasing. Don't forget, please, all the pleasures on the left side that you saw. Can I go back? Yeah, on the left side, all the pleasures can make addictions. You know that? Addictions can only occur here. Can you see any addiction around here? There will be no addiction. There are going to be commitments on there. So commitments just rise you, and those addictions will lower you in terms of your being, unfortunately. So, my final message would be, if it goes like this, it is about, the health is about a complete harmony in your life between your mind, body, and spirit. It's not about some parameters that we can measure. It's something that we can feel. And it's also something like art. Living is not like science. It's just like art. And the best thing is said by Goethe himself. He says that the art of living, right, is like all arts. It must be learned and practiced with constant care. We should always care about this, and this must be the most important project in our lives. So I passed 7 minutes, but probably it's worth it, right? Thank you very much for having me.
Well, if you ask the question, what is the meaning of life? Let me give you an answer. Life has no meaning. Life is the means to create meaning, just like the letters of the alphabet. The letters of the alphabet gives you words and sentences so that you can produce the meaning needed in your life. So, whenever you feel like you have to find a purpose, you have to find the meaning, you have to create it. You're not going to come across it on a desert like anything else. Anyway, we now pivot to a challenge that defines whether digital assets truly belong to the future of finance or remain a niche interest. It's mass adoption. We've discussed tokenization, regulation, and the infrastructure powering new financial models, but adoption is when real people use digital assets in everyday life. It's still the summit to be reached. Mass adoption is not about hype, it's about creating seamless user experiences, embedding trust in decentralized systems, and designing regulation that protects without stifling it. This panel dives into what it really takes for digital assets to break beyond the early adopters and reach the global financial mainstream. We'll hear from leaders building compliant marketplaces, robust custody systems, programmable money platforms, and regulated exchanges, each working to make digital assets not just usable, but unmissable. From custody to compliance, to everyday usability. These panelists are turning infrastructure into intuition. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Katie Evans, Chief Business Development Officer at Swarm Markets. She's engineering DeFi access with regulatory precision. Peter Groskopf, CTO and COO at All Unity GmbH. He builds the pipelines that connect institutions with token ecosystems. Sebastian Higgs, co-founder and COO of Cordial Systems. He knows what it takes to make custody secure enough for Wall Street and smooth enough for startups. And Svin Balfes, co-founder and chairman of Monerium. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy. Thank you.
I can't promise you we're going to delve into the meaning of life, but we are going to talk about mass adoption for DeFi, which is just as spicy. I'd like to thank my panelists for being here today. We're going to look at this from a tangible and practical perspective, but also from a human and perceptual problem too. Once we've reorganized the panelists, that is.
There we go. Musical chairs.
Oh, it's musical chairs. I don't know if you guys had that in this country growing up, but it was very fun as kids when we were little. Okay, so, and hopefully we're going to come away with some practical insights and some tangible outcomes for how builders in the space can be considering what is needed for mass adoption when they're building out DeFi-based solutions. So before we start, can we do a quick round of intros? Peter, we'll start with you.
Yes, hi, I'm Peter. I'm CTO and COO at All Unity. We're currently building up an e-money institution in Germany to issue a euro-denominated stablecoin under MiCA regulation. So I'm the technical guy on that team, helping to build it up. Before I co-founded many regulated companies. For example, Solaris Bank was probably the most known one, so the first fintech in Germany that got a banking license, but then also worked for a regulated exchange in Germany and built up a DeFi startup for the past 3 years.
Great. Seb?
My name's Sebastian Higgs. I'm co-founder and COO of Cordial Systems. Our company effectively provides custody technology for cryptocurrencies and digital assets, working with everything from cryptocurrency native exchanges, custodians, also traditional finance exchanges bringing equities markets on-chain, and banks as well. So my background myself, focusing on the custody space in crypto for the last 7 years. Previously built a UK regulated custodian that was acquired in 2020 by Genesis Global Trading. And going even further back, I started my career out at Goldman Sachs, so coming from a very traditional finance background.
Great. And Sven?
Hi, I'm Sven Walfels. I'm one of the co-founders of Monerium. We're the first company in Europe to put regulated, authorized fiat money on chain. We have euros, sterling, and dollars currently powering a number of applications, on-chain applications in Europe, including Visa debit card with euros and sterling, and also a MasterCard debit card with euros and sterling. So arguably, because we're the first company in Europe, and Europe is the main jurisdiction to have had a proper license for stablecoins, we are the first company to get stablecoins right in any major jurisdiction. Our euros are fully integrated with the SEPA payment system, so there's no ramps, exchanges needed to access them. You can just move them from your off-chain bank account into your on-chain wallet and right back without any intermediaries. So about myself, my background is in technology, physics. I first started a company in California when I was a graduate student at Stanford back in the late 90s. That's when I also first started messing around with cryptography, and I took a class which is now famous at Stanford University on cryptography by a guy called Dan Bonnet. So I was fortunate enough to have the relevant experience when I came across Bitcoin back in the day. The longest I've ever lived in one place is in London, UK, and I helped organize the first Bitcoin conference in London in 2012. 2012. The first Bitcoin hackathon I participated in was in Berlin back in 2012 as well. So I've been in this space for some time, and I'm amazed to be here because it's all about human relations, as the gentleman who had the presentation before said. It's all about interactions and engaging and helping people use the tools that so many of us have built in this space.
Okay, so we've got a custodian and then 2 stablecoin operators. Does that mean there's a bit of rivalry? Are we going to see any fights today on the panel, or are we keeping it kosher?
I think it's.
We're going to find out.
Let's see.
It's a very young
Depends on your
ecosystem.
question.
Yeah, let's see if I can throw
Peter and I discussed this earlier, but it's a very young ecosystem, so there's plenty of room to grow inside the ecosystem.
That's a very diplomatic answer.
Yes. I think we both agree on that.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, so a nice segue then from the presentation around human interaction. My first question is actually centered around when we look at barriers to mainstream adoption. How much does the human or the perception of the industry actually block a lot of people from moving in? And I'm thinking, you know, all the FTX scandals, Binance CEO being imprisoned. I mean, we're no short of a scandal in this industry. So how much do we think that is one of the biggest barriers to adoption? Peter, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. So I think in crypto over the past years, we have always seen these hype cycles, right? And I think each of these hype cycles has been connected with some developments going inside the crypto industry. So in the beginning was the early adoption. Then there was let's call it invention of the ERC20 token. So we had the ICO hype, we had the DeFi hype, we had the NFT hype, and kind of there were always these topics related to like a hype being created, and in between there were the crypto winters, the famous ones, so where the prices went down for quite a while. So it's now the question kind of like how many new topics can come up from the industry so that we can keep on going what these hype cycles are. And I'm personally a little bit pessimistic on that, I must say, and eventually also have a different opinion than some people in the room. But so I really believe, especially when people ask me like, should I now invest into Solana or Ethereum or Bitcoin? I always say like, of course the prices can go up when more people invest, but I think there's a barrier already of people investing. So if you kind of go to an anniversary party and some people hear that you're in the crypto industry, then there's always these 50% who kind of gratulate, like, super interesting.
You cannot tell an Uber driver that you work in crypto because they will ask for your recommendations on what to buy.
And then there's the other half that kind of hates you somehow because they made like bad experiences with buying crypto and so on. And I really honestly believe that crypto, especially when it comes to the prices, can only go up when it's actually used for something. So let me explain. So Ethereum the price can only go up if it gets used for something useful. So for example, there's like the invention of DeFi, there's like digital identity, there's stable coins as probably one of the use cases these days that really can drive mass adoption. I think we're going to come to that also later during the panel. But I think it's now really about building something with blockchain infrastructure, building something useful. So not the next NFT, not the next pump fund stuff. So let's build something real. And I think then we're going to see the adoption of kind of like development of crypto prices, but also like the whole industry and actually delivering value.
But Seb, coming on to you, would you agree that, you know, these crazy price actions and headlines making the news actually acts as a gateway for people to move into the sector, who then go on to explore what this technology is actually all about?
Yeah, it's definitely attention grabbing, the headlines or the price of Bitcoin, or, you know, just reading in the Financial Times, you know, about the Circle IPO very recently, and Coinbase, you know, being the first one as well. It's constantly in and out of mainstream conversations, both institutional level and at the individual level for the retail side of things, shall we say. But I think as Peter and yourself, Katie, touched upon, you know, the difficulty that individuals experience when trying to get involved in this space. So, for example, when you're generally building products, you want to meet the user where they are within their context and make it as easy as possible, right? You know,
and that is the big difference between traditional finance and decentralized finance, right? Where in TradFi, it's about people coming to where you are, whereas for we as operators, it's about going to the customer.
Yeah, in some sense. So, you know, if we think about someone starting their crypto journey, perhaps, you know, they think, well, I want to go buy some Bitcoin today. So, you know, they have to go to a new type of exchange, one they're probably not using already for anything else. They have to go through a compliance onboarding, KYC aspect to that. They then need to deposit some cash. They then need to buy some Bitcoin, and then maybe even withdraw the Bitcoin to another wallet they've downloaded somewhere else. So all of these steps, and that's just going at a high level, there's a lot more to it than that, is you're asking the user to be very motivated to learn a lot of new things, and if they're not motivated, they're just going to abandon the task altogether. That's just natural. If it's too complicated or too annoying, why bother?
Too hard won't do it.
Exactly. So I think that's true, and as a general point, if we're going to get to mainstream adoption, for the individuals, again, it has to be more of a one-click experience, maybe within something they're already using, perhaps, and it's just another product. And same on the institutional side, cryptocurrency needs to be an asset class alongside equities, fixed income, commodities, currencies, sitting on the exact same level, and in some sense becoming quite vanilla and quite boring in that regard, but that's the way people can then access things in a very straightforward fashion as well.
Well, definitely boring if you compare it to monkey-based JPEGs that people get
Correct.
excited about. Svein, coming on to you, would you say that the human element or that perception problem is the same for both a retail and an institutional audience, or are there different considerations?
It's the same across the board and for any technology. If you look back in history, we went through a dot-com bubble, right?
Yep.
I was sort of finishing my university studies back then. I spoke to my uncle, who was a generation ahead of me, and asked him what he thought about it, and he said, in my day, it was Onyx companies. It was companies that had a name ending in Onyx. So there was a lot of experimentation, new technology. It was a transistor. What remains? Intel remains out of that. What remains from .com? Well, Google and Amazon remain from .com. What remains from crypto? We don't know, because it's too early to tell, but there will be institutions that use this technology on scale for institutions, other institutions for retail, to move money, send money, move assets, send assets, transact assets across the globe. Because ultimately, all crypto is, and people have different words to describe it, is shared ledgers that can be shared across the globe, so you can move assets instantly and peer-to-peer without intermediaries. And they're totally programmable. So this changes the paradigm of many industries, and it has the potential to do it. But it's important to sort of introduce them in a responsible way, which is why Monerium, we're fortunate enough to be early in this. The founders were early in this game. We noticed Ethereum when it came out. We had known Vitalik since before Ethereum. One of my co-founders even invested in the IPO of Ethereum, and then we said, okay, this could be something. Putting token on chain, putting all tokens on chain, not just like regular securities, whatever people want to, come up with. But the point is that we started thinking about how can we do this responsibly and facilitate responsible adoption, and then a proven, reliable way of putting money on chain is like the precondition of everything else. Because we all use mostly regular money, euros, dollars, Turkish lira, in our regular day-to-day transactions. So our mission was to put fully authorized, regulated, proven form of fiat on chain. That's how we approached it, to foster responsible innovation. And our go-to-market in that sense also has always been arm the builders, to share with others, let others come and use our technology to build their apps. So that's our approach. We rolled out, we didn't do any ICOs, we weren't participating in any of the crypto speculation. Our stablecoin is regular money and is not listed on any exchange. It makes no sense to us to list money on exchange. So we took that approach to remove the big risk factor of having money on chain, putting it out there.
If you could score, I'm going to ask all of you this, out of 10, as a main hindrance to adoption, how would you rate human perception out of 10?
It's totally number 10. It's animal spirits that move markets.
So you think that's one of the biggest hindrances to mainstream adoption is the human perception of the industry?
It's ultimately, it's animal spirits, it's fear, greed, curiosity for the early adopters, but ultimately trust.
Okay. So you're a solid 10. Seb?
Totally.
Yeah, I mean, not too far away from a 10. Maybe wouldn't go to the top of the scale, but call it a 7, maybe an 8.
Okay.
I think the important bit there was the trust point of view, right? Trust is domain specific, and everything that has to be felt around that has to be configured in a way that is approachable and can work for the components within that network, whether it's a bank, whether it's an individual logging in on their phone, for example.
Do you not think it's ironic? We talk about it's an industry predicated on trustlessness, but yet trust is still a big element of it. Peter, out of 10, what are you rating this?
I would give it a 5,
Ooh,
diplomatic 5 in the middle, simply because I believe there's so many different factors that have an effect. So it's not that only one, so that should get a 10. So there's like quite a bunch of
Okay, you're going
of
more
factors
nuanced.
that kind of all add up to a 10.
Okay, let's move this discussion now onto the actual practicality of what you guys are all building in the space. How do we balance sort of user experience with elements like security that help build trust and hopefully increase adoption? Seb, I'm going to come to you first because it all starts with custody.
Yeah, absolutely. So we effectively build, as I mentioned, for exchanges, custodians, and trading shops. So they have a variety of different contexts. Also, we work with a number of banks, and let's just take them as a particular example, given they're moving into this space very quickly now. And effectively, back to the point of it needs to be just another asset class to them. So they have a way of managing risk, managing operations, compliance for equities, fixed income, and they need to do the same thing for cryptocurrencies. So crypto started out on the fringes, not within the finance world. It was its own thing, and is kind of now having to sort of tunnel back, in a sense, towards finance if it wants to become an institutional asset class and be involved alongside these other products, which is why banks are very opinionated in how they're going to run crypto custody. It's also why regulators like in Turkey and TÜBİTAK and other informational technology standard setting bodies are saying we want to have on-prem solutions. We want to have the banks in control of this IT, these infrastructure and servers, and the data must be within the country itself. We can't be having SaaS-based solutions in different areas where the vendor is a massive dependency. It needs to all kind of happen within the context of the banking world, and you can have key providers and vendors who are part of that, but ultimately you cannot have a massive outsourcing risk when you want to have the banks managing all of this. That's something they've been doing for decades. Moving to cloud computing and other things, they're very familiar with letting go of things, but still retaining control in a way that they can, because at the end of the day, if something goes wrong, it doesn't matter if it's on their side or the vendor side. They still have an incident report to create. They could still have regulatory fines and even loss of consumer confidence. So the outcomes of risk materializing is far too big to simply accept a kind of trust us or a black box provider at the end of that equation. They need to have first-hand answers to all of the risks. They need to demonstrate that to the relevant bodies, whether that's regulatory or stakeholders within the risk committee or other offices within the company. And that's exactly right. So custody is the foundational layer, and they need to get that right before they can even start thinking about how do I move into staking or into DeFi and do other things which are potentially attractive business opportunities, but you need to be able to walk before you can run.
When we move sort of further up that funnel, then we've got our custody sorted, and now we're looking at actual applications like with AllUnity stablecoin, for example. Are people more concerned about the security that underpins that? Do they want to be educated on that, or do they just care about the thing working and doing what it needs to do?
Well, so actually, I'm now also going to explain a little bit why I didn't gave a 10 like in the previous question, because I think in the crypto industry, we currently have these, let's say, two parallel worlds that are coexisting, and that both on themselves have kind of their own waves, like developments. So because on the one hand, there's kind of what we just talked about, so the more centralized finance crypto world, so where I have a counterparty, I have a custodian, or I have an exchange where I need to sign up, or maybe a bank as an interface, or some crypto startup. And in the end, that centralized crypto world works the same way as we know it from the banks, right? So there's like a counterparty, it sits in a specific country, there's some regulation, or there's maybe not regulation yet, but regulation to come, and kind of these things work the same way as we're used to it. But then there's the world like in crypto, how it was invented. So as a decentralized system with like a completely new architecture of designing financial services and running applications, building applications, also like the ownership like of the user, of the developer who develops the protocol, and eventually like a group of developers being responsible for something or even not responsible for something. And I think in today's world we're not talking much about that.
Okay.
But in the end, it's kind of the core of the innovation, because also when it comes to the adoption, I think like in the industries, so if you kind of onboard like on the centralized exchange and on the centralized architecture of crypto, of course you can be already like amongst the innovators, but you're more like in the mass case. But I think you get the most out of crypto if you really follow the new path. So if you run your lending business with a smart contract.
More on the DeFi side.
Exactly. Or when you kind of start innovate with digital identity and also with stable coins, like as a means for banking, let's call it banking, and for like remittance and running all the use cases that you can do with a stable coin. So for example, like treasury, so if you have like an unstable governmental currency, or to earn interest, or to send money across the globe, or to settle crypto asset trades. So I think that's the real innovation that we find here, and I think we need to get more people onboarded to this.
I mean, Svein, you're coming at it from more of, I would say, a retail perspective with what you're doing at Monerium, if that's fair to say. How are you balancing user experience with security?
Yeah, we have retail customers, but it's basically to prove how our platform works and showcase. What we have now also, we have onboarded financial entities that are performing nested services, nested issuance of our euro, dollars, and sterling on chain. So we have a retail offering, B2C, B2B. We have about 15,000 direct customers in 34 countries, including a few hundred corporates. And now we're adding platform partners that are that we KYC and AML audit, and then they can start the issuing themselves, right? So we're onboarding obliged entities. But the trust is always the same, is building on something that's proven and de-risked. So we de-risked our solution in some sense by vis-a-vis the financial institutions, our partners, by having a B2C and B2B offering, so they should see how it works. So we know all the KYC, AML stuff. We've done it ourselves. So we can help them do the same for this new world of crypto, whatever crypto means to them, which is essentially just putting their services on-chain, which is a shared ledger, which can transact assets 24/7 globally without intermediaries. That's all it is. So that's how we built. We have the same philosophy as Satoshi, he, she, or they, had when they released Bitcoin. Bitcoin is based on two simple technologies which were proven at the time. Public key cryptography on one hand, and something called one-way functions or hash functions on the other hand. So all Satoshi did was to merge these two technologies into one thing called Bitcoin. But it was proven stuff. So we did the same. We looked, where can we find the proven regulation in a major jurisdiction for electronic money? We found it in Europe. That's why we issued in Europe. Mm-hmm. And then we put it on Ethereum when we thought Ethereum was fully de-risked. So that's our approach. And and vis-a-vis the customers, for example, we learned a great deal interacting directly with our consumers. For example, we have a procedure for them to restore their money if they lose it, right? So this is something that people wouldn't think about unless they'd been through the trouble of onboarding a direct customer. What happens if they lose their key? We have a way to restore it or refund them the money. So we invented a procedure for that.
That's actually a really good point. Like,
yeah.
You almost have to have things go wrong in order for people to realize what a good solution looks like. So out of 10, what are you rating sort of the balancing user experience with security principles as a hindrance to adoption? Like, what would you rate out of 10?
I think if you get the principles right, you will earn the user's trust.
Okay.
So, and it's all about, well, arriving here, I flew in from the United States, is all about trust. Getting on that plane, right? Is there fuel in the plane? Do the engines work? Do the pilots know to do their job? I mean, because we're collaborative, we have to rely, we have to rely on each other in so many ways. When you go into a hospital, you get a piece of medication. When you eat
Well,
food.
arguably,
So-
though, those examples do rely on regulation and licensing, so it's a slightly different
Well,
example.
It may be, but ultimately, we believe that financial services should be regulated and need to be regulated. The debate should be about how they are regulated, right? But the main thing is collaboration doesn't work if trust breaks down. So then, traffic would stop working if people don't pay attention to the lights.
Well, I never pay attention to
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
so that's fine.
But trust is the main principle.
So out of 10, what are you giving it?
Trust is number one. Get the principles right,
Okay.
and then you earn the user's trusts.
Seb, out of 10,
Yeah.
how important is this for mass adoption?
Yeah, it's huge, right? It's easily 9 or 10 for me.
So you're rating it higher than the human perception element?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think trust is a big part of it. Maybe just to go back to an example given earlier around the internet and email came along was a big use case and an application. You no longer kind of think about when I send my email, what's going on. You don't think, what is that journey? Where am I sending something? Or if I enter my credit card details online on Amazon or somewhere else. I think that all of that is kind of eroded away over time because, again, various tools, various processes in the background which have precipitated trust to be conferred on the service and all the rest. So we take a very similar approach in terms of, again, dealing with banks. We often have to speak to anything from a chief information security officer to a head of compliance, CTOs and all the rest. And they need to understand at a very granular level how does our solution work. So we actually give them access to the code base. They don't need to rely on our own audits or our own security programs, penetration tests. They can do all of this independently themselves by having the code base and inspecting line by line and deciding, is this something we want to use? Are we going to put any trust into it? Where could it go wrong? And this is, again, they have to think about these scenarios. Or if things go wrong, what do we do? Business continuity planning, operational resilience, all of these things are super important and also touch again on the boundaries of trust in many ways.
Okay, and Peter, out of 10, what are you giving it?
I would also give a 10 either for the centralized side, so who's my counterparty, can I trust that counterparty, but also for the decentralized side in terms of can I trust the technology that it works correctly.
Okay, we've got 30 seconds each for this next bit. If you can do this, you will get a round of applause from the audience. One actionable insight that the audience can take away today who are thinking about using, building DeFi-based solutions that go beyond niche use cases. What's one actionable insight or one thing they should focus on that promotes mass adoption? Svein, you go first.
I think fiat on-chain will be much, much bigger than cryptocurrencies. So go and explore the websites of the companies that we represent. See what you can learn and see how it relates to what you're doing in your business.
Okay, Seb?
So I would echo, maybe extend a little bit as well. So the stablecoin side of things, right? You have programmable money for a penny you can send in 1 second around the world in a very short summary. But for the institutional guys, you're also going to have an asset leg complementing your cash leg in the traditional finance and capital markets side. So securities coming on chain is happening now, and securities market is significantly bigger than cryptocurrencies. They will ultimately have similar rails, but they also solve a much bigger set of existing problems in traditional finance, whether that's collateral mobility, intraday liquidity, securities financing, and having the right thing in the right place. Again, it comes back to having superior rails. So I would say think about the asset leg as well as the cash leg.
You've only given 20 seconds to Peter, I'm afraid.
Apologies.
So for me, it would also be the real-world asset topic. So on the first hand, stablecoins as the first real-world asset that really make it to the masses. So we currently see securities being adopted as real-world asset, but as a digital twin. So where I would say it's not like the perfect piece of the innovation because it's just like another layer on an existing layer. So we see in Germany with the Wertpapier digital securities law that currently the market infrastructure is already starting to break up. So before there was only the centralized crypto security centralized security register, and now we already have the and that was a monopoly, and now we already have the opportunity to kind of like build your own ones, so that we can have like decentralized security registers. And I think that already shows like the direction of the innovation. So first we have the money on chain, and then we're going to have the securities on chain, and start to break up the existing market infrastructure.
Great. So I think key takeaway here is it's all about trust, and that can be communicated in many ways, whether that's through community building, proving out through your product over time, and trusting the people that are behind those products too. I think they all deserve a round of applause, don't you?
Let's get a group photo before you leave. Perfect. Thank you all. Would you like to stay on the stage? Okay. Let me make the introduction so that you can take a breather. Now that we've unpacked tokenization and adoption, we pivot to where decentralized finance is proving its mettle, maturity. Wow, big word. What began as a decentralized experiment is entering its adulthood, let's say adolescence. DeFi is moving beyond niche apps and yield farming. It's building resilient systems, refining governance, and onboarding institutions. This session explores how decentralized finance is maturing into a reliable financial infrastructure and what hurdles still lie ahead. Gone are the days of high-risk experimentation. Now it's about stability, governance, and bringing decentralized solutions into the financial core. Let's meet the minds deriving DeFi from fringe to framework. Can Dönmez, co-founder and CEO of Parkex. He's embedding DeFi into real-world assets via tokenized property. Doruk İşmen, co-founder and CTO of Loyal. He's bringing blockchain to loyalty and rewards industries built on centralized APIs. Efe Bulduk, head of product at Metabank. He's architecting compliant DeFi banking services that meet regulatory speed limits. Katie Evans, you might just have heard of her. Rafi Ersözlü, co-founder and CEO of Takasfin. He's building permissioned DeFi rails designed for traditional markets. So how do we migrate from hype to heritage? We will find out. Let's... Oh,
yeah,
we're lacking one.
We lost two of our
If you had left it, I would have stayed, but sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Have fun.
Thank you so much for the intro. Hello, everyone. Unfortunately, today we lost two of our speakers. So
they're not dead, though.
Yeah, they're not. They're not. So both has family issues. That's why we will be three of us today, and I will be the moderator. Thank you so much for coming here. He announced me in a wrong way. I'm the co-founder of First Batch, but probably some of you already know me. More than almost 10 years, I'm in this ecosystem, and I touch pretty much every part of it, like influencer part. I have almost 500,000 followers, entrepreneur part, you name it. So today I am meeting with Caddy, but I know him for a really long time. And I promise you today, I will do my best to not make it boring session for you. So if you'd like to say a couple words about yourself and your projects, please go on, and then I will start with my questions.
Amazing. Well, yeah, Katie Evans, you all just heard me now. This time I actually get to speak, which is something I love to do. So I work for Swarm, and we are a real-world assets protocol. We've provided end-to-end infrastructure to bring securities and commodities on-chain. So we've started that with our own assets, so publicly traded stocks like Apple and Tesla, you can trade on our platform today. And we've also recently moved into gold. But then people can come and white label our infrastructure and tokenize whatever their heart's desires and build marketplaces to trade those assets as well. So we have issuance, trading, and on-chain verification, or proof of reserves, as we like to refer to it in this industry. My background is somewhat schizophrenic. I actually started off in the fashion industry before moving into charity when I was a good person, and then moved into financial services, specifically commodities trading, because I needed money to buy expensive pairs of shoes. And then moved into DeFi about 6 years ago and really sold my soul to the devil.
Hello everyone, this is Doruk. I'm the head of international markets for Agora. Agora is a stablecoin backed by OneEck, the fund that has more than $120 million assets under management, and also the first issuer of the spot Bitcoin and Ethereum spot ETF.
Really fancy. This
Yeah,
intro.
It's really fancy company, and I've been in the space as hobbyist since 2017. I have my own YouTube channel. It's called Doruk İşmen. You can find out through searching. And I'm the first founder of the first university blockchain club called ITU Blockchain. And I've been in the space since, as a professional way, since 2020s. And during that time, I've launched few global operations in Turkish markets, such as Bybit, DYDX, and Scroll. And now I'm with Agora, and we are trying to create partnership with central exchange, banks, fintechs, and few different entities.
All right, enough intro. Let's start talking about fun stuff. But before I move further, I would like to congratulate Demet and his team, because this is the third year. Is it third year, Demet? I'm involved. No, it's your sixth year, but since the last 3 years, I involved both as a jury, also as speaker. So it's getting better and better. I think this is amazing to bring Turkish government body and you all together. I think this is a great job. So thank you. Well done. So let's start with latest. Paul Atkins, who is the new president of SEC, was mentioning about some ease of DeFi, and that raised the question of if the second DeFi summer is coming on the mind of everyone. But I wonder what you think about this. Before that, I'd like to say a couple more words, because we normally had 2 more speakers, so I have to consume time a little bit. Sorry for that. Do you feel like the government body and regulators somehow chained DeFi and now they show themselves like they are easing it? Or do you think that they will literally ease it? Is this clear? Is this a question? Or I can ask more fancy way, because
No. I mean, it's clear to me. It's a big question, though.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the minute you start touching on topics of regulation, you quickly find out how nuanced it is. I mean, the sort of the international regulatory setup when it comes to any financial markets, not least DeFi, which is this new untouched, so far untouched thing, is it changes depending on where you sit in the world, who you want to offer products to, and essentially who you're building for. So at Swarm, the co-founders started off in Palo Alto in the US. They started with security token offerings, and then they realized, well, why am I tokenizing? And the answer to that is liquidity. And at that stage, there was no credible platform that could trade these tokens in a decentralized manner. And they actually then looked to Europe, because Germany came out, which is very unlike the German regulator, and put a stake in the sand and said, right, crypto assets are now defined as financial products, and they classified those under the German Banking Act. Now, a lot of people in Germany at the time were scared by this, a lot of innovators, because there's always the question around, does regulation stifle innovation? For us as a business that we're going after traditionally institutional capital, who largely have fiduciary responsibilities, there is no escaping regulation. So we actually saw it as a benefit and went towards the German setup. We've now kind of diversified our pot, and we take a very cross-European look when it comes to regulation. So, for example, our tokenized securities, so the stocks and the bond ETFs, all benefit from having something called prospectus regulation in Europe, which means we can offer directly to retail clients, which a lot of RWA players can't today. So we've seen a way of leveraging existing regulation to help benefit DeFi. However, that's only when it comes to issuance. When it comes to trading, there is no regulatory provision anywhere in the world that really accounts for that. And so we're trying to sort of show how things should be done, sort of show people, not tell them, and define standards ourselves in terms of making sure that every asset is mapped one-to-one with the real underlying asset, like you're doing with your euro-based stablecoin. It's having proof of reserve, so you can always attest on chain that the assets are where we say they are. It's having insolvency protection, so if Swarm goes out of business and you hold a tokenized stock with us, you as a holder of that token have a direct claim on the underlying asset, so you're not making a bet on our balance sheet. You do not need existing regulation to help protect investors when we believe the code and the programmability of how you can build DeFi-based applications can actually inherently protect investors.
Great answer. I was planning to touch that point. I will come back to you with the real-world asset tokenization. Before I move microphone to you, I would like to make a quick public poll. Can you raise your hand if you think that DeFi is essential for the world? It's like we really need it, or like traditional banking is enough? Okay, so do you think that with DeFi 2.0, DeFi is changing the concept that we understand, meaning that it's getting more close to TradFi? Do you think that DeFi is getting more close to TradFi? Yes, right? But now the question is coming to you. With the VC domination, all this, I am checking my notes, like delegation mechanism, governance tokens. Before we were already complaining about that, right? So we were saying that DeFi maybe is not that decentralized. And now with the latest regulation and changes, I think it's getting even more closer to TradFi. What do you think about that? And do you think that Paul Atkins' announcement and words are good for the ecosystem or not?
Yeah. First of all, I'm not a lawyer, so I will say this as an hobbyist. I will mention this as an hobbyist about this question. So, like, I think DeFi is changing, as you said. It's it's converting itself as TradFi, and to be honest, I don't like this change, because at first, like when you think about DeFi and like Bitcoin first times, it is like we are changing the world with a new alternative financial system. But now we are like DeFi and the other protocols, cryptocurrencies are changing into a TradFi businesses, because like right now we have like Bitcoin, Ethereum spot ETFs through different funds, through different issuers. We have lots of stable coins. Yes, I work in stablecoin. It's a centralized stablecoin, but I like DeFi. I like the DeFi. We need DeFi for the emerging countries, because when you think about the developed countries, yes, they can access the highly advanced financial instruments. But when you think about emerging markets, not like Turkey, like let's say Indonesia or even in Africa, those people cannot have the access of those high advanced financial instruments. And DeFi can provide this very easily, because at the first day, DeFi is global, it's decentralized, and it's inclusive. Like you don't need to, it's very easy to reach. So for the SEC side, I think like the SEC chair mentioned that DeFi won't be regulated in any way in US. So maybe this is not the exact words, you can mention the exact words, but I understand from the words from these understandings. And to be honest, I agree with this, because I will ask you the question, like, can you regulate internet? Yes, you can. Like slightly, maybe you can regulate it, like with front end, you can block the access, you can block the front end.
People can use Tor.
Yeah, but people can use Tor, or people can use VPN, like especially in Turkey we have like lots of, like let's say Discord, right? Like Discord has been banned for like maybe more than 1 year. So, but people get access to Discord too, with VPN. So the thing is same with DeFi. Yes, you can ban the front ends, or you can like limit access for the internet sites, but in the end, you can't block Ethereum.
Okay, so
Yeah, sorry,
go ahead.
can I challenge you on that?
Sure.
Because
Yeah,
you're
go ahead.
saying that, you know, it started off with Bitcoin and
Yeah.
that was, you know, the true principles of what decentralized trading, or decentralized
Finance.
assets
Yeah.
look like. It was an asset because arguably most people access or buy Bitcoin through a centralized exchange.
Yes.
So it's actually, it's almost like, it's paradoxical, right? When actually, if you look at DeFi, when it comes to trading, yes, you're going to have onboarding of new assets into a DeFi ecosystem, which have gold's a decentralized asset,
Yeah.
but you can bring that and you can trade it in a decentralized setting. So I think we need to be careful here about whether we're talking about the assets or whether we're talking about the trading infrastructure,
Yeah.
because the DeFi-based principles have a very different meaning when you apply those to traditional assets
Yeah.
versus going for a decentralized asset like Bitcoin, but you're actually trading it through a very highly centralized forum.
Yeah. But by the way, I'm
And
mentioning
also,
Yeah.
like, we can also include custodian dilemma here
Yeah.
too. So you can buy it from any exchange. For example, Binance TR is the sponsor, but then you can withdraw it to your own non-custodial wallet. Anyways, go ahead, please.
Which is a tenet of decentralization, right? Having that self-custody and having
Yeah.
that control and ownership over your assets.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
turn to you.
Yeah. I'm mentioning, of course, we need a regulation in the centralized aspect of crypto, like centralized exchanges, real-world asset tokenization, because those are the centralized partners of the ecosystem. But when you think about DeFi, such as like Uniswap, Aave, MakerDAO, or different things like lending, borrowing, and automated market makers, those are the concepts that you cannot regulate it because it's directly, code is law. So that's why when you think about the protocol level security and protocol level infrastructure, it's not possible to regulate them because people can get access in every aspect because people can use VPN or any other things, right?
I mean, you can regulate these things. It just depends on the activity you're regulating and why.
Yeah.
Because, of course, you put code out there, it's forever there, it's omnipotent, and people can go and access it, whether it's a front end to house that code or not. People can go in and just engage with the smart contracts. But depending on who you are in the market, might prevent you from accessing that code or dealing with that code. And that's where regulation comes in.
Okay.
If you're a retail investor and you're happy to go and trade these products and you don't care who your counterparty is, then go ahead. Use those free systems that are currently free from regulation. We've built completely decentralized infrastructure, which currently falls outside of regulatory purview. We are saying that there is a market for that. But there's also crucially a scale by which people need to self-select the level of compliance and AML that they need, and we should be giving the market choice based on what current regulation looks like.
But that's not a DeFi.
It is DeFi because it's using decentralized infrastructure.
But if there's a KYC and AML, I can't count it as DeFi. Can you count it?
Yeah, I mean, we are talking about different definitions and different part of it. As I'm a moderator, I just didn't want to involve, but I agree with you. I mean, having a decentralized system and benefiting from decentralization is something, but also bringing it to end user is something else. So I think there's a contradiction of definition. I can come back to this point, and I will be more than happy to discuss with you towards the end, but now I have a question to you, Katie, regarding real-world assets. So as you say, and also in your website states, Swarm defines itself and its services as a gold standard for blockchain-based finance, and you're working on tokenizing real-world assets, as you say. I think this is amazing. So I think at some point, pretty much every major markets will tokenize its assets. So I think there you're making like something flag carrier. And the same question comes to you, and I think this will also feed the argument between us. With services like yourself, do you think that it's bringing it towards the TradFi, or like how do you feel about that? You already answered this question, but I'm giving the microphone back to you so you can say maybe a couple other words.
Yeah, I think there's a real convergence happening. So on the one side, you have TradFi who are understanding what it means to have a programmable financial market that more people can access, to your point earlier, which is very appealing to them because you can suddenly start creating trading pairs, financial products, even a new financial internet that hasn't previously been possible with the current infrastructure that's available today. Second, and then on the other side, you've got the, as I'm defining, the DeFi-based market, where you have, which has historically been solely based on very volatile crypto assets, who are now crying out for collateral that is uncorrelated to those highly volatile crypto assets. And they need to find a way of being able to hedge, for example, have better treasury management on-chain, have more sophisticated portfolio management and trading strategies that DeFi then offers by having the availability of these assets on-chain. I think where those two things meet in the sort of real world are actually emerging markets like Turkey, for example, which is a prime candidate for this stuff. Because if we look at the onset of the stablecoin market, that's really the first tokenized real world asset, right? Yep. And so once you then start combining that with other assets, like whether it's a stock, a bond, or a commodity, and you have locally denominated stablecoins, you suddenly remove all this FX friction that was once created in the traditional markets, and you can start creating a much more streamlined and efficient financial local market. I mean, I was speaking with one of the largest brokers actually in Consensus in Toronto last month. Their USDC stablecoin volume is arguably their largest, which we probably all would have guessed, right? But do you know what their second largest stablecoin volume is?
Turkish lira?
Turkish lira.
Turkish lira.
So when you start combining stablecoins with real-world assets, you suddenly unlock this entire new financial market paradigm, and that's where we believe decentralization becomes really important.
All right, so I think we are pretty much all agree that with DeFi maturation, we are coming to a point where decentralized systems are somehow feeding companies and services that can scale up or provide different services by using decentralized technologies, but also decentralized finance, as we know from a couple years back, is also evolving. So as an Ethereum lover and supporter, I have a question to you. As time goes by, because we get used to DeFi, to see DeFi with Ethereum, okay? And towards the last, let's say, 2 years, this is about to change, and it's changing, right? Now we are going multi-chain DeFi world. Yeah. And I would like to hear your comments on this. With this more mature DeFi world, what do you think, how it impacts multi-chain DeFi infrastructure in terms of liquidity, user experience, or do you think that it's enriching the ecosystem, or do you see it as a danger for the ecosystem?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I think that's a hard question to answer, because there are good ways and bad ways becoming a multi-chain DeFi ecosystem. So first of all, let's count it as bad ways.
Trump token.
Yeah, Trump token. Like, I'm sure that like some of us bought the Trump token. I also bought it as speculation.
Did you get rug pulled by Melania?
I got
token?
0.
Yeah, I rug pulled from Melania, his wife's token too. So yeah, like that's the case. Like, if you have different chains, there are some different type of DeFi ecosystem, such as...
Sorry to interrupt. Do you know that with this Trump dinner for the Trump token holders, Justin Sun, towards the end, tried to sell Trump watch to everyone in the room? I think that pretty much explains everything, but go ahead.
Yeah, so like there are some casino stuff, like chains. There are some payment stuff, ecosystems. There are some gaming-focused ecosystems. So these ecosystems are really differentiate from each other through different subjects. So I think that's not a big problem, but this causes the liquidity fragmentation through different ecosystems, and also interoperability problems. There are lots of like trust minimized solutions for the bridging. Like right now, when you think about if you want to like bridge from Solana to Ethereum, you need to use a centralized bridge. And that bridge has like some problems because of the multisig or because of the, like I'm not trying to become really technical, but I'm trying to say multi-chain ecosystem can cause the risky ecosystems because of the different approaches, such as like Solana has different approach, Ethereum has different approach, and that's why we live in a very different and multi-chain ecosystem. So these are the bad ways. These are the bad things. So good things, experimentation. I think that's very good. And this is good for DeFi because we are really early in the DeFi ecosystem. That's why we need to experiment new stuff on different chains, different stuff. So that's a very good point. The second good thing is like competition. Because without competition, you won't get any great products or great protocols even. So that's why competition is always good. And with the new ecosystems growing, we saw lots of like competition in layer 1 ecosystem and layer 2 ecosystem.
Doruk,
So,
sorry to interrupt
Yeah.
again. Do you think that really the competition creates some sort of results? Because what we saw already with these Trump token launch and Melania token launch is that Solana got most of the traffics and without almost any impact on Ethereum. Now its traffic is going back to Ethereum. I feel like this is the nature of human attention. So we are putting something on the center of our attention, then we're getting bored of it and turning back to the original. What do you think?
The crypto market is rife for anyone with ADHD.
What changed? I mean, like, what changed? Why the traffic is coming back to Ethereum?
I think
Not
like
much.
actually slightly. Like
Yeah,
it's changed.
slightly, but
Because
not
like
much.
Ethereum,
Up to change, about to change. Let's say.
about to change, yeah. Because like Ethereum Foundation understand that there is a real competition in the layer 1 ecosystem, and that's why they need to change their like research and development approach to product approach. Right now, like Ethereum ecosystem is more focusing on the product side and user experience side. So that's why I think it's changing. Not I cannot say like that's changed. Like there's a specific change, and that because of that change, people are coming from Solana to Ethereum. I cannot say that, but yeah, like it's as I said, it's slightly a casino, and like you need to withdraw your money from casino. Yeah.
Okay, to you. What do you think about the multi-chain nature of DeFi? Because I was seeing similar stuff with the gaming ecosystem, GameFi, and now we see mainly layer 1s and most of them are idle. So the majority of the volume is on Ethereum, and also Solana is on ramping many new users. So what are the positive things? What are the cons, pros?
I mean, honestly, every new chain that launches, I feel like are RWA chains. That seems to be the way that you can raise capital at the moment. We are chain agnostic, so our role as enablers of real-world assets, whether that's to layer 1s or 2s, or whether it's for builders in the space who want to build on top of those assets, for us, it's about we build utility at scale. And that includes an interoperable strategy. So we've actually just integrated with Chainlink's CCIP product, which enables us to deploy our assets onto 17 different chains. Solana has actually just been added. So we take a very an agnostic view when it comes to which chain to be on, because we would rather let the end user or the market decide, and we just need to make sure that the assets are enabled on those chains.
Okay. Let me wrap up super quickly, and I will also leave the ground to you for last comments, because we have like almost 3 minutes left. At the beginning of our speech, I told you I have different hats, right? One of the hat is influencer, and with my social media, I start a program named Canlı Cüzdan, meaning that live portfolio. And with this, with our non-custodial wallets, we are going to DeFi apps, or we are using like protocols like Odos and trying to buy. And I want to do that because I want that everyone watch what I do with my wallet, because this is the main problem of people when we talk about the finfluencer or crypto influencers. They say that they bought it, they don't buy it, right? Or they say they sell it, but they sell it before. So I want that people I give a chance to people that they can follow my portfolio. But what I see with DeFi is that, unfortunately, we're still far away in terms of liquidity perspective, because sometimes, for example, I like to buy a token and I have huge slippage. Even though don't think that I'm buying for like $100,000, right? I'm buying just for 2K and I'm getting 2% slippage. This is unacceptable. Let's put it aside. Also, it's such a big challenge to make interchange, or like, I can buy one product from one chain, but if I want to buy from that one, others that cannot reach out that one. For example, we like to buy Hyperliquid's token. It was such a challenge. So that's why I would like to say, and I would like to conclude my words by saying that we're coming to a point, but we're still far away, the best optimum scenario. And I see the inclusion of TradFi both as an advantage, also a threat to the DeFi ecosystem. Advantage because it will bring best customer experience practices. A threat because it will silently kill it. You know, like it will look like they ease you, but they will kill you. So please, let me get your last words and then we finish.
I think, like, as you said, DeFi is a pretty early stage right now. From like liquidity perspective, from user experience perspective, it's pretty early. But I think it's the future of the finance. Because as I said before, like the emerging markets, those people need to reach out to like high advanced financial instruments. And the answer is DeFi. Like people can get the access through DeFi.
Okay, I agree with that.
I'll keep it very short. I think rather than being threats to each other, they're actually complementary. I think DeFi needs the availability of those assets, uncorrelated assets, and I think TradFi sees the benefit of that decentralization can bring, and that's where I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for listening to us.
You're leaving. I think it's not. It's time for you to pose. Thank you guys once again. Ağzınıza sağlık. AI and digital assets. Two of the most transformative forces in finance, and they're converging now. Not just in headlines, but for real. Whether it's AI-optimized trading strategies, automated compliance, or self-improving smart contracts. We're entering an era where digital assets won't just live on blockchains, they will think on them too. Hopefully, good thoughts. This session explores the real implications of blending autonomous intelligence with decentralized infrastructure. Finally, I have a pose without my mouth open. The promise is scale, speed, efficiency, and the risks are bias, opacity, and the systemic acceleration. So, what happens when thinking machines meet programmable money? We'll find out. Let's meet the panel shaping this high-voltage intersection. Dominic Longman, Senior Advisor at the Bank for International Settlements Innovation Hub. He brings institutional insight into digital currency infrastructures and has worked on integrating AI-driven analytics into central bank initiatives. Eren Temren, my real catalyst to be here, my presence on the stage. He is Research Group Leader for AI and Security at Fraunhofer FIT. He develops next-generation AI applications with a focus on secure data sharing, particularly in decentralized environments. Jean-Marc Bonfou, Managing Partner at Tellurian Capital and early investor in blockchain and AI ventures. He's spent over 2 decades advising hedge funds and now focuses on the convergence of smart tech and smart money. And finally, Pınar Emirdağ, CEO of Refiner.io and former global head of digital product development at State Street. A veteran of AI-enhanced fintech and decentralized architecture. This is where code gets cognitive. Enjoy.
Right. So welcome everyone to this afternoon session. Our topic is it's actually a vast topic, so it's going to be very hard to tackle it in half an hour. But as AI and digital assets converge, we see it challenging the rules of finance, at least, if not fundamentally altering it. So we're here to try to unpack that with our esteemed panelists in here. They'll each bring their own insights into the topic. So without due delay, would you care to give a bit of a briefing about yourself and your backgrounds, please? Starting with you, Dominic.
Was very lucky to be asked by the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority back in 2016 how to mitigate the geopolitical risk of the current financial networks. Tricky question, which got me into blockchain. So the characteristics of blockchain, but also obviously most recently Abu Dhabi and the UAE has been taking a great lead in AI investment via people like EDQ and G42. So have some insight into some of those pieces as well.
Great, thank you.
So I manage a regulated investment management firm in London, Taylor & Capital, and we do manage a number of systematic crypto hedge funds for the last now 5 years. That's my first angle on the topic, and then I also participate through a foundation in Switzerland to a number of deep edge AI projects on the theme of distributed AI and distributed intelligence. So I've got the two topics going.
So, okay, I think I can call myself more of a market structure person who likes to think about, who actually likes to look at the technologies, literally break them apart and build new business models around that. So I've done that in electronic trading, and I've been spending time on this next generation finance for a while. So, and I see everything as a tool. So you have the digital assets, digital world, and you have the AI, and there's a lot of new things to build. So that's my angle.
Thank
and
you.
I am working on a company just doing that in a practical way.
Thank you all for the explanations. At my end, I'm with BDC Consulting. We've been helping both startups and large-scale crypto institutions with their growth strategy and reputation management. So let's dive in. This panel, we're gonna try to hold it as a simple Q&A style, and we'll try to cover as much as we can. So let's start with the big question. So with the convergence of AI and digital assets, do you think we're now building tools that help humans to trade and manage their digital assets, or we're moving towards a reality where AI agents are acting a bit more independently? So, Jean-Marc, can you kick this off for us, please?
Yeah, so the way I look into this is that, first, AI and digital asset, it's a marriage made in heaven, right? Clearly, because it meets intelligence and infrastructure, right, at scale, and applied to finance is a killer marriage. The way I look at it is that the technology allows us to do so many more things now in finance. If you mix AI, blockchain, where effectively you have the basic exchange layer for value, then you have AI that can help you enhance your decision making. And then agenting AI is kind of the next generation AI that is not anymore based on deterministic requirements or human intervention. It goes one step beyond, and it allows you to really to orchestrate the workflows and engage with the user in a way that is much more dynamic than we ever had. So I don't think we're in a world where the agent is going to dictate what choices, but it's going to take on a much higher workload of the decision-making process that we had to do before, and that's transformational in finance.
Got it. Abuna, what's your take on it?
So my mental model about all these digital space is, more starting with a kind of an on-chain market structure. So, like a while ago, I started thinking about like on-chain money assets, how they will need to change, but also the way that markets are going to change. But then, the reality is these are not necessarily needed because they are like technology advancements. Actually, they think they are driven by needs of an industry where it actually really needs to distribute more products to more people in more simpler way, in a risk-managed way, and so forth. So that's the kind of the on-chain digital vision. Then in that case, AI is really a tool. I mean, these are all tools, right? You break it into, I don't think about technology as just one big monolithic thing. So AI is a tool where you do think about, like, it allows for this future to be, you know, accelerated, frankly, and take care of the on-chain challenges, but also UI challenges. So I do not see a completely agent-to-agent future immediately now, but I see a transition to that future as we move forward, connected with this on-chain development. So you cannot really separate them.
Understood. And Dan, what do you think?
Back to the question, I think right now we're building items that are AI that's helping us, right? If we look at the crypto markets, 24/7 has been toasting, you know, we have settlement immediately, and that's all marvelous, but it's quite fun to find trading people to actually run 24/7, right? Whereas an AI agent can be running certain execution activities right now, and that may be more against the decentralized exchanges, because it's quite difficult to hook them in to a centralized counterparty, right? So some infrastructure is needed there. You're seeing AI agents that are, well, just AI platforms that enable co-creation. You know, I can go and create a token and immediately have that posted across multiple chains globally within 20 minutes and have it audited, code in my GitHub. An individual will possibly check the code before it's gone live, but that's already there. And then, you know, products like Wisdomize, which I know has got quite a lot of a Turkish user base, right? Yeah. You know, that's already doing, and it's quite a heavy subscription model around guidance, signal monitoring. So that is definitely happening at this point in time.
And I think just to add, the killer tool in AI kind of toolbox that is new is the LLM, right? The generative AI, because classic AI was limited, and Gen AI is like a 10x enhancer of what AI can do for you. So it does basically, to me, I see that as an optimizer, right? It helps you to optimize your decision. It doesn't replace totally human decision process, but the layer of optimization between decision making, take a bit of this, take a bit of that, is superior. For instance, in our systematic trading strategies, we inserted an agentic AI layer to decide short-term which sub-strategy is optimal for the next maybe 12 hours or 24 hours. And that's a decision that would have been very difficult to do with a classic AI or non-AI. So it does create, in a toolbox, it gives something very superior. Obviously, I'm talking here like classic finance, but if you apply it then to distributed finance or DeFi, as the panel before, then it's almost like indispensable, because by definition, it's fairly autonomous DeFi, right? So there's much more leeway given to the system. So I can see anywhere I see Gen AI as being the kind of the killer app of AI in finance.
Right, just now, we'll come back to the client-facing side in a minute, but, you know, it seems like at least, do you think AI in this front is going to abstract away the financial dashboards, at least, the way we interacted? What do you think? Is it going to?
I mean, we've already had, you know, if I look a year ago or 18 months ago, you know, everyone was building DeFi front ends, right? It was going to be, saw numerous investment decks on, you know, the new Google for DeFi. It's very difficult to access DEXs. You know, it's very difficult to get all that information. There's multiple different layers. They're all dead, right? AI enables me to go and access those without having to go and access them myself. So, you know, that is, I don't think it'll kill those kind, because we're human beings. We like to see visual representations and have some level of involvement. But the actual analytics and the components, to your point earlier, right? Now, this is information that's fed, or at this point now learnt by the AI, interpreted by the AI, extrapolated out by the AI. And they don't need to have an EMS, PMS that we understand it today.
I mean, the way I'll split the response into this professional activity and retail.
Yeah.
I mean, the dashboard will stay for retail. I think it'll be a more agile and more dynamic dashboard with a wallet at the end of it. On the professional business, including hedge funds or professional traders, there's no dashboard anymore. It's gone. It's
Yeah.
called an API, right? So the missing link here is between AI and the market is the API. So it's code, basically. Code will replace dashboard, and AI will facilitate the optimization of the application of the code. And dashboard, actually, we found that is where the risk arise in blockchain and crypto and any kind of sophisticated activity, because it's where it's a gateway between the digital world and the real world, and that is the point of failure. Usually data is given to a traditional finance onboarding house, and the dashboard is where you have a fragility in a chain. So I would swap a dashboard for an API anytime I can.
Can I maybe take this to a not that interesting side of financial market infrastructure, just to give it because these are all very nice, like these are the things that investment managers are looking at. These are interesting side of financial market infrastructure. But you also have all these like layers of operations in our markets today in traditional finance, and that are all also transforming themselves, and they are transforming to a world where they are, looking into real world tokenized assets. They are looking at how to. This is just normal traditional finance, right? So those dashboards. The moment that I hear the word dashboard, it just kind of gives me clinch. They are not necessarily only for trading. They are actually for these operational activities. There are many people who look at those dashboards and do a bunch of stuff all over the world in traditional finance. So, I mean, just to bring that to that's very not that maybe interesting sounding, but quite interesting actually place. But those are absolutely the place where AI and agents are automating and replacing, and not the people necessarily, but those functions of looking at something and doing as a result for that, fixing a break, fixing a problem, that kind of things.
Yeah, and it could be replaced by a flag, right? The agent will. You won't have to go on the dashboard to see if there's an issue.
Exactly.
You'll be called by the agents that there is an issue. So you almost you can save a lot of the check your dashboard. It will be more proactive. That is the key word, I think.
Yeah. All right. So on that note, one of the major shifts and changes are also going to be affecting it on the systemic level. So another question would be, do you think this convergence of AI and digital assets will finally bring about a truly global borderless finance, or the jurisdictional concerns are going to keep pulling us back to national limits? So that's something that I'd like you to take on first.
Brutally, no. I would love us to get to a nirvana of a decentralized global payments, global value move, global understanding of everything, because it's the differentials, the arbitrage that happens between countries and whatever. But countries, their financial networks, their financial systems are incredibly important to them. Data protection of that around is incredibly important to that. I think what you'll have is, we'll have some level of, if we are running an AI agent, right? We were just having a regulatory chat earlier, saying about, can't regulate DeFi. I mean, let's not forget, right? Blockchains are really just ledgers. And instead of you having a copy of your one and I'm having a copy of my one, we've all got a copy of the same one and we all agree it's exactly the same, rather than me challenging you if yours is yours and mine is mine. Which is similar at a country level, your GDP versus my GDP, etc., right? And so, the key benefits there is immutability and record keeping and quality of that record. So I think what you'll have is countries, absolutely looking at, where is this AI getting its data from? Is this a data that's in my remit? It might well be cloud, but is it a cloud region that's covering my country? There's been a lot of work across all different jurisdictions to do that. And then with the blockchain, I think we'll start looking at country-level involvement in blockchain nodes that are being run by regulators, maybe regulation that is done by the AA, right?
Yeah.
And then you'll have, because supervision cost for regulator is huge. That could be done by an AI constantly 24/7 and extrapolating out massive possible, to your point, weaknesses or gaps in either infrastructure, whatever, far quicker than a person can. So I still think you're going to have, a global improvement, but with far still regulatory control around what you or I can do in our particular jurisdiction.
Understood.
Yeah, this is where I think there's a push and pull. And this is where this marriage I was describing between AI and digital assets is running into some trouble. Because AI definitely is becoming more nationalistic. The issue of data sovereignty is everywhere. It's becoming the topic of the day. And it's all about infrastructure, the infrastructure of AI, right? It's not about the usability of the application of AI. It's about the infrastructure. Get me my data in my country, in my family, wherever, right? So I'm afraid there's a nationalization of AI that is happening at the infrastructure level. At the application level, a bit less. And then on the other side of the fence, the digital asset is going more borderless. So there's push and pull here. And clearly all this kind of DeFi concept and peer-to-peer is borderless by nature. It creates some issue with the regulator. Whereas the AI is national. And I don't have a silver bullet to reconcile the two. The bottom line, it will be reconciled at the use case level. Different segment of the industry, different segment of finance will find their accommodation on that sandwich between a nationalistic layer and a very borderless layer.
Well, money is also very nationalistic as well. So, and I mean, I just very simply trust in the businesses' ability to overcome these nationalistic borders with actually, in fact, maybe the technology helping them to set up different types of operations in different places, because we are pretty good at doing this in traditional finance. In DeFi, you have, a lot of entrepreneurs in every country who are actually creating lots of interesting things. So I think ultimate goal of, what I said about this whole more interesting products distributed and more engaged by the individuals and also institutions globally, I think it's actually possible more with this technology if one can tailor how to control some of these, address some of these challenges.
Yeah, I mean, there's on the infrastructure, there's an alternative way to scale compute, which is the infrastructure, which is decentralized compute. So it's still early days, and I wouldn't say it's going to not replace data center. $1 trillion data center loaded with NVIDIA cards. However, you have now a number of projects that are effectively giving you infrastructure on demand, where you pull your infrastructure into a blockchain operated network, and then the user pulls where it's available, interruptible and marginal demand for compute. So that is a very interesting path. It can't replace the massive national data center, but it can use fulfill a certain more enterprise or SME type use case of running AI on your model of AI on a decentralized network.
Yeah, I mean, deepens are certainly an area of effect. But what about the client human-facing side? Now that, if we think about it, in digital assets, wallets are an integral, very important part of the fintech environment. And with AI taking space in the way we interfere with these instruments, what do you think is going to become of wallets? Like, are they going to become the new bank, or are they going to become something entirely different on their own? So, can you kick us off on this, Bernard?
Yeah. So, okay, it depends on what you call bank. Banks do lots of different things. I mean, you can there's a spectrum. So you have your own wallet. Arguably, it's your wallet. You can have some assets there, and you can't say you are a bank of your own, right? You can have a wallet that's given to you by an entity, a bank or otherwise, that looks like, what we call narrow bank. It doesn't basically have any, it doesn't take, it doesn't use leverage. It doesn't go and invest in different types of instruments. You basically, they make money from fees. These stable coins are closer to that, and you have other banks where you have your deposit tokens. They can give you wallets and so forth. So I see a world where there will be these are all very valid things, and I probably will have a number of them at any point in time. And they all have different value propositions. And And they all have a different, interesting, like, risk profiles and the types of things that you can do. And wouldn't it be great to have an AI to actually precisely figure out which one to use for what reason, and then move your money from your deposit to here if needed, and so back and so forth, program and all those kind of things. So I think they will be both.
Yeah, to me, there's no doubt. In 10 years, the bank, he might not be called a bank, he might be a non-financial institution delivering that solution. But we'll all have a wallet. It will be abstracted away that it's a wallet on blockchain, but it won't be written on it, but it will be. And then on that wallet, with your authentication, you can access tokenized assets. Also, what's missing is the ability, the actual tokenization of non-crypto assets. Today, we have tokenized successfully cash. There's $20 trillion of stablecoin have been exchanged every year, or last year was it already exchanged, which is tokenized cash. You add to that tokenized equities. I think a large exchange has launched tokenized Tesla and Nvidia shares. You tokenize crude oil, you tokenize bonds. You can have tokenized bonds today. And you integrate that as a delivery into a client wallet. The key has to be an integrated flow. It has all to be based on a stablecoin integrated communication tool between those wallets and those assets. You give a nice GUI of UX/UI of bots with agenting LLMs. The first one that gives that to a client will be the winner of the bank race of 2030, I believe.
Oh, yeah. I see it slightly differently. So being a custodian right now, right? So what is a wallet? What are we looking after? We're looking after private keys, right? It's your ability to sign a transaction. Yeah, that could be a financial transaction. It could be access to your health records. It could be something you're booking a restaurant, sending your kids. It is you, right? It becomes your identity of everything, of what you own. It's your record, right? If we get to that point. So you can, normally in my wallet, I might keep a little bit of cash. I've got cards, but they're normally capped at a certain limit. There's a certain value control on my physical leather wallet, right? Then I'm not comfortable holding a certain amount, and that's where people use us as custodians. In a future state where everything is recorded in this way, it'll be around what you're delegating to your AI, agentic AI, right, or whatever. Because for me, the link between the two and the blockchain and AI is, let's not forget, right, AI is now lying to people. AI is 30% hallucination still, which undoubtedly will get better. AI is sometimes protecting itself. We're not clear if it's actually giving its full power. So a blockchain, which gives you a record of exactly what's done and what can be signed on your behalf, and that wallet becomes incredibly critical in actually controlling the bounds of what the AI can do for you and or a company it's representing in every other state. So I don't think it's a UI experience. It's like your total, online, metaverse, that's the term seems to have gone now, or whatever. But that scenario is, this is what's going to enable you to keep control of whatever's being acted on your behalf, rather than just a digital asset move a bit.
So it's basically going to be your digital identity, your digital copy. Right, on that note, if we fast forward to 2030, what do you think the future is going to look like from that perspective? Well, just considering the effect of the developments that has already happened or that are to come in the space of AI and digital assets. How do you see it unfolding from your unique perspective? Go ahead.
So I think it's undoubtedly it will be the return of private monies through stablecoins. It is the heavy trend of the new kind of digital economy that is growing. Again, I said 27 trillion were exchanged, more than Visa alone or MasterCard alone last year. So it's a vote from the market, right? It's needed. Private monies are coming back after having left for 2 centuries. But I don't think it's going to be a situation where it replaces the incumbents. I think it's going to be a different layer, a more collaborative layer, a more, I would say, a new generation layer, a more Generation Z layer of exchange of value and investment. And it will be rebuilt on top of stable coins. And my vision is that most countries will condone stablecoin the same way the US of A are actually now passing a bill that will condone stablecoins officially, and then the rest of the world will follow very quickly, and every country will condone their own version of stablecoin. There might be some issues of local differences, but overall that's going to be the winner. And the rest will be built on top of that.
Mm-hmm. What do you think? Well, as you say, 2030, so we're only, what, 4.5 years away, yeah. Right. I still think, well, I can tell you what it's not, right? I was at another summit, and there was a banks there thinking all that's going to have happened in 4.5, 5 years is basic agentic AI is assisting their relationship manager, and the relationship manager is still talking to you. I think those relationship managers better look at different career paths. I think I will just be dealing direct with an agentic AI at that point. I just don't think it's just going to be something that someone else is doing to then talk to me. Some people will still pay for that service, but I think it'll be very light. I think what we're going to have, to your point on the stable coins, absolutely, is stable coins right now, let's face it, it's Tether and Circle. I like them both, but, I think people will start realizing we're now trusting companies rather than governments on the issuance and control of the underlying value move. And actually, is that the right thing? Linking back to the previous panel, could we get to some actual decentralization of that value move, which is what the original version where we had mining, people work with Bitcoin, etc., rather than one company having that control? That would be a great thing. And if AI is enabling a lot of risk management control around that, regulatory control around that, governance, it in itself could ensure a more stable global financial system.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah, I just iterate on everything that's talked about. We just basically converge to a vision I think we all have been working towards in different capacities. So here, there is maybe another angle. I am interested in all of these things because it's the turn of turning that whole financial services product development, or maybe even beyond financial services, inside out, like from an attention-seeking economical models to intention-seeking economical models. Like I'd like to have the individuals being able to access the products that they know their risk, they know what to do, and they actually can go move on this whole wallet conversation. I think we will be moving towards that intention economy, and I think it will be more understood as the need that we all. I think we all have it, but we didn't really think about it that it's actually possible because we went through the phase of platforms that kind of got us to subscribe and become part of it. And I think next phase should be different.
Perfect. Right. Obviously, this topic is very interesting and it's very vast, and 30 minutes will never make it just do justice. So, thank you all for all the valuable insights. But just for everybody, they'll be around, and this topic is a very interesting topic. Try to catch them. They'll be very happy to talk to you about everything that's coming. So, thank you very much. Let's wrap it up that way.
As we close the day, this is not going to be a summary, but a provocation. A wide-angle lens on fintech's trajectory, where it's headed, what invisible forces are shaping that path. And we will be featuring Ronit Ghosh. He's the Global Head of Future of Finance at Citi. He's advised governments, startups, and Fortune 500s alike. He's studied banking systems from Singapore to Sao Paulo, and he's mapped the fintech explosion from crypto winters to CBDCs. This keynote is about what happens when money, technology, and power intersect. He'll take us through how artificial intelligence, digital public infrastructure, shifting demographics, and geopolitical tensions are reshaping not just products, but the very architecture of trust. This is your drone-eyes view of the fintech map, global, a little bit volatile, but full of opportunity. So sit back or lean in, because Run It Goes is here to close the day by opening us up to the future.
Wow, that was a really cool introduction, and now I have to live up to that. Thank you for those of you who stayed. I know we're running late. I'll try not to take up my whole 30 minutes so we can leave early, or leave earlier than the current schedule, and go for drinks. There are drinks afterwards, and some books that the organizers have kindly bought. I'm going to talk about the future of money and how technologies such as AI, blockchain, and other emerging technologies are going to reshape money. But I always like to start a discussion about the future by talking about the past. Because there's actually nothing more science fiction than the history of money. When we talk about money, we often think about money as something very boring or centralized, or money that's issued by a central bank. And the history of money, let me see if I can work this out. No? No? First technology problem, I can't use the clicker. The history of money is actually way more colorful, way more complicated than simply central bank money versus crypto. Thank you. What am I? Green?
Yeah.
No? Oh, here we are. I had to press it harder, so finger problem. Yeah, too many presses. Ah, there we are. The history of money is actually way more colorful than just central bank money and crypto, or banks and blockchain. The history of money actually starts with, imagine I'm going to pick on a friend in the audience. Suvo, if you and I were on a desert island, I mean, obviously I'd feel sorry for you and our wives would complain. If you and I were on a desert island, would we need money? Suvo, would we? This is audience participation, come on. It's the end of the day, we need some, it's a game show. No. If you don't know Suvo, he's going to speak tomorrow, one of the most respected bankers in Dubai, where we both live. Suvo says no, and he ran retail banking for Emirates MBD, right? So he should know. If the two of us were living on a desert island, we wouldn't need money. Why? Because we would do things for each other. It'd be gifting. If the two of us were on a desert island, would we have language? Yeah, probably. Because to communicate with words is much better than just grunting. So money is a little bit like language, but we need language just if there's two of us. In fact, even if Suva was on his own on the desert island, he'd probably talk to himself. There'd probably be language. But if Suva and I were on the desert island and a few of the other friends in the audience were also with us, it was 4 or 5 or 6. Would we need money? Maybe. But if all of us, the whole audience, if we were all on that desert island, we would definitely need money. Because we'd be solving for this problem of complexity and trust. And how have we solved about this problem in history? I've given you some of the different form factors. These are the physical form factors: coins, paper, plastic, digital, AI. And what's sometimes surprising is underneath the physical form factors is a legal form factor. Because money, we tend to think of money, a lot of my banker friends or investment world friends from the traditional world will say, nothing backs crypto. It's just, Bitcoin is this made up thing. What's the underlying asset that backs crypto? And then you say, what's the underlying asset that backs money? For the last 50 years, we've had fiat money. And fiat money, the definition of fiat money is it's not linked to an underlying asset. In 1971 or something, the US came off the gold standard. Most other currencies were linked to the US. We broke the link with the gold standard. And people think financial innovation started in the 1970s with the link of the gold standard being broken. But do you know when fiat currency first began? Anyone know when? So fiat is basically money that's not backed by an asset. So most people think you need money, oh, money is historically backed by gold. And actually in the history of money, it wasn't gold for most of history. Do you know when fiat currency first began? Thank you, Gunsel. You're going to answer this question. Thank you for coming in, a former colleague from Citibank. Gunsel, when did fiat money begin? Gunsel, damn, can I leave now? Do you know when fiat money began? Long ago, thank you. Even before we were in banking, right? Really long ago, really long ago. Fiat money goes back to the late 1200s. You heard me right, late 1200s. It was actually an innovation from the Mongols. You've heard of the great Khans, Genghis Khan, Kublai Khan, his grandson. Most people don't realize that the Mongols gave us monetary innovation. Did anyone know that in the audience? Hands up. Did anyone know the Mongols gave us fiat money? Everyone's shaking their heads. No. I thought you guys in Turkey claim heritage from Central Asia. You didn't know that? The Mongols gave us fiat money. Kublai Khan wanted to invade Japan. And he went to his treasurer, his CFO, and said, I want to invade Japan. And the CFO treasurer said, like all good CFO treasurers, boss, there's no money. And Kublai Khan said, I'm the great Khan. What do you mean there's no money? I want to invade Japan. Print the banknotes. The Chinese gave us banknotes because the Chinese invented the first basic form of printing. So for 400 years, banknotes used to float around China as a public-private partnership. It wasn't originally state money, banknotes. The bronze coins the Chinese had was state money. Merchants on the Great Silk Road, as we call it, began to issue receipts, invoices to other merchants, their brothers, their cousins, their friends. These big pieces of paper, A3 pieces of paper, which said, this merchant has left 100 bronze coins in my safekeeping. This note is a receipt. That becomes the first proto-banknote. 800 AD, the Chinese give us the first banknote, printed on papyrus trees. So if you go to the Bank of England in London, there are 3 papyrus trees, or 4, I can't remember, 3 or 4, in the central courtyard. Why? It's a homage to the first banknotes. The first banknotes, paper, was a private form of money. Merchants issued it. A few hundred years in, Chinese rulers were like, looks like money, I'm going to regulate it. And then these banknotes were linked to bronze coins that were held in the treasury or by merchants. And then late 1200s, Kublai Khan was like, let's break the link. We don't need the bronze coins to be backed by, the paper to be backed by bronze coins. And we get fiat money. Late 1200s. So the point of telling you this story is that some of my friends were on stage before. I don't know if they're still here. Dom's still here in the back. So whenever I talk to people in the crypto world that have less experience than Dom, they always say, hey, Ronnie, we're reinventing finance. And normally the story they tell me is a blockchain-based, decentralized digital database version of financial history. The brilliant thing about crypto for people who've been in finance for almost 30 years like me is the crypto world is speed running, at speed, financial history. They're learning real time, and watching this as a financial analyst, as a banker, is fascinating because I get live, real-time lessons about finance. So where's the future going to? This melange mix of AI, blockchain, extended reality. We used to call it the metaverse before it became unfashionable, but extended reality is going to come. And if you know me, you know I use these smart glasses everywhere. These smart glasses are going to get smarter and smarter. It talks to me, it takes pictures, I can look at sites, I can look at the mosque or the palace and say, what am I looking at? And it'll tell me what I'm looking at. It will tell me when the tower was built, whether the Genovese or the Venetians or whoever built the tower that I was taking selfies outside at 12 o'clock last night at midnight. It'll tell me. It's going to get smarter and smarter. So these form factors are going to change how we do commerce. And as we change how we do commerce, money is going to change. Okay, I'm still trying to work out how to use this. So sorry about this. There we are. Let's skip to one big innovation that we can't not talk about. Money and finance in the AI era. And you've probably heard this discussed today. You're going to hear much more about it tomorrow as well in the sessions we're going to do tomorrow. AI, just like mobile, from definition of fintech. Who's got a good definition of fintech? Does anyone know? How would you define fintech? People say, finance and technology, right? Financial technology. For me, fintech is about finance for the digital mobile era. That's for me, my working definition of fintech. Because financial technology, we had a CEO in our corporate history, we talk about this, like most banks, we invented fintech. Because some CEO used the words financial technology in a memo, the famous memo from the beach or whatever, that Walter Wriston wrote. So we claim in our PR, we've been talking about financial technology and fintech for 40, 50 years. Most bankers do that. But actually, if you look at financial technology, what we mean now is finance for the digital and mobile era. That's been the defining form factor. This era was when banks were like early movers. When computers came into finance business, the defense industry in the US in the 1950s, banks were big spenders. In this era, we were trying to keep up, but the digitally native players, the Alipays and Alibabas, the MyBanks and WeBanks, they are the dominant factor of this era. And this is the era we're moving into, the AI and on-chain money era. I think I'm just going to talk because I'm finding it difficult to use this clicker. So how is AI going to change? How is AI going to change financial services? What are the big trends coming? And how do we at Citi Institute, which is where I work, Citi Institute, we're a research think tank for Citi and for our clients, how do we think about AI and its usage in the future? One simple thing is follow the money. Very simple shortcut is we look at where VCs are investing, where they're putting. I always say, don't ask people what they think. Ask people what they do. And even better, what they're spending money on. Views are cheap, except political views. But views on things like investing, anyone can have a view. We all have views. We can put a comment on a WhatsApp group on the Fintech Association that we're part of. Well, it's almost marginal cost of zero. Ask them not what they think, ask them what they're doing and what they're spending money on. 60% of VC investing in the US is going into AI. This is the number, this is the dollar value, this is the deal volume. About 20% of deal volume, 55% of deal value is going into AI. Not that interesting, everyone knows that, but this is more interesting. Where in AI is it going? And where is the biggest growth rate? So if you look at the biggest growth rates in 2024, the biggest number of deals, autonomous agents and digital co-workers, sort of AKA agentic AI. Agentic AI, workflow automation. Boring, but hugely potentially transformative. We, in finance, live in white-collar factories. Autonomous agents, digital co-workers revolutionize that. And also Gen AI for customer support operations. Now, this isn't just call centers in retail banking. It's as high and as high touch as wealth management, private banks. One of the big surprises for me in the last year has been how many traditional private banks in Switzerland, in the US, and beyond are using Gen AI in production. They're not talking about it. It's in production. So when the private banker gets a call from their client and wants to talk about something, he or she is already AI augmented. What does it mean? The advisor sounds smarter. The advisor gives a better answer. The advisor gives better advice. And a lot of money is going into that. Implications. In a world where bots are going to engage directly with bots, be they crypto bots or blockchain bots or non-crypto bots, a lot of administrative tasks, repetitive work, hopefully in financial services, will go away. Just like in the industrial production chain, factories now in China aren't full of people. They're automated just like factories in Germany are or in the US are. Banks are going to see more automation in terms of repetitive work. The concept of value, traditional marketing, today, if you're in the consumer bank, you market to individuals, you market to humans, you market to emotions. But if the buyer, the person screening your product is another bot, how do you market? Nice picture of a family, you know, husband, wife, children, that's a traditional picture that sells mortgages. Is that going to work when most of the mortgage pre-screening is done not by a biological human but by a bot? How do you market to bots? And the biggest challenge for traditional finance, the clients are going to get bots first. The big defining theme of the digital and fintech age is that the clients are now users are getting technology before the providers. So before, in the 1980s, the 1970s, maybe even the 1990s, the big companies that provided services had better technology, and they were adopting technology earlier. For all of you that work in a bank or a large organization, you know you use new technology on your personal device before your work computer. There's a gap, there's a time lag. And so suddenly the challenge in marketing or doing business is the client's bots will be there before, and that's going to put pressure on margins. Jobs. If we're automating a lot of jobs, what happens to jobs in finance? What will happen to entry-level jobs? And where do we end up focusing in on? What kind of jobs will we be focusing on? This is a real challenge if you're coming out of the workforce right now, because typically the entry-level jobs that we all did when we started in whether finance or accounting or law or any professional work, the AI can do much faster. I'll give you an example. Some of this presentation deck is based on a report I published in January. You can Google it or search engine of your choice or put it in a ChatGPT. Type in agentic AI, and GPS and my name. GPS is the brand. Or type in Future of Finance City Agentic AI. The report will come up, the one we published in January. When we were working on that report, some of you might have heard this anecdote if you've had the misfortune of talking to me before. In December, we were working on the report. I sent the project to my team in Dubai and London and said, we're going to publish in January for our year ahead piece. Let's have a weekly meeting next Monday to discuss your progress. Just before the weekly meeting, I downloaded a Stanford Gen AI model called Storm, typed in the same request. In 4 minutes, it gave me a first draft. My team had been, poor guys, had been working on it for the whole week. So then I sent it to them and said, hey, I did this in 4 minutes. How was the last week? They were thinking, They were probably thinking unthinkable thoughts because they didn't reply to my email. My point was to show my team and to show me what I've been telling them for years. I've been telling my team for years that those entry-level basic summarization, most of us in big companies or in small companies that deal with information and finance, we spend a lot of time managing information, summarizing information. The killer use case of Gen AI is information retrieval and summarization and coding, code generation, code debugging, code documentation. Those are the two killer use cases of Gen AI in finance. That first draft that I had from Storm, from Stanford, was as good as theirs. So basic work, I can now work with 3 people. My team would have been probably 10 or 15 to do the same amount of work 20 years ago, because we can just do so much so quickly. Now, I've talked about AI. The other big trend, and this is the second report I published this year, was on stablecoins and blockchain adoption. And the report was called, or the report tagline was, stablecoins are blockchain's chat GPT moment. And when I wrote that in April, I just needed a marketing hook for people to download my report. But I did think there was going to be a big adoption of stablecoins. I underestimated in April, when I wrote that report, just how much interest there was going to be on stablecoins. So for me, the two big kind of themes, trends in terms of future of finance this year is application of AI in practice and stablecoins and tokenization. We have been talking about blockchains for 17 years now. Blockchain is about to graduate from high school and leave home. It's that old. It's not new anymore. 2008 was the Satoshi Nakamoto Bitcoin white paper. 2008. I've been sold or reverse broked crypto since at least 2015-16. We've had teams in Citi looking at blockchain for at least 10 years. We're on generation 3 or 4 of these teams now. Plenty of people have come in, got excited, got disappointed and left. Why? What was missing? Legal certainty and cash. There was no cash leg. And I know it sounds like an obvious point to say, but you can talk forever about digital assets and real-world assets, and we're going to issue. The World Bank has been issuing bonds on blockchain for years. It's not new. But unless you have cash, what's the point of having an asset? Stablecoins give us a cash leg, a tokenized cash leg. So these are all the changes, starting with the change in the US regulatory stance, and also ongoing technology and institutional maturation. It's a little bit like cloud adoption. When cloud first arrived 15 roughly years ago, it took us a while for regulators, and it's still an ongoing process in Turkey. It took us a while to get used to moving data, information off-premise from our systems on-premise to the cloud, because it took a while for the technology and the institutions to mature around cloud. The same process is going at speed, I think, on blockchain. What's driving stablecoin adoption? Obviously, there are utility advantages. It's cheaper, faster, smarter is the sales pitch. It's not always cheaper, smarter, faster. If you live in a country with domestic payments that covers most people, it's not cheaper, faster. A domestic payment system like UPI is cheaper and faster than stablecoins. A domestic system like Pix in Brazil is cheaper and faster. It might be smarter, but most people don't need smart money in retail. You can need it in a wholesale, in government payments. By smart, I mean conditional or programmable in wholesale and in government payments. But it has big utility advantages where the system doesn't work. So you're not in Brazil, you're not in India. You're in a system where you don't have real-time payments, or you don't trust your currency, which is true of a lot of countries. It's been defined or described by someone, a smart observer, as like Starlink for money. You don't need Starlink when the Wi-Fi is working, but you're Emirates, a brilliant airline, by the way, but the Wi-Fi is not working because I haven't got Starlink yet until the end of this year. You're like, it's not working. The Wi-Fi is not working. And when the Wi-Fi doesn't work, because you're just used to Wi-Fi working. So for me, faster payments is like Wi-Fi. It usually works, but sometimes it doesn't work. In the plane, it's not working. When I'm outside... apparently here it's not working very well. That's another story. But it's like Starlink for money. It's brilliant where domestically systems don't work. And obviously cross-border, because systems are domestic databases that don't talk to each other. So cross-border, the stablecoin is like email. It doesn't differentiate between if it's going Istanbul, Ankara, Istanbul, Athens, Istanbul, Bucharest. It doesn't differentiate. So once you go cross-border, there's lots of advantages. I won't bore you with this slide. That's there for the bankers. I'm going to wrap up by saying, how does stablecoins and how does blockchain fit into the overall idea of money? Because people often say to me, blockchain replacing banks, banks are so good they don't need blockchain, da-da-dee, da-da-da. And I say it's like, I was in New York last week, and New York's like London or Istanbul. You can get around New York in so many different ways. So, actually, don't take the car because there's gridlock in New York like Istanbul. But in New York, you can walk, you can bicycle, you can take the city bike. You can take the subway, and it's safe, by the way. Don't worry. In Manhattan, it's safe. I survived. So there are lots of ways to get around New York. Just like London, there are also ways of getting around London. But if you're in Dubai, that's where I live now. It's basically a car, unless you happen to be going from one location to another that's on the metro. If you're in Dubai or Austin, Texas, or Dallas, Texas, you have to take a car. So my view of the future of money is a bit like New York or Istanbul or London. There are going to be many ways to get around. And I don't know if the blockchain is the tram or the train or... But maybe let's call it the train. Trains come in England in 1830 and then spread around the world. Roads were terrible back then, right? In fact, if you were time travel back to roads in England in 1830s when trains arrived, what would roads look like? First of all, they'd smell. They'd be literally full of shit because of horses, right? Because what we don't see in cities, even in London, until 1905, 1910, London would be covered in horses and horse manure. And then the roads got better. I mean, they stopped getting better after the 1960s in the UK and the US, but the roads got better. Between the 1830s and 1960s, the roads got better, even though the trains arrived. So my point is, yes, we're going to take the train, we're going to use blockchain, but our fiat rails are going to carry on getting better. By October of this year in the Eurozone, you're going to have SEPA fully operational. So if I send a euro from Paris, it arrives in Madrid in 5 to 10 minutes. Recipients and senders will have to be compliant. That's pretty real time. So the fiat rails will continue to get better, but we're going to use not just the road, we're going to use the trains as well. For me, trains, chains, blockchain, they're going to coexist. So maybe a slightly kind of happy utopian ending to my presentation. But if you're interested in what I said and I didn't bore you totally, these are the QR codes you need to scan. These are some of the reports I've been talking about. There's a lot more depth, I hope, in these reports than my presentation and a lot less arm waving. Digital dollars is the stablecoin report. Why digital dollars? Because in the report we said that stablecoins are going to go up in size by a factor of 8 times in the next 5 years, and 90% plus will be dollars, not euros or liras. It's going to be dollars. This is the report on agentic AI, the do-it-for-me economy. And that's the report we wrote last year on AI. I actually wrote a report in 2018 on AI, which I didn't put up because no one cared about it at conferences in 2018. But that's another story. So this is the background. There's a book as well, which thank you to the organizers signing and giving away free copies for. So if you're around and you want to join for a drink, come along and I'll give out copies of the book. So thank you so much for listening and staying to the end.
Yes, it's time to leave. It's the end of the day. Please join us at the foyer for our cocktail. And Mr. Speaker here will be signing his book, Future of Money, for you. Run It Goes will be available for you guys if you are available at the foyer for our cocktail. And see you tomorrow for our day 2 of Fintech, Istanbul Fintech Week 2025. I'm honored to have you here. I was your host, Arkan Çelik, and I will be hoping to see you tomorrow. Have a nice evening. Thank you.